Now I beat on ready. Killer go now, ignite my horns and glow. Let a vet rub a bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, down my cavalry. Sandman point you down to me. Hashtag make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quota. I do smoke rings, no hot brothers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so pleasant. Those for the day, go catch your boss. Security turn green cause I never lost. Fuck everything over up the guard. Left hand through my index push pause. No, you can't talk, I'm smearing me. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready from learning about amusing me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny but very cold. Well, cold in comparison to how Los Angeles normally is. California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 60 degrees here in California, Los Angeles. I am live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday. Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday. January 21st. Japanuary is about to be implemented. It's about to start. Some of the crew is already out there, and I will be out there soon as well. But before we get to that, obviously, it's the first day of the Trump administration, and there's a lot to talk about, and we're going to do that. I know as soon as I say it's cold out here, it's brick out here in sunny Los Angeles, California, virtually everyone in the chat will turn around and tell me, it's minus 10 centigrade out here. That's what they'll say. That's what the British people will be like, or someone will come in and be like, it's actually over here when it's minus 10 degrees centigrade. We find that to be shorts weather. Or people in New York will be like, oh, dude, it's like it's freezing temperatures out here. It's snowing in Houston. I know. Well, guess what? We all have problems. Okay, I'm climate adjusted. I'm adjusted to my climate, and as someone who's adjusted to his climate, it's cold for me. Okay, when it's 48 degrees in the morning, it's cold. That's it. Anyway, personal news wise, aside from the weather, I'm early, and there's a lot to talk about today. That's why I'm early. And also, I'm trying to slam as much of my coverage as I physically possibly can before I travel, which is going to happen soon. Okay. But I'll still, of course, keep up the normal commentary as well. Anyway. But what I was going to say is, personal news-wise, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. And a lot has happened in the universe of HasanAbi Piker for all the parasocialists out there. Can you leak any content plans for the early frogs? No. Anyway. So, my man lost his citizenship and is now leaving the country. We never see Hasan back in the States. Yeah, I lost my citizenship, so I'm just going to live in Japan now. I'm going to be Japanese. Anyway, okay, listen. We have a lot to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to talk about. Personal news wise. Last night I ended the broadcast after like 9 hours, half day type shit. You already know. Obviously. And after my half day, what did I do? I watched Ranking of Kings, which is still a banger so far. I'm on like episode 11, 12. I don't know what I'm on right now, but I'm still enjoying it. And a lot of people had told me, oh, you're wrong. Actually, Hasan, it's like racist. It's anti-Korean, something like that. I don't know. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 community gift the subs. So far, I've loved it. How's the tooth, old man? Incredible, immaculate, spectacular. I'm feeling fantastic. One of the greatest decisions of all time was no longer putting off my dental work and actually getting it done. I highly recommend it if you have the money to do so. Many chatters will not. Initially, the reason why I put it off was because I didn't have money. And then afterwards, I just kind of gave up on it for a very long time. Dental health is, yes, very important, very critical for your overall health. Okay? So, you know, it's been great. It's been great. My teeth are so freaking clean. Like, it's not even honey. It's not even funny how clean they are. I got them shits cleaned up. Is crazy. Okay. I still don't know how to obviously laugh. Like, I don't know how to smile, so I will never be able to smile on photos. But at least, like, you know, it's, dude, when that plaque buildup goes away, dude, oh my God, when that tartar goes away, that calcium, oh my Lord, dude. This is how I smile. Hey, hi. I don't know how to do it. Are you going to take on flossing now? I was Mr. Floss. I floss all the time. I use a dental pick and everything. Like, I love flossing. But just like, for me, it's the gaps, dude. As someone who loves flossing, the dental work that I got done, like the deep cleaning that I got done in there, opened up those gaps so much. And I just personally love, you know, getting a floss all up in them gaps. You know what I mean? I love that. I don't know why people always talk about like flossing as though it's like a thing that's difficult to do. But I think it's like even easier than brushing your teeth. What toothpaste do you use? I use Sensodyne sensitive teeth. I have 4 teeth holes that need root canals and caps. They say it's going to cost $12K, so I have to live with them until I can't. And then let them pull them for free. Oh, dude, trust me. I know how bad that is. That's my situation was bad. Okay. I had a crown from many years ago, a root canal from many years ago that like literally flew off. And that was, cause I grind my teeth too much. So I just like literally was just like dismantling my, my teeth piece by piece when I'm sleeping. And it was the worst, dude. It was the worst. And y'all know what that's like. Okay. Y'all know what that's like, but I got them crowns now. We're good. It depends on your dental structure. Some people with overlaps or crooked can have a bit of pain when flossing. Yeah, I have a little bit of crookedness in the bottom row. Look, you can probably see, but it was never so crooked that my parents were like, you should probably get, you know, all of your teeth busted and then, you know, have braces for an extended period of time. So I just never fixed it, but it's fine. I don't really mind it. Everyone's got to have a little bit of an imperfection. You know what I mean? But overall, like I was saying, very happy about that. Let them know that going to dental schools like USC or UCLA severely reduces the cost. Oh yeah, that's true. I do grind my shit though. I do be grinding it pretty hard. It's not good. Hold on. And the internal battery. Get an eye guard. Okay, people who use Hosmods are insufferable. Teeth so crooked, I got an extra tooth and have a middle tooth on the bottom. Yeah, some people's stuff is like real busted, and you obviously have to, you know, get it worked up. And I feel like it's devastating in general. Like, teeth work is not great. And I think Also, I've just had bad experiences with dentists. When I was broke, I felt like they were always trying to upsell me, and that left a bad taste in my mouth, no pun intended. So I just kind of avoided going. And also, I think dental work used to be, when I was younger, it used to be a lot worse. Like a lot more painful, a lot worse. Now you just go in there and they bust your shit up. They go, they just hit you with like the craziest local anesthetics, and you don't feel a goddamn thing. And it's amazing. Like, think about it. You can get crazy work done and then, you know, be fine immediately after. My dentist is super chill too. Bro, they updated a dentist. It's not even scary now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I don't know. They patched it up. They patched the dentist, man. They really did some crazy patch notes on dental work where maybe when I was younger, it was like a lot more. It was just a lot scarier, and I don't consider it to be as scary anymore. Maybe it's because I'm a grown man. I don't know. Just wait till the Zoomer ChatGPT dentists get into clinics. Yeah, no, I will not be doing that. My dentists are always going to be over the age of 50. It's because you never got your teeth cleaned, not upselling you. Yeah. All right, whatever. What was I saying? Oh, personal news wise. Watch Ranking of Kings last night. Fantastic anime. High key recommended still. Very weird, very strange, very violent at times, very cute at times, very emotional at times. Complex as well. Big fan. Definitely enjoying that quite a bit. Excited to go to Japan soon. Working behind the scenes tirelessly around the clock, setting up these crazy, exciting endeavors that we are going to be involved in every single day, back to back to back to back to back. A little bit of mergers, a little bit of merging of regular desktop content with some political IRL content, with some fun IRL content that has nothing to do with politics as well. And I hope you guys will enjoy it. I hope you will appreciate it. We have a special guest coming with us as well, who is, incredible at his camera work. But, very, very, very hype, very excited about everything that's going on. Main unit. Hold on. Sorry. I'm just dropped the full lineup. I'm not giving you anything. I'm not giving you anything yet. I'm not giving you anything yet. Did you see Will and BB No Money do their God Tier cosplay? I did. And it actually worked out really well, honestly, because like it was during the inauguration, so I couldn't do it anyway. But I was a little. BB No Money had asked me to do it. If you watch the Fair episode, Will actually gets into it. BB No Money asked me to do the Jaywick cosplay. Okay. Jaywick cosplay initially, and then he just cut me out and did it with Will. And I was like, that's crazy. And not only did Will actually do the Jaywick cosplay with BB No Money instead of me, he also took my camera bag, which I use as a failsafe when my stream F's. So on Monday, yesterday, when I was live, I was freaking out because I was like, what will happen if my stream goes out in the middle of the goddamn inauguration and I don't have a failsafe because Will was supposed to use my camera bag? Not only to add insult to injury, they didn't even use my camera bag. They didn't even use it. I knew they wouldn't use it because after the stream, I was like, March, Will's not going to log into my IRL server and do all the back end stuff necessary. Just, this is not going to work out. And they didn't even do it.
To the kidney, two to the dome. That's left, right, go. Got a rollie for the brunch and a panic for the show. That's left, right.
To be fair though, they were kissing a lot. Okay. They kissed like the entire day, it seems. I'm not jealous that Will, my best friend of 13 years, has completely dropped me for an Armenian man who is more handsome and more charismatic and actually listens to music. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous at all. I'm not jealous at all. And, fuck both of them. That's all I'm going to say. No, they look, it's great. They did a great job. It actually ended up working out very well because, like I said, I was already doing the inauguration coverage. So like there was no way that I was able to do any of that today regardless. But all three of you are cut. What a love triangle. Yeah. I have the Japan trip. I have the Japan trip to make it up and win him over again. I know it's drama, but do you think at some point you can fully cover the Destiny situation today? His community are trying to sweep it under the rug. One of his orbiters have confirmed that he has recorded her sexually without consent and sent to the people without his consent. Yes, I'm familiar with what's going on with the Destiny situation. I don't know if I'll have time to cover it, but it's not drama, by the way. It's like, it's litigation. It's a crime, which might not necessarily be a crime that involves criminal penalties, even though it is a morally repugnant situation, morally repulsive situation, and a crime nonetheless. Having said that, however, I don't think that it's going to be litigated in a criminal situation, considering the state that it happened in, most likely. So, yeah, I don't know why people go, drama, but don't make fun of me for this. But would you guys even cover some sort of live fear? And maybe one day. I don't want to do it, but having said that, if this was shocking to you, I don't know what to tell you. Of course, as I always say, judge me by my enemies. And as I always say, all of my biggest haters end up coming out as ginormous frauds. Sometimes they're pedophiles. Most of them are Nazis or Nazi aligned at a certain point in their career, and sex pests in general. So this is the most classic circumstance. But yeah, having said that, if I have time, we'll get to it. But outside of that, for Ethan, no, I don't think Ethan is like that. But you know, Ethan's in a world of his own, I think. Yes, I know that Hasan Minhaj mentioned me in his new YouTube video. I know. We'll get to that too. He didn't mention me in a positive way, it seems. So at least he remembers me, or maybe he doesn't remember me, but he knows who I am, but doesn't have positive associations with me, it seems. So that's sad, but it is what it is. Okay, so obviously we've got the Elon Musk salute. Oh, personal news wise. As far as personal news goes, the other part of the story is I woke up early this morning. And went to, take Kaya to the park. Kaya's going to boarding school, obviously. She's going to get some training. She has no idea that she's going to go back to training camp while I'm in Japan. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for her. She'll see a lot of her friends. But also, what I was going to say is, this morning we went out, we worked out, and there's this Filipino boxer dude who I think trains with Manny Pacquiao's coach, maybe. I forget what. I don't know enough about boxing, but he was randomly there and he rolled up to me and he was like, "Yo, can we ball?" Like, he wanted to ball with me. And he's like, he has incredible cardio, but he wanted to do cardio basically. That's why he wanted to ball with me. And I destroyed him, of course. But in the process, he knew you. No, he didn't know me. He was just he just saw me balling and was like, "Oh, can I play with you like one-on-one?" So we did. And we did play basketball. He was really good for like the obvious size differences and whatnot. But we played to 15 one-on-one because he's a cardio god. So I was like, yeah, we can play up to 15. So we did, and I think it was like 15-7, but you know, I let him get off a couple shots. Like he cooked me a little bit, you know. Nonita Donaire, it might be, I'm not sure. Anyway, but yeah, it was I don't know, but that wasn't the person. I'm saying he's a boxer training with. He is a boxer who's like training in that camp. He's a professional boxer. But regardless, we balled, and in that process, when we were balling, I went up for a rebound, but he's so fast that he was also going up for basically every single rebound. And I fell because I tripped on him, and I fell, and he didn't do it intentionally. So it's not like, you know, it was an accident, but, you know, I scraped my knee. I fell on my hand. It hurts like shit right now. It's fine though. It's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the world. But you know, I still cooked him after. No, I didn't deck him. Are you kidding me? He would have killed me. No, there was no way. I could have. There's no way I could have fought him. Also, he's a really nice guy. I would never do that. He seemed like an incredibly nice person. But yeah, we balled it up. But then I will admit, I was cooking him on exclusively 3 points because I didn't want to back him up too much because I feel like it's very. HasanAbi doesn't know it, but it could be Manny Pacquiao's son who trains at Wildcard Boxing in LA, Freddie Roach. Maybe. It could be that, but basically, after that, I was like, all right, well, now I can't shoot threes anymore. So I just started backing him down. But post up on one-on-one is a party foul. Yeah, I know. I usually don't do it, but I had to get like the last couple of shots off with the post up because I was like, I have to end this before I die. This guy's going to kill me. I had to big dog him a bit, but he seemingly loved it. He had a great time, and it was great cardio for him, basically. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing. One-on-one pickup basketball is incredible cardio. And this dude basically was chasing everything, dude. It's like boxers have unlimited cardio capabilities. It's crazy. Like, I'm pretty decent at my size for managing my cardio in general, but this guy was a dynamo. Okay, he did not stop at all. He was chasing after every ball. He was going after every rebound. He would shoot and then he would immediately chase it. He would shoot and follow through. And he busted my ass in the cardio front and made me run around too. But, you know, lots of fun. Lots of fun were had, even though I fell. And I fell and I slapped my thumb on the ground too. Like I fell like this. This mostly ate the impact. You can kind of see it's like bruised up already. You can see like it's starting to get a little brown, little purple here. But this is what ate most of the impact. And then also my thumb as well, because I fell like that. And I slapped the thumb and it went numb. It's the most annoying thing. And I scraped my knee a little bit, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. I know that feeling too well. Preserve yourself for Japan, bro. What the fuck? Dude, listen. Okay, listen. By the way, you were mentioned on Time Magazine, but they credit you as Hasan Pike. That's funny. Boober Report. Yeah, the Boober Report with HasanAbi Piker, where a 33-year-old man tells you about his injuries that only children get. You know? What is this? Oh my God, Nick Pollum getting getting, dude, Nick, don't do this. God damn. Damn, oh, you got life alert. Dude, this is a part of being active, okay? If you're active every day, sometimes you are going to get injured. It is what it is. It's if you play sports competitively with other people, there are obviously instances where you might actually fall. It's not like I slipped and fell and busted my ass like a grandparent or something. I just like, you know, it's a normal part of life. What do you mean? And I don't have an issue with it either. I would rather keep going and you know, be active and be outside and, you know, potentially injure myself if that happens. But the stronger you get, the less injuries you will have anyway. What is this? I'm feeling Xiaohongshu with the HasanAbi propaganda. Let's take a look at this. When you're prominently invoking the spirit of Mao, when you got the let 1,000 flowers bloom fit prominently in display, I think you can't be a bad guy. My man was out there looking like Castro in fucking in Harlem, you know? "33-year-old comparatively big man falling is funny, not gonna lie." It is funny. And it's also not like you know, it's not, when you're a big man, big tree fall hard, you know? It's just like it never looks as like sexy or clean or cool as like a dude who's 5'6", because they fall and then they do a flip or whatever, and then everyone's like, oh damn, like this dude is athletic. When I fall, you know, the earth shakes. Basketball is the language of the proletariat, chat. Basketball is the language of the proletariat, okay? No matter where you are in the world. That's why Castro balled, baby. That's why he balled, okay? Castro with the Harlem, and he balled his freaking face off. This is what unites us on the international stage. I know a lot of people will say, oh, no, soccer, okay, football. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's football number one. But also, I like basketball, and I prefer it. So, suck me, okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay. I know football is more. It's golf, actually. Oh, it definitely is not golf. Clash Trader for not liking football. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm too tall, okay? All right. Anyway, where was I? All right, let's blast off and let's get it started. That's it. We got a lot to talk about, baby. We got a lot to talk about today. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Day one of Burger Reich. Elon salutes Hitler. ADL and all other Elon salutes Hitler. Orgs defend him. organizations like the ADL and also content creators like Asmongold. That's so funny to me, where it's like the ADL and Asmongold doing a handshake emoji over claiming that Elon Musk didn't actually do a Heil Hitler salute is so funny. It's like how did that, how do we arrive at that planet? Like, how does that, like, I get Asmongold doing that, but it's just like weird. It's weird. XQC, oh dude, that's not surprising either. They want a burger right. Elon salutes Hitler. Orgs defend him. Trump's insane anti-immigration policies are kicking in. Ben Shapiro's also going to bat for Elon. Ben Shapiro makes sense. I think it's funny that it's like, what? XQC also said Destiny did nothing wrong legally. About what? Oh, Destiny sharing videos of him having sex with other people and even potentially recording them without their consent, and then sharing those videos with other girls that he wants to have sex with without the other party's consent. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that XQC looked at that situation and said, oh no, Destiny actually didn't do anything wrong legally. Okay, what about morally? I thought XQC was, you're not canceled, you're a criminal. I thought that's what his take was. Well, I guess it doesn't matter to him. Anyway. XQC says that morally it was wrong. Oh, okay. It also is technically illegal. It's just that there is a it's a new statute in general, so it's not. There's not a lot of great laws around it, and it varies state by state. So seems like the immigration policies aren't too popular on the rap pages that primarily focus on Hispanic artists. They're usually pretty right wing. How long until Meta shuts that shit down? We'll see. As we go through the Holocaust, probably having. Jesus Christ, stop. Okay, dude, stop. They want a burger rights. Elon salutes Hitler. Orgs defend him. Trump's saying anti-immigration policies are kicking in. Executive order review and more. Get in now. How does it feel seeing this shit with D go down? It's got to be kind of cathartic to see his behavior finally be exposed. No. I mean, he's been doing this in perpetuity. I mean, I think he had similar issues in the past as well for many, many years. And I think his fan base doesn't care. I think they'll act like they're very critical of him and then repackage it as like old drama later down the line. It's usually a very simple method. Destiny does something that is like overtly hypocritical, incredibly immoral, and very wrong. Some people in his community get mad at him and they criticize him in his own fan base. Destiny goes through and deletes all of those messages and punishes every single person that is a naysayer. But he does it also quietly, right? And then he'll write this long, well thought out, brilliant debate where he basically will pick apart the arguments, the counter arguments, by hyper focusing on some of the silliest things that people are saying, or directly engaging character assassination without addressing the actual wrongdoing whatsoever. And then everyone in his fan base will have the talking points that they're now armed with as they go feral and make every single naysayer's life a living hell. Okay? That is what they do. And then later down the line, they will essentially claim this was just old drama anyway, and they'll package it and they'll silence it. For this story in particular, it seems like it was one of the things that I couldn't understand, because everyone was talking about like Nick Fuentes potentially getting his shit sucked by Destiny, and he was joking about that as well. And everyone was talking about that, but I was like, it's weird that I think it's kind of odd that he's like made, you know, sex tapes with his ex-wife that he was sending to random people. I doubt his ex-wife would be on board with that. And it turns out that there were plenty of other people who were also not on board with him sending those videos to random people that he wants to fuck. And it's, you know, it's real Epstein-y behavior, okay? Using his orbiters to go out and also cut side deals with the people that he has wronged, and to try to squash this in its entirety as quietly as he possibly can while he continues doing whatever the fuck he's doing. Yeah. Sending out sex resumes? Exactly. This isn't the first time he's done it, nor the second or the third. He's been called out literally 4 times for this exact thing over the years. Yeah. So he's been doing it nonstop. Seemingly he hasn't stopped. And I think that basically he will write this ridiculous statement or make a YouTube video, and then he'll start going after everyone who has like called him out and bully them and behave in a belligerent manner and try to present them as like bad people with ill intentions and not literal victims. And then his fan base will also go along with it, and they'll badger and bully and pester every single person and engage in character assassination of every single party involved. And then inevitably his orbiters will come back because they all love that clout. And he'll just continue. Maybe he'll lose a little bit of his fan base in the process, but then he'll just keep on keeping on. He'll just keep doing the same shit over and over again, and it will be considered past drama and that you're stupid for addressing it. That's something that he has done in perpetuity over and over again. It's not the first time. It's not the second time. It's like the 4th time this particular thing has happened. And many other awful things have happened in the process as well. And he just always seems to get away with it because his fan base doesn't give a shit. His fan base does not care at the end of the day. Like they'll use the initial criticisms that some people in his subreddit are launching against him to say, look, his fan base is not that sycophantic. Meanwhile, he's just always whipping the ranks behind the scenes. You look like a fried sunflower. Thank you, I guess. Nothing like a streamer to tell us his very important opinion. You hate billionaires while being a millionaire. Chill already, bro. Wait, what? Welcome to the echo chamber. I don't know what you're talking about. Buddy, you're in here. What's echoing? Yeah. He had a so-called feminist being Ghislaine Maxwell for him. It's insane. Yeah, isn't it that erudite girl who also hates me as well? I think that's what I've heard. That she was the person intercepting the people that were like wronged by him. Anyway, let's blast off. She's always tweeting about you. Yeah, she's also that's the pro-Israel girl, right? The South African one, who I think whose family moved to Israel or something from South Africa. Something like that. I'm not entirely certain on her background at all. I don't know. Wait, that's a different girl? Oh, that's South African aristocracy. That's a different girl? There's a different one? Dude, all of these people that are Destiny Orbiters, they all fucking hate me because that's like the one consistent, coherent worldview position that community has. Destiny will take literally both conflicting sides in every single argument, and they will follow him to every single argument like that. But there's one thing that has not changed over the past 5 years, and that is fuck Hasan. Everything in the world that's bad is because of Hasan, and virtually all of his orbiters will assume all of his positions in real time and start like repeating. It's like a cult. I don't know how to describe it. It's a sex cult. Okay, that's it. It's literally a gross, sweaty, weird sex cult where they, I assume, like band nerds debate stuff and then have weird sex. Okay. It's not aristocracy. It's a different person. Okay. My bad. It's not. What is it? I apologize. I thought there's too many orbiters to keep up. I was wrong. I mixed up the people that Destiny is linked up with. They all also fucking hate me. Anyway. Erudite said, like Dr. Oz. Erudite is his podcast co-host. Okay. Yeah, he's like Nixium, but also their primary output instead of like making self-help content, they make like debate stuff. Not So Erudite is the Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, Not So Erudite is the Ghislaine Maxwell. Got it. The take economy is booming. Asmon says Elon Musk's salute was unintentional. Also states that there's a 1% chance the Holocaust did not happen. I don't think these two statements are related. I think probably 99% certainty these clips are unrelated. Dude, why is he saying that there's a 1% chance the Holocaust did not happen? Like, are you that desperate to be edgy? Come on, Asmon. What the hell is wrong with you, bro? It's like the classic... Like, do I think Asmon Gold doesn't think the Holocaust didn't happen? No. I think he knows the Holocaust happened. 100% knows that the Holocaust happened. He's not like, but the very fact that he has to retain his gamer cred, he has to do this like weird debate thing where he's like, oh, well, there's a 1% chance it didn't happen. Like, it's such a stupid fucking thing to say, dude. Jesus Christ. Why do we care about what Asmon says? Because he's the largest political content creator on this platform, whether you like it or not, okay? He quite literally is, as it stands, the largest political content creator and the largest content creator on the platform, as a matter of fact. With 53,000 concurrent viewers, Asmon Gold currently is the largest political content creator on the platform, okay? So... he just said he 100% believes the Holocaust happened. That's what I mean. I don't think that he's like, listen, I don't think Asmon Gold deep down inside genuinely is a Holocaust denier. I don't think he is at all. Okay. He 100% is doing this classic, like, he 100% is doing the classic, like, well, technically nothing is 100% certain. But when you're having this conversation, when you're having a conversation about something like this, especially in the process of defending Elon Musk doing a Sig Heil, yeah, you're gonna look like you're trying to create a situation where you're saying, well, there's a likelihood the Holocaust didn't happen, and then also do it in a way where it's like there's plausible deniability. You know what I mean? Come on, man. It's such a bad... like... You're appealing to fucking Nazis when you do that. That's so dumb. Jesus Christ. Anyone think Elon a Nazi? You just a brain dead. Well, I guess I'm just a brain dead then. Okay. Jesus Christ. I agree with him. HasanAbi, I'm not brain dead. What do you mean? You agree with who? That Elon Musk is not a Nazi? I think Elon Musk, before he Sig Heiled, before Elon Musk Sig Heiled, he was already very comfortable with neo-Nazi statements. And I have a long history of documenting all of the different things that Elon has done. But for liberals and for many people in general, like liberals and Republicans, who also are liberals as well at the end of the day, they need the optics of someone saying that they like Adolf Hitler, or they need the optics of someone just straight up hitting the Hitler salute, right? And lo and behold, even though he has finally hit it, okay, he has done a lot of other stuff that at the end of the day kind of ruins any sort of plausible deniability in the circumstance, almost as much as the fact that he hit it with his whole chest, okay? Have you seen Ben Shapiro pull an ADL on Twitter today? They're falling in line and sane washing him. Yeah. What? It's like when you joke about hating women like Andrew Tate, but you just kind of do. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm a certified woman hater. Exactly like Andrew Tate. One of Norway's largest news sources covered this, and you showed up in one of the clips. Yeah, I the TikTok that we posted of that exact same clip that Vorlo posted also on Twitter it's just gone super viral, partially because the timing of it is so perfect, I think, and my response to it is obviously very genuine. But like, look at this moment from yesterday. If you weren't in here, if you weren't tuned in here yesterday, I happened to tune in to Elon Musk talking, like delivering a speech, and the timing of it could not have been any better. Let's take a look.
And I just want to say thank you.
Anyway, let's look at one of these tech billionaire oligarchs speaking at the inauguration.
My heart goes out to you.
Did he just say Heil?
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization. And I just want to say
dude, like we clicked in to Elon Musk talking at the inauguration, and he immediately Sig Heiled. You kind of move on really fast from this like it was a non-event. No, and then we found out that the camera actually panned away from him to the crowd in that specific video, but he actually turned around and Sig Heiled twice. He made sure to hit the Sig Heil on both sides of the stadium. Okay? He wanted to get all angles. He wanted all angles to be covered. Okay? He did it twice, man. He did it twice. Vorlo also clipped it and posted it on Twitter, and I'm surprised that he hasn't been banned yet. Because it got 17 million views with 256,000 likes. And Vorlo also delivered one of the most devastating ratios I've ever seen. This guy goes, "This you?" And he says, "Yes, it says my name on the tweet." 52,000 likes. You can do anything, and if you don't say you did it, then it's a pass. No. The point is, you can do anything you want as long as you are a billionaire and very powerful and also right-wing and also align with the government. You can get away with it. Okay? That's it. That's it. And it's kind of shocking to me that it's happening right on the heels of all of these pro-Israel organizations that like lose their minds at random college students who are Jewish wearing a keffiyeh, claiming that they are like Adolf Hitler themselves, turning around and being like, come on. The right-wing billionaire who's aligned with the German neo-Nazi party, who actually opened the faucet of anti-Semitism on the platform that he purchased, who follows neo-Nazis, collaborates with neo-Nazis, openly highlights neo-Nazis, agrees with neo-Nazi sentiment, but he's pro-Israel, is obviously not Sig Heiling, even though he hit the full Hitler. Okay? My man hit the full Hitler, okay? He didn't do the half Hitler. He didn't do none of these like, oh, I was just calling out for a cab or I was just waving off in the distance. He hit the full Hitler twice. Okay? Twice. Not once, twice. Yeah, I mean, this is also what's going on. Exactly. The political spectrum is just like Elon Musk just did a Nazi salute on live TV. Most people going, this is unacceptable. This is ridiculous. And then the far right's like, hell yeah, Elon Musk just did a Nazi salute on live TV. Meanwhile, you got the weird liberals in the center of the political equation just constantly doing this weird song and dance where they're like, no, don't you dare say that. Don't believe your lying eyes. Some of my favorite responses to this, however, was people saying some of my favorite responses to this have come from Batya Sungar Argon or whatever the fuck her name is, being like, nah, he's just autistic, dude. Yeah, he got the Nazi type of autism, okay? There's different kinds. And instead of like being a train enjoyer, or I don't know, as Connor said, in being invested in Pokemon or whatever, he got the Nazi kind. It's the worst kind of autism to have. Okay? We know. You can't just be like, oh, he's just autistic. That's not... He's just autistic. He's not a Nazi. I mean, no, that's, What is this? As a German, let me tell you how to distinguish a Nazi salute from a friendly wave. Look serious, arm straight, not the slightest bit bent. Hand and arm form a single line, 4 fingers together tightly. Angle such that the hand is slightly higher than the head. Yeah, I mean, he hit it perfectly. Like, I don't know what we're talking about. He literally did the heart thing too. Like, he pounded his chest and then hit it. Like, he didn't even do the I'm just waving plausible deniability, Sig Heil. He did the full Hitler. I don't understand how you can look at a man doing the full Hitler twice and going, I don't know. As a person with a strong track record of criticizing Elon Musk, I feel extremely confident asserting that this was not a Nazi salute. Elon is a friend of the Jews. This is a man with Asperger's exuberantly throwing his heart to the crowd. We don't need to invent outrage. He's just autistic, man. He's just, you don't understand. That's his hyperfixation. His hyperfixation happens to be, Nazi Germany. I fartlo how to take false accusations of Nazism are incredibly harmful during a time when the mainstream media is letting the real Nazis, in parentheses, Hamas, have the mic without question. Dude, it's so awesome. I do personally find this a little cathartic, okay, and a little funny to be honest with you, okay, that every single person that runs the table on defending Israel and constantly screaming anti-Semite at anyone that says this apartheid regime designed around Jewish ethno-religious supremacy that is currently doing a genocide is completely unacceptable and has nothing to do with Judaism. Every single person that turns around and says, that's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard in my entire life, are turning around and going, this fucking neo-Nazi wasn't actually Sig Heiling because he's pro-Israel. That's all this is. That's all this is. It is so morally repugnant. They are so morally bankrupt. They do not care about real anti-Semitism. They only want to defend Israel. That's it. That's it. That is 100% the situation, okay? Yeah, I mean, here, there's a side-by-side videos. Yeah, dude, you don't understand. He's just autistic, bro. Chill. Those guys are all autistic too. They're just autistic Nazis. And so is Elon. Like, that's the full one, okay? It's not the half one, it's the full one. Do you understand? It's the full one. There's one side by side with Hitler too. I saw one as well, side by side with Adolf, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna run this again. Don't worry. We're gonna play this. This is a classic, obviously. But there is no, like, I love all of the people defending this. It's so funny. Remember when Elon responded to this and said, you have said the exact truth. Enjoy this one. Oh, are you telling me that the guy who is exclusively tasked with having the wrong opinion on every issue, even when it's a fucking slam dunk issue, took the wrong opinion on this one as well? Nervously walks up to the mic, says, Hutch, I think it's correct that Elon is a strange guy who hulked out in a strange moment, but he probably did not intentionally do a Nazi salute. Runs away. It's awesome. Everyone who like considers themselves to be in the center left or the center right is just like actively being like, no, you don't understand. This is not a Nazi salute. Elon's a great guy. My take on the Elon Hitler salute thing is that it was unintentional in the sense that he intended to make it a more ambiguous hand gesture with plausible deniability, but completely fucked it up. There's been like a couple clips from Republican speakers in the past few years where they sort of put up the Sig Heil and then quickly moved to the gesture they were consciously intending on doing, and I think he wanted to emulate that, but it's too uncoordinated. That's pretty funny. I love whenever people go, he didn't. These two, however, get bent. Like, this is my favorite. This is my favorite fucking thing that people do. Okay, first of all, I think Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, by the nature of their jobs, have done things that are inherently fascist. Having said that, however, I don't think that they were trying to do the Nazi salute in this situation, because if they were, you would have shown the video instead of them in that moment moving their hands and like waving to the fucking crowd. Guess what? We have the video. We have the video of Elon doing it twice. Why are they just simply posting pictures instead of the videos? Parents defending this, I don't know how to address it. Just literally show them this, okay? If anyone is confused about what they are seeing in front of them, just show them this, okay? Where's the double video? Oh, show them this. Show them that, okay? If anyone is confused on what they are seeing, show them that, okay? And then show them, where is it? Where is it? This. Show them this, then show them this. Okay. And then, okay, and then you can show them the double one, okay? Like the actual, like people that were there saw him doing it twice, okay? People there saw him doing it twice. But
Thank
look,
you,
here's
America.
Barack Obama.
God bless you. God bless these United States.
Yeah.
Does he mean he wants to take us back before Roe v. Wade was enacted? Because we're not going back.
I don't even like these people. But once again, I find myself not defending them, but defending the truth. Okay? I don't like these people. I think they have a lot of blood on their hands. Okay? But you are delusional if you think that they
We're
were
not
like
going back.
hitting the same shit. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, America.
Here's the second salute video. Okay. Does that look like... I mean, come on, guys. Come on, guys. What do you think is going on?
My heart goes out to you.
Yeah, he said, my heart goes out to you, Adolf Hitler. The part where he didn't. The part where he just said, my heart goes out to you. He meant to, you know, Adolf Hitler and the Fourth Reich. May it never die. That's what he meant. Yeah, he said, mine heart goes out to you. Apparently, I'm a Zionist and a Nazi. Yeah. Yeah. Great. I'm just going to post yes. The Hasanification of FaZe Clan? Wait, what? What do you mean?
And getting...
Wait, this got 25,000 likes?
Yo, you know what I realized? TikTok getting banned is low-key, and getting unbanned by Trump is low-key a power play by Trump. It's good PR for Gen Z. I saw someone on Twitter say, yo, this is one of the best things Trump's ever done in his years of being president. Or what do you mean? What do you mean?
Bro, he's coming for my job. The Hasanification of FaZe Clan. This got 25,000 likes. That's crazy. You taught him well. He's just brilliant, man. He's just brilliant. He's a brilliant guy on his own. He even have you have two timing of both as if he's saying the word in his head. Wait, what? Historically, they were Muslims who supported Nazism during 20th century. Wait, what? The wing glaze is crazy. That's my nephew, man. That's my nephew. That's my nephew, big dog. I just like... Sorry. That just opened up on its own. Twitter, run by a incompetent Nazi, of course, has a tendency to just like automatically start playing videos. This is the best response to show. Piers Morgan is defending it too. Of course he is. Elon Musk was very ill-advised to do this kind of salute to denote his clearly stated "my heart goes out to you" sentiment, but he obviously didn't mean it as a Nazi salute, and anyone who says he did is being a disingenuous idiot. Yeah. Great stuff, man. I'm glad that, like, all of the villains, y'all are doing exactly what he wants. He did it exactly to get this chain reaction meltdown and get everyone to talk about him because his ego just ignored the man-child. This is my favorite type of, like, I'm actually a brilliant guy take. This is the smart guy take, okay? The smart guy take is, hey, when the wealthiest person on the planet, perhaps one of the most powerful individuals on the planet, hits the Nazi salute twice on Trump's inauguration, and he is also a hand-selected person in the Trump cabinet, basically, okay? You should just ignore it. Yeah, he was just simply trolling. It's a 5D chess move, and you should ignore it. You're right, chatter. I should just ignore the wealthiest person on the planet, welcome back Henry Ford style, doing a Nazi salute on the stage when we are actually about to be in the post-Weimar era, okay? We are literally in the heels of Nazi America, okay? People will say America's always been fascist. America's always had, like, white supremacist attitudes. Fair. Get it. I got it, okay? And throughout America's history, we've had internment camps for the Japanese during World War II, okay? Not a great look. Not great at all. We've had the Bracero program that was implemented with the mass deportation of 1.3, or I think almost 2 million people that were suspected of being Mexican. Some of them were just Americans that just looked Mexican, and they were mass deported, okay, twice. And now that is about to happen again. And this is before we talk about the Trail of Tears, Manifest Destiny, which Donald Trump brought up, by the way, as a positive. Said he's going to manifest destiny in Mars yesterday, okay? And he's also talking about doing the Bracero program again, this time for all migrants living on U.S. soil. That means 20 million people in concentration camps and mass deportations. And we're still going around and acting like this is just memes. You know what I mean? It's not memes at all. Yeah, this is a memeified version of the serious issues that are ongoing, okay? I think for a lot of people, they need to see the optics of it. And even in the optics front, Elon Musk is cooked on this regard, okay? But far before Elon straight up hit the Hitler salute twice, mind you, twice. Remember, hit it twice, okay? At the inauguration. Far before he did that, you could tell that he has, at the very least, sympathies towards fascist policies. Like, what are we talking about? He linked up with the neo-Nazis in the AfD in Germany. He was beefing up the reform movement. He is linked up with Giorgia Meloni in Italy. Wherever there are fascists and racists internationally, Elon Musk is right there. Okay? Same thing with Israel, honestly. Israel has a shit ton of fascists. Elon also likes them too. So when he throws the Hitler salute, he's not doing it in an anti-Semitic fashion. He's doing it in a pro-fascist way, okay? Or rather, let's just say he is still anti-Semitic, I suspect, but he is also simultaneously very pro-Israel, okay? I think a lot of people just, like, look at the optics, okay? A lot of people look at the stupid fucking optics of the situation, and only then do they come to terms with the reality. People don't have a tendency to look at what Elon Musk has done so far. Elon Musk has bought Twitter, turned Twitter into 4chan, okay? Unbanned every single neo-Nazi from the platform. Elon Musk follows prominent neo-Nazi accounts. Elon Musk continues to collaborate with prominent neo-Nazi accounts. Elon Musk continues to highlight prominent neo-Nazi sentiment. Elon Musk defends and agrees publicly with neo-Nazi statements like Jews are doing unrestricted immigration into the Western civilization from the undesirable third world populations in an effort to destroy and undermine Western civilization that is supposed to be for white people. Elon Musk has responded to that person and said, you have said the exact truth. That's Nazi shit. Like, that's just straight up. That is no different than Sig Heiling, okay? There is no plausible deniability in that regard. There is less plausible deniability in that situation where Elon Musk says, that's real, that really happened, okay? That is worse than throwing up a Sig Heil from my standards. But for a lot of people, they don't understand that, okay? I think you're misusing the term Bracero program. This came after the mass deportations. That was a mass import of farm workers. Source, I interviewed farm workers. Yes, I'm saying Bracero program because I don't want to say the actual name of the deportation operation, because the actual name of the deportation operation is a slur. So hopefully people will just simply look up the Bracero program and understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the mass deportations, because the actual deportations were called Operation WB. Now, I don't mean West Bank, okay? I mean dry front, but the reverse of dry front, okay? They called it Operation WB. That was prominently featured in the New York Times, by the way. It wasn't like, you know, people would just write slurs on the newspaper back then. All the time. What? Asmongold deleted yesterday's VOD to hide his response to the chat reacting to the rabbi speech? I didn't even see the rabbi speech. But I don't know. I don't know what the rabbi said. I don't know what Asmongold said. Anyway. Yeah. So it's not just that, like, it's not just that Elon Musk has agreed with a lot of Nazis. Elon Musk also is personally constantly talking about how he believes in IQ and how he has to repopulate the planet with high IQ individuals. He is like, he has this very weird hyper focus on eugenics. Interesting. And potentially a breeding fetish. And it's something so glaringly obvious. He's talked about the Great Replacement, which is also Nazi politics as well. Now, the problem here is a lot of the right-wing, overtly fascist politics are so perfectly aligned with the Republican Party and modern right-wing politics that for many people, they go, wait a minute, what you're considering to be Nazi politics is what my grandfather believes, is what he watches on Fox News. And the argument is, yeah, duh, that's the point. I know. That's what, welcome to reality, okay? That is how a lot of actual ideological fascists are able to make their way into polite discourse, to public discourse, and make it seem as though their ideas are not immediately dismissed, but instead pretty appropriate for the time, okay? That's how you get someone like Stephen Miller to be Trump's immigration czar, right? Anyway. Yeah, he replied to a Nazi blaming Jews for anti-white hate. Yes, I know. People are saying that he was people are saying that he was also his grandfather was a Nazi or something. I don't know. I don't know about this stuff because I don't really trust Elon Musk. I feel like he's even more of a fraudulent individual than Elon. Like, he sucks. So anything he says, I'm always going to take with a grain of salt, right? He's a bit of a charlatan, a huckster.
Africa from Canada, because they sympathized with the Afrikaner government.
Okay.
They used to support Hitler and all that sort of stuff. But they didn't know, obviously, I don't think they knew what the Nazis were doing. But they in Canada, they were in the German party in Canada, and they sympathized with the Germans.
Yeah.
So when the Afrikaners government came into power here in 1948, then May's father, who was quite an interesting guy, he was a very good pilot, he said he wants to be with the Afrikaners because he agrees with apartheid, you see. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And he came out here with his family.
And didn't that cause tension with you because you don't?
Yeah, that caused a lot of tension with me. And because I was a director of NUSAS, which was a National Union of South African Students, which is a very anti-apartheid body, you know. And I argued with them a lot. And they used to tell me, they used to be like rude to me, you know, and the parents. And then
The Macias, what is this? Come and salute your heart out the right way in our Discord. Bro, they're playing so fast and loose with like really messed up shit. And they're doing this at a time. They're doing this at a time when like there is no, the thing is there's no cancel culture, right? Like it's not a real thing. Everybody fucking hates it. There is no social pressure. And a lot of that stuff is nowhere near. A lot of that stuff is nowhere near as powerful as it once was in like the 2016 era. Like you can't meme about this stuff, man. You can't meme about this stuff. You are literally opening up your community to straight up Nazis. You're inviting Nazis to your Discord. That shit sucks, man. It's not funny. It's not a fucking meme. It's completely unacceptable. Okay. Like that's ridiculous, dude. Surely your haters will zero in on that community since they care about anti-Semitism. No, they won't, because they don't care about anything. They don't actually care about anti-Semitism. They're fucking, they've said way more. They've said actually anti-Semitic shit I never have. Okay. No, they care about getting me banned to get a win, to get a W for their favorite content creator. It's so sad and pathetic. You said the Holocaust probably happened. Dude, Asmongold 100% is not a, I will say this, okay? I will say this. This is not a defense of Asmongold. Asmongold, I'm not covering him. He knows the Holocaust happened, okay? He is not a Holocaust denier. But the very fact that he is like teetering along the edges of this kind of sentiment while simultaneously defending Elon Musk is completely unacceptable, okay? That's it. Like, oh, I said 99% that it happened. There's a 1% likelihood of it not happening for anything on the planet. Like, I get that, okay? I understand it, but it's just like, it's ridiculous. Do you think that focusing on other examples of Elon's anti-Semitism, obsession with eugenics, and fascist ideologies like the ones you just talked about could be a better focus when talking to median voters and centrists, opposed to just talking about Elon doing the Nazi salute because of the way the left is characterized as overreaching and the way that the right has tried to disprove it? Yeah. I think that it is important, but the real reason why it's important is because a lot of liberals don't understand all of this stuff is also Nazi stuff, and probably way more important in terms of like proving that someone has at least an allegiance to or an interest in like fascist and neo-Nazi opinions. And that is why I use this as a teachable moment for a lot of people. You know? You wouldn't be this nice if it was any other streamer. That's not, no, this is like, what are you talking about, dude? No, it's completely unacceptable. What the fuck do you mean? What do you want me to say? Like, what are you guys saying? I don't understand. Like, first of all, it's not just about Asmongold, okay? This is my attitude for virtually every single person that I cover until they have shown that they are, you know, completely fraudulent, not interested in anything, no nuance whatsoever, and like are very obviously a right-wing commentator. Even then, I will still offer them grace and nuance, okay? While still simultaneously being critical. And that's what I do all the time. And many people that come in here to fucking yell at me and say, you're not going hard enough, are simply invested in the drama of it. You're moving away from the actually important points that I want to make. The actual point that I want to talk about is why Elon Musk, the wealthiest, the richest person on the planet, is a fucking neo-Nazi. And you're like, well, you didn't sufficiently say Asmongold is entertaining Nazis in his community. I did. Okay? I did. I did. Like, what is this?
We're not going back.
I feel like this is kind of worse.
We're not going back.
Is that worse?
Bro, what is everybody doing, man? What is everybody doing? What the fuck is going on? We've just completely lost the goddamn plot, bro. What the fuck is happening? Actually, what's happening right now? What's going on? Why is everyone on the platform behaving like this? People need to fucking figure it out, dude. People need to fucking figure it out. Purposely misinterpreting things like this works for the right wing. They know this. I know, but I don't look. I'll say the same thing. Do I think XQC, Felix Lengyel, is an ideologically committed Nazi who was secretly trying to cast this this deflection and doing that because he is like serving the higher purpose of like spreading Nazi sentiment? No. And if you think yes, if your answer is yes, he's doing that deliberately, you're fucking delusional. Do I think, on the other hand, that he has spent a shit ton of time with a lot of reactionary people and his brain has been completely fucking fried? So now he finds himself very malleable and very susceptible to like right-wing framing on issues because that's just how it works. And that's my assessment of it, okay? Do you think that he's an ideologically committed Nazi, or do you think he's malleable and being used in this regard? I think it's the second thing. I don't think it's the first thing, okay? And if you don't understand, if you always think it's the first thing and not the second thing, I think he's probably dick riding Elon, okay? He knows that Elon watches him, just like Asmon knows Elon watches him as well. They're dick riding and trying to defend a very powerful, very famous person that they know watches them, okay? That's it. And in that process, they're just like, you know, throwing whatever sticks, like throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks, okay? It's still Nazi apologia. It's still unacceptable. But there is a genuine difference between what they're doing and what like someone who's ideologically committed to the project is doing. And if you don't understand that difference, you are going to come across as like hysterical to the average normie who might actually say something very similar to XQC, partially because they watched XQC, okay? And it's important. It's important to make these distinctions. It is not a defense of this person. It is not a defense of Asmongold, but it's important to make these distinctions because there is a difference. There's a difference between someone like Nick Fuentes, or there's a difference between someone like Richard Spencer, and then random people who end up defending those, not Nick Fuentes or Richard Spencer, but like random people who end up defending Elon Musk doing this, because normies can be converted. Normies can have their minds changed, okay? But if you go into a conversation with a normie with that same energy, that person is like a committed ideological Nazi invested in the Nazi project, you are not going to be able to talk to them normally. So that's the reason why I take this careful approach when having this conversation. XQC himself is not a normal person. I'm not saying he's a normie, but he does represent the normie position, the normie right-wing position in general in this situation. Okay? This is very important to understand. Neither XQC nor Asmongold are personally normies. And neither is Moist Critical. But it doesn't matter. Moist Critical is the normie Jesus, right? For a reason. These guys have takes that other people are going to repeat. They have takes that resemble the uneducated position, okay? And it's important to understand where this position comes from so you can, you know, do your very best to have these conversations with people in your immediate vicinity, people in your lives, okay? If you cannot, but by the way, when people goes, was Charlie's take okay? Did hear this? No, I didn't hear. I'm not saying Charlie said anything about this. I'm sure Charlie would be daggering Elon. He is the other side of the normie spectrum. So, I'm just I wasn't implying that Charlie had a pro Elon take or something, chat. I'm using him as an example of like a normie position, a person who is not a normal human being, a very wealthy individual who has a massively successful YouTube channel, but obviously arrives at like a normie position all the time. Do you understand? Anyway, my point is, there are a lot of people that will see this faucet of communication from both mainstream outlets being like, what kind of gesture did Elon do? And then maybe even people from independent outlets that, you know, listen to XQC's take or listen to Asmongold take or whoever's take, right? And they will repeat those takes. They will regurgitate it without thinking about it. And if you encounter one in the wild, you can't have a conversation with them like they're a fucking ideological Nazi. Because if you do that, they're just done. You're never going to be able to convince them of anything. Okay? Do you understand? Why even try to contextualize it? They're being useful idiots for Nazis. You don't go back from that? No, I don't disagree with you. I think at some point you have to stop infantilizing these people. They're influencing hundreds of thousands. They don't get treated with kitty gloves about Nazism. There's a couple different reasons. Because a lot of context and nuance in the argumentation gets lost. And this could very easily have been clipped in a way. I don't know what the full breadth of this XUC or Asmongold's coverage is on the matter. And I don't have enough time to watch it. That's number one. No, don't say it's because they're my friends, okay? That's not the case. Okay, and I'm sure that they have both defended Elon Musk for the reasons that I mentioned. But it's important to understand that because if you encounter an XQC fan or an Asmongold fan in the wild, this is a more effective way to actually undermine the people regurgitating those positions. You can just be like, yeah, I think, one, Elon Musk is absolutely a Nazi. Here are the reasons. And two, I think Asmongold or XQC is probably defending them because they know that Elon Musk watches them and they're powerful. Elon Musk is a powerful person. Do you understand? And now we have completely moved on. Now we have completely moved on from the main point of contention that isn't even a point of contention at all, in my opinion, to what fucking Twitch streamers are saying. Okay? And it's stupid.
The hand is more down, more flat, more towards the ground, no?
Do you understand? Hasan just tried to make a greater point about de-radicalizing normies and chatters are like, actually, no, cover Asmon drama. I want drama, drama, drama. Exactly. The Asmon or XQC point of this conversation is a minor sidestep. It's not, it doesn't play a major role in this commentary because there are fucking adults in here, okay? And although these guys are fairly prominent content creators on this platform, and therefore it is important to cover their takes on issues like this, obviously I'm not going to spend a good bit of time on what they have said. What is this?
People are mad about that Elon, like, doing the, they really think that he, they think he just masked off to, they do, they actually think he masked off to, like a Nazi salute.
Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this.
Yeah, all the non-Twitch normie influencers I know are losing their minds over the Nazi salute. It's literally just Twitch brain rot. I know. And it's really, we got to squash this, okay? This has to be squashed, like 100%. The fact that people are even like,
how do you really think that shit's happening,
and going
right?
Like,
I mean,
oh
like,
man, it's not a Nazi salute. Elon's not a Nazi. Like, oh man, what the fuck? Like, you are playing a very dangerous game, whether you recognize it and think that it's not that dangerous, or whether you don't recognize it, doesn't matter. Okay. I can't help but feel like we have elevated the openness of you know, neo-Nazi sentiment, to such a degree that, like, a couple years prior, we would talk about the CPAC stage looking like Nordic runes, and everyone was like, oh look, but it's like Nordic runes. They designed it as Nordic runes deliberately to communicate to everybody through secret messages that it's like they're Nazis. It's like, have you heard what the speakers are saying on top of the fucking stage? They're literally Sig Heiling all the time with their words, okay? They're like, we should kill every, you know, Mexican person. And you're like, well, you know, the stage is designed in a way that actually looks like a Nordic rune, so maybe they're Nazis. Like, that's so stupid. Just focus on the words that are coming out of the mouths of these fucking reactionary assholes, okay? And the same goes for Elon. But in this situation, it's not even a fucking esoteric Nordic rune. It's him hitting the full Hitler. What the hell is going on? It's completely in broad daylight. Like, he thought he could have this discourse. He thought he could get away with it, okay? Like, what are we doing? I mean, look at that. Yeah, here's another one. Does this not strike you as odd? Like, what are we doing here? Look at this. Like, that's why the video is more significant, because there are a million clips of politicians saying, like, bye, doing this, you know what I mean? And then, like, they get caught, and then they get clipped, and then they're like, oh, they're doing the Sig Heil too? Okay, look at the video. What are we talking about? I joked about this, and I was like, yeah, he's just trying to prove his gamer cred. You know what I mean? He was like, nah, I am a capital G hard R gamer, trust. But, like, it is pretty obvious, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and Sig Heils like a duck, that duck's a fucking Nazi, okay? What are we doing? This man has said far too many Nazi things and has so frequently been aligned with Nazis for you to turn around, and far too invested in eugenicist sentiment, and also far too invested in the Great Replacement conspiracy theories and shit that you have to be insane to go, oh, well, that guy also seemingly yet again had another oopsie. It's not a oopsie. You know? Like, I don't understand. Did the Neuralink brain chips, did they get implanted in people's brains already? Is that why we're in this situation where people are seemingly defending this and going, oh, I don't know, Hasan. You know? What the fuck's going on? Like, I've seen people saying he's autistic, he doesn't know any better, which is ridiculous, okay? I've seen people say he went to Israel, how could he be a Nazi? And I'm like, that literally further solidifies that he is. Because people don't understand that, like, there are a shit ton of prominent fascists, okay, who love the concept of sending all the Jews to the desert, okay? That's it. They love that shit. Like, it doesn't, people are still operating on the old hat attitude of anti-Semitism, okay? They don't understand that you can be anti-Semitic and also be pro-Israel. As a matter of fact, more anti-Semites are pro-Israel than not. If you look at the number of people who are pro-Israel, okay, across the board, the number of anti-Semitic people who are pro-Israel probably outweighs the number of people who are not anti-Semitic and pro-Israel, okay? Look at the Christian Zionist movement in this goddamn country. They are far larger than Jewish Zionists in this country. Far more prominent than Jewish Zionists in this country, okay? Look at Christians United for Israel. This is a conversation I've had 1,000,000 times over. And those guys are very anti-Semitic, okay? How the fuck does that make sense? It makes sense because their primary mode is still fascism, okay? There are religious justifications for it amongst the Christian Zionist movement, where they think Jews are the holy sons of God and that they have to go to the desert so that once they populate that entire area and it's just Jews there, Jesus Christ will come back to earth and fight the coalition forces of the devil in Megiddo, and then the rapture will happen. And you know what happens to all the Jews during the rapture? They go to fucking hell. They burn in hell permanently. So it's not necessarily an allegiance that is born out of loving Jewish people, but instead it's more so to trigger this anime style, like, end of the world event. That's what they believe. That's what's crazy too, because every time I bring this up, every time I explain this, like, insane thing, people go, no, there aren't tens of millions of Americans who legitimately are invested in this. And then they find out that 52% of Americans believe angels exist. And an even larger percentage of Americans think Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth and trigger the rapture in our lifetime. And by and large, in the eyes of a lot of people who might be anti-Semitic themselves and not like Jews, they still also think Muslims are the far greater threat. And in their minds, in their calculation, it's like, one, we're sending all the Jews over there. Great. Okay. Two, then those Jews get to fight our greater enemy, the Muslims. Let them fight. That's the calculation that many people make. We are boiling the frog at this point. People don't notice gradual changes until it's too late to react. And now they can't believe what they're seeing, so they have to make excuses for blatant Nazism. And this is all being exacerbated by places like the New York Times saying this is just a hand gesture. I know. Meanwhile, the Nazis are freaking celebrating it big time. They're like, this is great. This is great. Here, let's watch this clip real quick for no particular reason whatsoever. It's one of my favorite memes, okay? I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Blutrote Rosen sollen dich umkommen.
Sie haben also das Browser-Ballett noch nicht abonniert.
Perfect video for the occasion. How dare you? How dare you call me a Nazi? Excuse me.
This is embarrassing, but just for the record and just so we have it.
The ADL to Elon, by the way, in their last second defense, that was awesome. That was amazing. Like, not even in my wildest imaginations did I think that the ADL would just like openly show their moral bankruptcy to this degree. You know what I mean?
You are not and have never been a member of the Nazi Party of the United States, have you? Come on, Tommy, serious? Nope. Thank you. Sorry to have to even ask. And, oh yes, the Hitler dog thing. Okay, the dog thing is bullshit. Great, I thought so. Different spelling. Okay, different spelling? Yeah. Okay, and this other one that came up, just to fend this off, have you ever read Mein Kampf? Yeah, a couple times, I guess. Couple times? Are there Easter eggs in there you didn't get the first time? Look, I'm interested in that period of history, Tom, okay? I've skimmed it.
Just a couple times. I think this might be the issue. Everyone thinks it'll be like the movies. It will be much more subtle. Dude, what are you talking about? There's nothing subtle about a guy who constantly, talks about high IQ, populating the gene pool with high IQ individuals, about how immigrants are coming in to, destroy the gene population of the superior genes that the Western civilizations have. A guy who literally openly aligns with Nazis over and over again and defends them on numerous occasions, Sig Heiling on one of the most prominent stages on the platform, like on the planet. Like, it's not subtle at all. What are we talking about? What do you want him to do? Grow the mustache? That's it. That's the final stage, I guess. Like, it's not even subtle. That's the crazy part, you know? There's no subtlety to it. He just doesn't have he didn't put the uniform on, he didn't have the haircut, and he doesn't have the mustache. So I don't know. I'm not convinced. And at the end of the day, I think you inevitably have to arrive at this like crazy conclusion where you're just like, no one is really a Nazi. Only Adolf Hitler, and maybe even he wasn't a Nazi at all. And maybe Nazis were misunderstood. Like that is the final stage of this argumentation. You know what I mean? That's where we're at, where people just go, yeah, maybe they didn't have all the bad ideas. I think you're exaggerating. Okay, Ismail, fucking shut up. I haven't seen the clip, but I'm sure you lefties are blowing it out of proportion as usual. Why do prominent Hostwit users, power users, come in here to act like they're just naysayers? Like, this person is memeing. This person is behaving like they are genuinely curious and baiting, but they know. They know what's up. Yeah. Haas Twitter power users get one super viral tweet and they start acting brand new in the chat. You see that? Thinking that they won't get banned for a second. Portrait of ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt for Jewish Currents. It seems that Adolf made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, but he never said free Palestine. So let's all take a deep breath. Yeah. I think it's simply the general public's inability to comprehend important history repeating itself before their eyes because history seems so far away and could never happen to them. I do find it very funny that people on Twitter versus in chat, why is XG defending Elon doing the Sig Heil? So I'll just say I do find it somewhat funny, but also very scary that we are now officially on the stage where maybe a couple years ago you'd go, oh, well, this person didn't Sig Heil, so obviously they're not a Nazi too. Well, this person Sig Heiled, but obviously he's not a Nazi. Okay, that's we've moved on. We've moved on from the person who says Nazi shit all the time, who accidentally Sig Heils on the inauguration twice, okay, in front of the largest crowd he's ever been in front of the entire planet. We've moved into, yeah, he actually didn't mean it, and he's still not a Nazi. And it's funny because, like, liberals have this weird tendency to only abide by the aesthetics of a certain thing. Like, liberals, weirdly enough, only care about the optics. They don't actually understand when someone is saying Nazi shit. Like, they don't have a tendency to look at that and go, yeah, that's like, this is fascist. This is reactionary. This is racist. I'm not invested in this at all. I don't care what this person has to say. But even on the optics front, it seems that there are still people who have been hit right in the face with what is going on. Like, this is the equivalent of just having a swastika tattoo, okay? And they're still going, I'm not convinced. I don't know what will convince you if this does not, okay? This is the equivalent of saying, well, it's the swastika is, historically a Buddhist symbol of peace. Maybe he's a Buddhist. Maybe I was unfamiliar, but he is a Buddhist, I think.
I'm not an emotional thinker, okay? So I can't appeal to people emotionally. But what I can say is that every part of my logical brain is telling me that this was not an intentional Nazi salute. This was not any nod at any sort of, Hitler, Nazi stuff at all. And it was just Elon being stupid.
Yeah, he also is a... dude.
I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened. And the...
Controversial take. Oh, I gotta hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, for normal people, when someone says, oh, I think the Holocaust probably happened, people get freaked out. I don't know if Asmon realizes that at all. Like, this is nutty, man. This is a dangerous game. This is a very, very, very dangerous game to play. Bro thinks he's a cleaning soap manufacturer that has to disclose 99% instead of 100% for legal claims. Yeah. I like that, the second era of the Burger Reich has started off with a bang, Please tell me you covered this bullshit, the Lake and Riley Act? Yes, I did. I did. Of course I covered it, and I will cover it further today. All right. Anyway, that's a crazy thing to say, man. That is just insane. But yeah, you got the New York Times going, Elon Musk ignites online speculation over the meaning of hand gesture. Like Elon Musk, Sig Heils is the actual thing that took place, okay? Did Elon Musk just hit the Roman salute at his inauguration speech? Hasan Piker, popular streamer, asked on X. Dude, if you link me the Havara Agreement Wikipedia page one more time, I think I'll finally click on it. Okay? Like, I finally will click on it one day, okay? Stop. Jesus Christ. Yes, I know. I know it exists. I've talked about it a lot, okay? You didn't say the Roman salute yesterday? No, I said the Roman salute as well, but it doesn't matter to me. The Roman salute is the Hitler salute. Like, what are we talking about? Do you think the salute was deliberate or just autism? I think Elon Musk absolutely is an ideologically committed racist fascist, okay? Whatever version of that he is, I do not care. You can call it a Nazi, you can call it a fascist. It does not matter. I 100% think that he is. And it would be very shocking to prove that he is not. It would be a very difficult task to prove that he is not, especially considering that he has done so many things. Yeah, my tweet says Roman salute, but it doesn't matter. It's the same shit. Like, I wasn't using Roman salute here to like defend Elon Musk. It's, to me, that makes no difference. Do you have factual posts or actions? I would like to see it. Smile. Factual posts or actions about this situation? I don't know how many more times I can describe this, man. Yeah, what is it? Is it the smartest man in the world, or did he not do it on purpose? No, I don't think Elon Musk is a particularly smart individual, okay? But I do think that he is very racist. Okay? And I think he thought he could hit that and, you know, basically have some semblance of plausible deniability, but he failed to do it in a way where there was any plausible deniability whatsoever. And now everyone that saw it are like, oh, dude, you're a fucking Nazi, you know? But of course, all of the institutional defenders who are tasked with supposedly combating anti-Semitism have decided to defend Elon. Why? One must ask the question, why is the ADL defending Elon Musk? It's because he's pro-Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's all it takes. Okay? You are on Fox News.
We had our top people, Wasserman.
What?
They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny, and we got the World Cup too. And you know, it's only the 26 and 2028.
What are you talking about?
And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president.
Did you just bait me into watching Trump admits he rigged the inauguration? Is that what you're saying? But aren't Israeli Jews about Musk? Sorry, I wasn't listening, just tuning in, being Nazi. Oh my God. Dude, you can be a anti-Semite and support Israel. Many anti-Semites support Israel, okay? Israel is also a fascist ethno-state. So there is a mutually shared love for doing that kind of racist ethnic cleansing campaign. But more importantly, the reason why a lot of anti-Semitic people love Israel is because in their minds, they think better that they go and live in the desert than here in my neighborhood. Okay? That's a major reason for a lot of anti-Semitic people to also love Israel. This doesn't mean that there aren't anti-Semitic people that don't love Israel. There certainly are. Okay? Plenty. A ton of Eastern Europeans work with the Nazis, even though the ideology explicitly dehumanized them. Yeah, I mean, there's that too. But also, okay. The other reason why plenty of anti-Semitic people love the other reason why plenty of anti-Semitic people love Israel is because Israel fights against their other enemies. Okay. They fight against their other enemies, the Muslims. The way they see the situation is like, oh, let the Jews fight the Muslims, you know? We hate both. Let them fight. Great. That is the way that they approach the situation. Another reason why a lot of anti-Semitic people love Israel is because they believe that the rapture will happen if Jews take over the entire historical area that they have called Israel. Far greater and far more expansive than the current confines of the Israeli state. There are many different reasons why people who are anti-Semitic still end up defending Israel. I know it's such an insane thing to believe, but it doesn't matter. People still believe it, okay? Yeah. Also, AOC also daggered ADL. Respect. Just to be clear, you are defending a Heil Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. Like, that's what's going on, baby. That's where we're at. Is it a coincidence that every verified account is lying and defending Elon? Anyway, all right. We're going to move. Oh, this was the last thing that I thought was really funny before we move on from the Elon shit, okay? Also, Trump's UN ambassador nominee Elise Stefanik was asked if she agrees with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir that Israel has a biblical right to the entirety of the West Bank, and she replied with yes. Ben Shapiro turned around and was like, you are officially one of the stupidest and most dishonest people in the country, to AOC. And to prove that Elon is not a fascist and not a Nazi, he showed this post where Elon had to, play ball with the ADL, promote Israel, and also go to, I think this was in Auschwitz, to prove that he is, to prove that he was truly sorry for saying, you have said the absolute truth to a neo-Nazi who was talking about how Jews are doing the great replacement. And it's pretty funny because, Ben Shapiro has time and time again reiterated the position that he does not care about anti-Semitism. He simply cares about anti-Israel statements. Okay? Why did Elon visit Auschwitz? Yeah, why did he visit Auschwitz? Here's Ben retweeting a known Nazi. That's so funny. It's got to be a really funny moment where, one of the most prominent right-wing Jewish voices is openly retweeting one of the most prominent Nazi cartoonists. Awesome. Yeah, here is Elon Musk saying, you have said the actual truth to this guy who is a Nazi, going, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. Elon responded to that and said, you have said the actual truth. Yeah. Bestie Marks was really funny with his take. He said, Elon Musk is not a fascist. Here's proof of him standing next to me, a fascist. Yeah. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Blau, deadass, I don't think it was intentional. I think he's just mad awkward with his body. I think, first of all, even if he didn't do this, okay? Even if he didn't do this, Blau, he has done far too many Nazi things for me to say that he's not a fucking Nazi. Far too many, okay? Look at Twitter. Number one, look at Twitter. Number two, look at the prominent Nazi accounts that he follows and regularly highlights and retweets on Twitter. Look at the, bro, please, I'm trying to celebrate the 1% chance my family was just at summer camp. Okay. Elon Musk is also openly aligning with the AfD and other prominent neo-Nazi movements around the world. And also, he definitely hit the fucking full Hitler. Blau, are you fucking stupid? No, he's joking, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? Blau is Jewish. I think the most like charitable interpretation of the situation is what Liv Agar said, which is that he wanted to do it in a way where there was like some kind of plausible deniability where he could do a subtle nod, but because he's too fucking cringe, he was incapable of contorting his body in a way, and he actually ended up doing the full salute rather than like one that would have given him a little bit of plausible deniability. I think Elon Musk just knows that he's also the most powerful person on the planet and completely untouchable. You know, that's it. JVP came with the receipts. Last year, Musk attacked the ADL for being a Jewish group. Now the ADL is defending him for a Nazi salute. And instead of addressing anti-Semitism, the ADL is excusing it. The ADL is telling us loud and clear, its priority is shielding the Israeli government from accountability at any cost. I mean, that's 100% true. Yeah, he should have just kept doing the pure X move instead of this new shit that he's trying out. Guess who Ben Shapiro retweeted after the Nazi comic dude? Fatlo. I'd like everyone who thinks Elon Musk gave a Nazi salute to give a fraction of that energy to this. And also, Fatlo is posting Drew Pavlo. Wow, all of my goats. Ben Shapiro, Fartlo, Drew Pavlo, and Stone Toss. All united, dude. All united. Just the worst possible political minds that have gotten together. Cool. Cool. Nightmare blunt rotation. Very cool. Oh, God. I do in some, like, it is a weird situation because, like, oh God, they're doing the more like Hitler-like dogs too. They're trying to still continue defending Elon Musk. They're defending Elon Musk like their life fucking depends on it. Jesus Christ. Ay. I want to see what Fatlo tweeted. What the fuck did Fatlo tweet? God, Ben tweets so much. It's crazy. Oh, Fatlo tweeted some other thing. Drew Pavlov, breaking terrorist bombing attack on Jewish preschool in Sydney. Terrorist spray, fuck the Jews. I thought they just wanted the ceasefire. We need mass arrests and deportations for Islamist extremists. Wait, I don't understand. Why do you see this and immediately assume that this is, the like Islamists who are pro Hamas or whatever did this? Yeah. Also, hold on. I need to figure out if the perpetrators of this obviously anti-Semitic hate crime support Israel or not, first of all. Because if they support Israel, then, maybe there's a defense of it. Yeah. Based Mike Lee, Elon Musk likes dogs, so did Hitler. Elon posed in front of the Eiffel Tower. Chaya Reichik says, Elon Musk posed in front of the Eiffel Tower. You know who else posed in front of the Eiffel Tower? Coincidence or dog whistle or something much more sinister. Like they're trying to make it seem like sig heiling is the same as drinking water, dude. And it's so funny because, once again, these people are simply united on one thing, and that is being pro-Israel. Some of these people are deeply anti-Semitic that are defending Elon Musk. Some of the people that are defending Elon Musk are Orthodox Jews, like Chaya Reichik, or even Ben Shapiro, right? So it's exceptionally alarming that all of these people, though, that are united on their defense of Israel, okay, regardless of their background, regardless of their opinion on anti-Semitism, they have all one at any given moment yelled about like a Jewish pro-Palestinian protester being the most anti-Semitic person, while simultaneously claiming that Elon Musk, who is sig heiling, is actually not an anti-Semite and not a neo-Nazi, because Hitler also posed in front of the Eiffel Tower or drank water or liked dogs. Very cool stuff. Yeah. Liking dogs is the same as sig heiling. Can you say the names of Nazi groups Musk supported? I would like to read on it. I mean, I agree with the salute is suspect. It's just weird a guy that's businessman does that. It would mean extreme times for America. Chatter, instead of looking up groups that Elon Musk has supported, let me tell you about a man who was an American car manufacturer who actually redefined, or in some ways invented, modern car manufacturing. A man responsible for quite a bit, as a matter of fact. His name was Henry Ford. And I don't know if you know this or not, but Henry Ford also, not only was he, Henry Ford wasn't just a American innovator. He was also innovative in other ways. Innovative in ways where, he invented new ways of being anti-Semitic through his 800-page pamphlets that he wrote about how all of society's problems were because of Jews. Okay? Henry Ford was so insanely anti-Semitic that he also got a Medal of Honor from Adolf Hitler. Yes, Henry Ford purchased a newspaper, the Ford International Weekly, and it was a weekly newspaper established in 1901 and published by Henry Ford from 1919 through 1927. At its height during the mid-1920s, it claimed a circulation of between 700,000 and 900,000. If true, this would only make it second to the New York Times in terms of national readership. Henry Ford wrote so many anti-Semitic things. This doesn't even have it in it. This doesn't actually feature the many different articles, but we've dove into it before. Okay? The International Jew. Here's his work. Okay? The International Jew was translated into German in 1922 and cited and cited as an influence by Baldur von Schirach, one of the Nazi leaders, who stated, I read it and became anti-Semitic. In those days, dude, the Nazi leaders were like, damn, dog, this shit's fire. Henry, you are spitting fire here. I read it and I became anti-Semitic. In those days, this book made such a deep impression on my friends and myself because we saw in Henry Ford the representative of success, also the exponent of a progressive social policy. In the poverty-stricken and wretched Germany of the time, youth looked toward America, and apart from the great benefactor Herbert Hoover, it was Henry Ford who, to us, represented America. Praising American leadership in eugenics in his book Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler considered Ford an inspiration and noted this admiration in his book, calling him a single great man. Hitler was also known to keep copies of the International Jew, as well as a large portrait of Ford in his Munich office. Adolf Hitler also gave Henry Ford the Medal of Honor. Okay. Explains businessmen supported. Here.
Fascism and German Nazism also had their admirers within the US business community and the corporate-owned press. Bankers, publishers, and industrialists such as Henry Ford traveled to Rome and Berlin to pay homage, receive medals, and strike profitable deals with the Italian and German governments. Many did their utmost to advance the Nazi war effort by sharing military-industrial secrets or engaging in secret transactions with the Nazi government. The Rockefeller family's Chase National Bank laundered Nazi money, while corporations like DuPont, Ford, General Motors, and ITT owned factories in enemy countries that produced fuel, tanks, and planes that wreaked havoc on Allied forces. Despite these acts of treason, many of these US corporations were later compensated for damages inflicted on their property during the war, such as ITT, which collected $27 million, or GM, which collected over $33 million. During bombing campaigns, Allied pilots were given instructions not to hit factories in Germany that were owned by US firms. The German city of Cologne, for example, was almost completely leveled by Allied bombing, but its Ford plant remained unscathed to the point that German civilians even began using it as an air raid shelter.
Cool. Very interesting. That's too ridiculous. Come on. No fucking way that's real. Bro, it's so funny that people will just... It's so funny that people will just like look at historical events that took place and go, I didn't hear about it, and it sounds so insane, so it's probably not real. Yeah, it was the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, by the way, the highest medal foreign diplomats could receive from Nazi Germany. Yep. Yeah. I'll tell you another fun little thing. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was very popular in Germany during Nazi times. But once there was boycotts implemented against Nazi Germany, Coca-Cola didn't want to stop producing that sweet, delicious nectar in Nazi Germany. So they invented a different concoction. The name of that concoction was Fanta. That's right. Fanta was invented by Coca-Cola to continue selling products in Nazi Germany. How is this bad? Ford just providing people with air raid shelters? See, without Ford, innocent people wouldn't have air raid shelters. What's the problem here? Do you hate innocent people? True. Yeah. We know about Coke and Ford as common knowledge. Even normies know about this. Please help us combat and learn about contemporary Nazis. Well, first of all, the chat reaction shows that not every single person does indeed know about this. Okay? That's number one. And number two, this does actually translate to the international collaborative effort of capitalists with fascist movements at a time when capitalism is actually so destabilized that it's seemingly falling apart, and fascism actually presents a semblance of law and order without disrupting the capitalist hierarchy. That's it. Capitalism, in the way that it is designed, due to the inherent contradictions that are firmly planted within it, the dichotomy and the process in which commodities are produced under capitalism, creates destabilization. Okay? It is slated to fail. It is destined to fail no matter what. You can try to extend it with lifelines such as the welfare state or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, there's still going to be boom-bust cycles, and there's still going to be no more profits to maintain, especially when you factor in that there is an exponential growth of technological advances that simply make profits impossible. Profit rates have a tendency to decline no matter what. Okay? At the end of that process, there is going to be far too much destabilization, far too much anger, far too much resentment. That's where fascists come into play. In the sea of resentment towards the structures that bind us, people start, maybe feeling a little too angry and resentful and mad about the CEOs and the corporate oligarchs. Okay? Maybe they start liking people like Luigi Mangione a little too much, right? That's where fascism comes in and says, hey, there's a lot of destabilization happening right now. I am going to whip the population into shape. They do this by finding a common enemy, oftentimes a marginalized group of people that they actively dehumanize and can present as the villain that is responsible for all of the horrible things that are happening to people. Okay? That takes many different forms. In Nazi Germany, obviously, it was the Jews, disabled people, gay people, morally degenerate people that are also, mind melted by the Jews who are doing this moral degeneracy because they want to destroy the beautiful German civilization, right? Socialists, trade unionists, communists alike. As long as you are not disruptive to the existing hierarchy where capital owners still try to eke out profits no matter what the cost, and the Romani people as well. Thank you, chatters. Okay? As long as you are not disruptive to the capitalist hierarchy, you can get away with a metric ton of violence. And many corporations will align with you because they like that stability that fascism offers. It is far scarier for business owners. It is far scarier for business owners that the current existing hierarchy of capitalism is disrupted. So they rely on fascists to come in and maintain a presence of law and order through violence. Okay? That's where we're at right now in America as well, for the record. Ben Shapiro condemned Kanye, which dismantles your argument, lol. That's so funny that you think that that dismantles my argument. You know how much Ben Shapiro defended Kanye West when he was saying anti-Semitic things initially because he was a conservative? It literally took him saying that he loves Adolf Hitler 1,000,000 times over for Ben Shapiro to finally be like, yeah, he's actually going through a mental health episode and he must hate, I guess he does hate Jews. Like, what are you talking about? And also, I'm remembering that Kanye West literally shit on Benjamin Netanyahu too in the fucking stupidest way possible. So maybe that had something to do with Ben Shapiro finally coming out and getting mad at Kanye West. Here's Ben Shapiro saying, again and again, Jews awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been, so I won't lose sleep. Ben Shapiro does not care about anti-Semitism as long as someone is pro-Israel. That's it. Anyway. Yeah. Ben Shapiro also hates Nicholas Fuentes too. Ben Shapiro also personally hired Candace Owens knowing full well that she was anti-Semitic. Okay? Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens knowing full well that Candace Owens was anti-Semitic. It was only after Candace Owens was anti-Israel did Ben Shapiro fire Candace Owens. Candace Owens is anti-Semitic. She also happens to be anti-Israel. Being anti-Israel was a bridge too far for Candace Owens. That's it. All right. Now let's get to the executive orders that Donald Trump
some of them very
signed day one. And there's a lot of them, and I covered them yesterday as it was happening in real time. But we should cover them again. This is going around on Twitter.
Oh, no, dog. No, this is the Charlie Chaplin mustache. You know Charlie Chaplin, right?
Yeah, I know Charlie Chaplin.
You know I'm a fan of silent film comedy, right?
Yeah.
Well, come on, man. Hitler ain't the only person that gets to have this mustache.
Yeah, I guess Michael Jordan had one too for a little bit.
Exactly, right? And guess what? I'm not going to let some monster from the 20th century dictate fashion for all of eternity. You know what I'm talking about? Other people get to have this mustache if they want to.
All right, yeah, it just caught me off guard.
Okay, all right. Oh, man, you crazy. You got to take it easy, man. This is my abode, brother. When did you get a German Shepherd? What, Adolf here? See, what? No. Not Adolf Hitler, okay? Adolf Marx, Harpo. I love the Marx Brothers. Why are you busting my chops? You know this. What? You know what? You need to relax and take it easy, okay? Everything is cool, man. Let's crack these open, all right? I'll show you the kitchen. Kitchen's amazing, man. The best part about this house is I got this thing for like $20,000.
Oh, no!
What?
No.
What? The swastika?
Yeah, the swastika.
This is a vintage comedy prop from the movie The Producers, okay? You saw The Producers, the musical inside the musical, Mel Brooks?
Yeah.
And they did a remake. We had Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick in it.
Look,
Nathan
hey,
Lane was in the cut.
That's
Nathan Lane
a
was in the
symbol
cut.
of hate, man. You can't just hang that on your wall.
It's a comedy prop, man. It's just like a rubber chicken.
It's not like a rubber chicken.
Anyway, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff overall. Things are getting worse at an alarming rate. I think it's crazy that like the New York Times, ADL, Washington Post, and numerous other mainstream organizations are also doing that same thing that we just watched, like the comedy bit that we watched. Okay. That's a little alarming, I think. And it's existed in perpetuity since, you know, post World War II for sure. It's kind of wild. Hasn't really stopped. Anyway, let's take a look at Trump's executive orders now.
Some of them more symbolic, like the effort to rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America on official U.S. maps. One of the many changes he's trying to make as the executive without the approval of Congress. Nancy Cordes has been keeping track of all of it out of Washington. Nancy, it was a lot. Good morning.
It really was a lot, Tony. Good morning to you. Among the many executive actions Trump took yesterday, he pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accords again, froze hiring at the Internal Revenue Service, and he took a step toward denying birthright citizenship, even though it is authorized in the Constitution. Now, some of these moves are bound to face legal challenges, but he said he thinks he will win.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh?
President Trump began signing a blitz of executive actions barely an hour after taking office, with aides providing stacks of orders.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
In event after event.
This is a big deal. Merit.
He halted a ban on TikTok.
What's next, dude? Are you guys going to tell me that Donald Trump also has Hitlerian politics? I mean, come on now. Hitler Hitler did the Holocaust. It was what, like 12, 15 million total, right? Donald Trump wants to do that to 20 million. Very different number. Okay. So obviously not the same. Do you understand? Yeah. It's not the same. Donald Trump wants to do it to a different population, undocumented migrants, and maybe even documented migrants as well. Okay. You know, if it's not the exact same number, it's not Hitler. That's how it works. Also, if it's the exact same Sig Heil salute, it's still not Hitler.
U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok.
Wait, deporting equals the Holocaust? What the fuck, Hasan? Wow. Do we have a German AFD supporter in the chat? Because that's really interesting. Or maybe you are just unfamiliar with the history of how the Holocaust was implemented. It did not happen overnight where someone was like, oh, let's hit the kill button. It actually also started with a mass deportation policy. Okay? It was called the Madagascar Plan. That was the initial plan, okay? Who knows if that was intentional or not? It does not start with, let's execute all of these people after putting them in concentration camps. Okay? It gets to that point. Nice. We got Holocaust deniers in the chat. Very cool. Get fucking wrecked, you stupid bitch.
Cartels as terrorist organizations and held an impromptu press conference in the Oval Office. It all capped a frenzied first few hours on the job. The president taking the oath of office.
I, Donald John Trump.
and saying the country's golden age starts now.
America's decline is over.
He added that he now knows why he survived an assassination attempt 6 months ago.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
Then he laid out how he plans to do just that.
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Forced into the Capitol by biting cold, Washington officials in many ways had a warmer welcome for the 47th president this time around. But after an inaugural address focused on the future,
2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged.
Trump returned to some familiar themes as he spoke to supporters right afterwards.
Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic.
You and my Bill Maher dad got the exact same take on deporting undocumented migrants. If your dad is a Bill Maher stan, though, so if all those people are deported without getting killed, what are you to say? Wait, first of all, deportation is inherently a violent process. What are we talking about? You think that it's justifiable to deport 20 million people living on U.S. soil? Like, the fuck? No, I still think population transfer of this sort is still inherently fascist and completely unacceptable. Okay? But if you think that, like, you know, you're just going to simply urge no man, justifiable, no man, it's degrees of different violence. Dude, what a ridiculous, what a crock of shit this is, okay? I need you to understand something, okay? Deportation of that sort, logistically, is, one, it's inherently violent, and logistically will lead to ethnic cleansing no matter what, okay? And look no further than the many different instances where in American history, this exact same thing has happened. What are you talking about? Dozens of my family members were systematically slaughtered. If they just got deported, I would have had hundreds of relatives that I don't have now. Dude, I'm sorry. You can't... Chatter, I genuinely despise people who come in here and consistently go, no, it's his own special thing, okay? Shut the fuck up. The entire field of Holocaust studies and genocide studies in particular actually is against you, okay? People did not study the Holocaust so they could always say, no, that's its own unique thing, okay? And clearly you haven't even studied the Holocaust that well either. What the fuck is this, dude? People unironically do the never again argument, but then turn around and go, never again just means like, not to me, okay? Nobody else. Like, what are you doing? You're spitting on your fucking ancestors with this kind of attitude. Shut the fuck up. If you are right about the violence, I will come back and admit it. I don't give a fuck about your admissions, you dumb fuck. What do you mean? Oh, I guess I'll say my bad when, like, the millions of people that are put in concentration camps start getting fucking slaughtered in the process. Then I'll say my bad. Oh, thanks, chatter. You're proving my point. There is no reason to learn about the Holocaust or any genocides whatsoever if you're not going to have any takeaways from that, and you're always going to go, it's only bad after the fact. Why is there even a charter against genocide to begin with? Why does the ICJ look at the intentionality rather than the pure number of people that have been cleaned from an area, ethnically cleansed from an area? This doesn't make any sense. Think. Do you think people study the Holocaust specifically to be like, look how bad that was, and then nothing else? No more takeaways. Is that what you think? That's why the Holocaust studies field exists? Or do you think that there is some additional takeaways from that to make sure that this doesn't happen again? We must study how it got to that point so that we can stop it, okay, before it gets to that point again. Because if you say, All right, my bad. After the fact, well, too late, don't you think? It's a little too late at that point. People look at the final solution and don't think about what other solutions there were before the final solution. You know what I mean? It's so strange.
In another part of the Capitol complex.
I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs.
Earlier, Trump and First Lady Melania returned to the White House for a transition tradition.
What's the angle behind designating cartels as terrorist organizations? Designating anyone or anything, no matter how violent or evil they might be, as a terrorist organization is specifically done to deny habeas corpus and to violate the normal due process that would exist in that situation. And because they're a terror cell now, you can sign off on special operations, invade Mexico, basically with your military force to target these terror cells. It just it's a way to violate the already fairly limited pre-existing constitutional protections against that sort of thing. Internally, internally inside of the United States of America, you can utilize the military to say we're combating against terrorism. These are cartel operatives within U.S. soil. They don't actually have to be cartel operatives, but you can now use that as a justification. You can also violate Mexico's sovereignty by saying, well, you can't deal with your cartels, so we're going to have to deal with it, and then conduct both raids internally and also conduct military operations on foreign soil.
With the outgoing president, one Trump had denied the Bidens 4 years ago.
Did you like my speech?
But only hours later, the new president insulted his predecessor.
One of the worst administrations in history, maybe not one of them, the worst.
Later, in the Oval Office, Trump was asked whether Biden left him a letter with advice, another presidential tradition.
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
Designating anyone as a terrorist is only and only done to justify killing them. Exactly. This is the same reason why. Israel says they're fighting Hamas. Okay? Because if they were to say openly, and sometimes they do actually leak it, but if they were to say openly that like every Palestinian Arab is violent no matter what age and we must kill all of them, which they literally do still say sometimes, only in Hebrew, but whatever. Okay, people would look at that and go, well, okay, that's a little crazy. That's a little racist, don't you think? What the hell? It seems like you're doing racist ethnic cleansing here. Okay? But there's at least some semblance of plausible deniability if you say we're fighting terrorism. We're fighting terror.
It could have been years before we found this. Wow. Thank you.
Can you say on the outside? Trump's news conference is expected in 30 minutes, and obviously I will go over there and watch what he has to say when it starts.
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
We did not read it together, so we're still waiting to hear what it said. Late last night, Trump...
As a university history professor in the U.S., I feel like all of my life's work has been for nothing. Now I know how you feel shouting the same thing at brain dead chatters every day. Yeah.
posted that he is firing more than 1,000 political appointees from across the government. There were reports of officials being told to resign at the State Department, at TSA, at the Coast Guard, and elsewhere. Now, it's not unusual for appointees to be let go when a new administration comes in, but normally they wait until the new officials are ready to take over. Nate.
All right, Nancy, thank you. We're already starting to see the effects of President Trump's actions on immigration, including on people trying to come to this country legally. Omar Villafranca has more from along the southern border in El Paso, Texas.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from...
Trump gives ICE power to arrest people at schools and churches while using common sense. Trump admin says that ICE can arrest people in and near places such as churches and schools, directing the agency to use common sense. It's a departure from the long-standing policy to avoid so-called sensitive areas. Dude, I'm telling you, Gestapo, okay? Gestapo. ICE is straight up doing SS shit, okay? And they're gonna do it. Trump said they're gonna do it, and they're gonna do it. And this time, unlike last time, there isn't even a limited amount of like, there isn't any semblance of judicial process here that can maybe even hold it up in the court system. You have a completely captive supermajority Supreme Court of the United States that will make everything that Trump wants to do constitutional. Okay? It's just, it's terrifying. I don't see the American people are waking up. Are we doomed? I don't know. "20% of my students are undocumented. We have an emergency staff meeting tonight about how to best protect them." Yeah, hopefully, documented, American-born, naturalized, like U.S. citizens will have to be a line of defense. Trump has issued an executive order that revises Muslim ban, but is also much worse. Here's a thread of the key aspects of the new ban. This is from legal scholar from the Quincy Institute, Mariam Jamshidi. "The admin has clearly learned from its earlier efforts to ban nationals from Muslim-majority countries by issuing a facially neutral order that appears to create a non-arbitrary process for its various action items. This is procedural process washing of what is still a discriminatory ban. New ban has many troubling provisions the old version of the ban didn't have, like this provision. Identifying how many nationals from those countries have entered or have been admitted in the United States on or since January 20th, 2021, and any other information the secretaries and attorney general deem relevant to the actions or activities of such nationals since their admission or entry into the United States. Whenever information is identified that will support the exclusion or removal of any alien described in subsection 2B, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall take immediate steps to exclude or remove that alien unless she determines that doing so would inhibit a significant pending investigation or prosecution of the alien for a serious criminal offense or be contrary to the national security interests of the United States. Together, those provisions suggest that foreign nationals from countries subject to the new ban that was admitted to the U.S. in the last 4 years could be subject to deportation. Is this a blanket automatic deportation order? Or is it more particularized? That is very similar to a law under President Coolidge that Hitler literally praised America for. Or is it more particularized? Hard to provide answers since this provision is written in deliberately vague language either way. Either way, it places countless foreign nationals present in the U.S. in a precarious position, including the over 40,000 Iranians holding non-visitor visas. One of my smart immigration colleagues has pointed out that the authority for this ban creates some hurdles to treating this as a blanket deportation clause. There's also this provision. Recommended any actions necessary to protect the American people from the actions of foreign nationals who have undermined or seek to undermine the fundamental constitutional rights of the American people, including but not limited to our citizens' right to freedom of speech and free exercise of religion protected by the First Amendment, who preach or call for sectarian violence, the overthrow or replacement of the culture on which our constitutional republic stands, or who provide aid, advocacy, or support for foreign terrorists. That part of the Muslim ban is specifically for college students. College students, many of which who are foreigners on international visas from many different countries, will be targeted under Project Esther, which is Project 2025's specific anti-Palestine division, where they will look at college students that have said free Palestine and try to deport them. This was also pre-written and pre-designed by the very same group that brought you Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation. Ironically enough, this, or who provide aid, advocacy, or support for foreign terrorists, kind of goes against the exercise of religion protected by the First Amendment, who preach or call for sectarian violence. Yeah. So no matter where you are from, if you say free Palestine, for example, and you're on a student visa, the government will try to come after you and deport you. I suspect that this process will require the federal government to set up Department of Homeland like snitch lines and hotlines specifically that can easily be undermined with a couple people that know how to code, I suspect. So if you're wondering how you resist against this sort of thing, I suspect that a lot of this resistance will be decentralized and hopefully with a lot of plausible deniability. I would never urge people to do such things if such a hotline was to exist. A snitch line was to exist. Of course, I would never. Evaluate the adequacy of programs designed to ensure the proper assimilation of lawful immigrants into the United States and recommend any additional measures to be taken that promote a unified American identity and attachment to the Constitution, laws, and founding principles of the United States. They have an assimilation provision. There's also a provision on refugees, as there was in the previous Muslim ban. Don't know off the top of my head whether this is any worse than the bans or the current processes for vetting asylum seekers. I believe the stateless language is new, though I could be wrong. Ensure that sufficient safeguards are in place to prevent any refugee or stateless individual from being admitted to the United States without undergoing stringent identification verification beyond that required of any other alien seeking admission or entry into the United States. The stateless language is, of course, for Palestinians. Obviously, that's the reason why that exists. They can say there's no legal state designation that the American government recognizes for Palestine, and therefore Palestinians will be under additional scrutiny in this process. The last thing, which others have also mentioned, 2C could also be the basis for new NCEERs, like the Registry for Foreign Nationals already present in the U.S. NCEERs was a program started shortly after 9/11, requires males of a certain age from almost only Muslim majority countries to register. Good. W for Trump. F the Palestinian. Yeah, dude. Yeah. When you're wondering why you can't have healthcare, just remember that, or when you're devastated by the immediate impacts of climate change, when your house burns down and you're like, oh man, why was there no preventative measures here? Remember that the money is being spent well. Oh, you're from the EU? Oh, dude. Awesome. You're from the EU. Okay. Yeah. Trump definitely won't be awful for you. Clearly. The EU famously also is not impacted by climate change. The EU famously exists not on this planet, but on fucking Mars. Yeah. I don't really care. What country are you from? In the European Union, chatter. Yeah, famously stable European Union. I like that he is abiding by the standards, the norm that I've also mentioned time and time again, that like our brain rot inevitably goes over there, and this guy's been completely captive. France. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah. Wait for the nationalists to take over your government. Imagine fucking shitting on America from France, dude. Look at Macron, dumbass. Unimaginably cooked. Talking about F the Palestinian, good W for Trump, F the Palestinian. Very, Your country's cooked too in the same exact ways that ours is, and you're over here being like, well, good job for Donald Trump. Least Islamophobic Francophone? Yeah. His username is a Nazi album? I don't care. I don't fucking whatever. French hogs are so funny because they think they're above like the unintellectual, unenlightened American hogs, but then they literally LARP as American hogs. He said they're trying to hold on to the colonial age by pretending they exert influence on Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah, remember when Israel violated any sort of remember when Israel violated French sovereignty like a couple months ago? And Macron had to say, "Please, oui, I would like some more, please." Yes, oui, very nice. Hong, hong, hong. Please arrest more of the French policemen. You have the right to do it. Yes. Hong, hong, hong. I'm Israel. Hi. Bitch.
Threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do.
A series of executive orders signed by President Trump Monday designed to crack down on immigration had an immediate impact. As the new administration shuttered an app used by asylum seekers to book appointments with immigration officials.
France, dude.
And
okay, whatever. You're still a fucking idiot. What do you mean?
Canceled.
Dude, what is this like? I was just pretending to be mentally deficient memes happening in the chat. He's like, yeah, dude, 52,000 people in here think I'm a dumbass racist. And guess what, dude? I am. But I was a dumbass racist from a different country. Imagine thinking I'm a dumbass racist from France. Okay, you got us, dude.
Like, all outstanding bookings, including the one for Margalise Tinoco from Colombia, who waited months for this day. I don't know what my life will be from here, she said. About 30,000 migrants were waiting to enter through the app. Sources tell CBS News Trump is also planning to ramp up operations to arrest unauthorized immigrants across major U.S. cities this week as he pledges to oversee the largest deportation effort in U.S. history. Chicago is now bracing for raids to detain and deport.
The new president tells us very clear. Everybody is the enemy. All the immigrants is the enemy.
Yesenia Ramirez has lived and worked in the U.S. while undocumented for 20 years. She spoke about the fear spreading in her community.
You don't see it, but you feel it. You have the panic attacks. You can't sleep.
Less than 24 hours into his second term, Trump also signed orders to keep asylum seekers in Mexico while awaiting immigration hearings, labeled drug cartels as terrorist organizations, and promised to send troops to the southern border. Last month, Border Patrol encountered around 96,000 foreign nationals at the southern border, down from more than 300,000 in 2023.
The Texas National Guard is already stationed here on the Texas-Mexico border and has been since 2021. Now, President Trump also signed an order going after birthright citizenship for children born in the U.S. to unauthorized immigrants, but that is already facing legal challenges from immigrants' rights advocates.
That's just against the Constitution, by the way. Like, straight up. Not even a joke, not even a meme. That is just completely unconstitutional. The real joke, of course, is claiming something is unconstitutional and expecting the Supreme Court to abide by that standard. None of that matters. We already know that the Supreme Court is completely captive to the whims of the current administration, and they will do their bidding. You know?
Gail?
Omar, thank you very much. Tom Homan, thank you so much for joining me. I want to ask with something that you said last night, that your deportation operation starts today. Did it?
Yeah, ISIS, they're out there enforcing law out today. And of course, as I've said numerous times, they're concentrating on public safety threats. That'll be our priority right out of the gate. So ICE officers are back to doing their job.
Where are these, are they actual raids? And how is it different from what we saw yesterday or the day before?
Well, look, I wouldn't call them raids. They're target enforcement operations. They know exactly who they're looking for. They know pretty much where they'll find them. So again, these are well-planned operations. They're well investigated, so they got a lot of backup information when they go out there. A whole team goes out for officer safety concerns. So this happens throughout the nation. I mean, I'm not going to tell you specific locations out of officer safety concerns, but ICE is back doing their job effective today. They haven't been able to do it for years.
Well, I'm going to follow up on that in 1 second, but who is ICE going after right now? I know that you and others said several times that it is the people who pose the biggest public safety threat to Americans who would be approached and deported first. Is that still the case?
Yes, people in the country illegally that have a criminal conviction that makes them a public safety threat. That's our priority.
How are you finding them?
Again, these ICE officers across the country have a 90-10 docket. They know who these people are. When they don't show up in court, they fail to leave as ordered by an immigration judge, or they have, NCIC information on someone who was arrested for a violent crime here that's in the country illegally. They take those leads, they do investigative work, and through that work, try to find out where these people may be located. And that's the whole investigative piece they do before they go out and actually make.
Yeah, famously, the federal law enforcement authorities up until this very moment, and the local law enforcement authorities up until this very moment, refused to prosecute criminals when they were when they were undocumented. Like that's not what he's talking about. If you think that the violent crimes the undocumented migrants are committing are not being prosecuted and investigated, you are out of your fucking mind, okay? No, he's using that thing that already is happening, okay, in an effort to basically do dragnet operations and grab as many undocumented people as possible, because they understand that even at this stage, if they were to say everyone, that would, make people go, that's a little crazy. So they have to make it seem like they're doing something justifiable.
Make an arrest.
And so what is happening as we speak is limited to those with criminal records?
That's the target of this operation. But like I said many times, in places like sanctuary cities where we can't arrest the
good, deport undocumented immigrants that have committed crimes. How is that controversial? Oh my God. How many times do I have to repeat this? It's called marketing, okay? Even the dumbest hog understands this. Dumbest hog in power understands this. But for some reason, people who just retain this information, normal citizens like this chatter here, simply cannot comprehend that Tom Homan is lying in this situation, okay? The notion that there are millions of undocumented migrants that have committed heinous, violent crimes on U.S. soil and have not been prosecuted and have not been subsequently deported or are in perma jail now as a consequence of that is fucking insane, okay? The reason why he's making it seem as though that is what they're going after is because it's much more marketable for him to say that instead of saying the truth, which is we are going to do dragnet operations in your neighborhoods. We're going to bust down doors and we're going to grab the abuela that works at the grocery store that you wave hi to every day. Okay. That doesn't eliminate the point being valid. I'm not validating all his points. I just think deporting criminals is a valid POV. Otherwise, arguing it is an invalid point if it's not what's actually going to happen and not what is. It's an invalid point because he's lying. How do you not understand this? The reason why it is an invalid point is because he makes it seem as though the current federal government does not prosecute criminals who are undocumented. If you believe that, you're a fucking moron. Okay? That's it. Of course, he's not going to say we're just going to do dragnets and deport, forcibly put the otherwise law-abiding abuelas down the street from you into permanent jail, okay? Into a concentration camp. He's not going to say that because people are going to be like, that's a bridge too far for me. He has to justify it. And the way to justify it is by claiming that these guys have done heinous, violent crimes. Okay? And he has to further justify that by claiming that the previous administration did not prosecute undocumented immigrants who committed heinous, violent crimes. That's it. If you take everything he says at face value, you, as a dullard, will sit here and go, oh, well, this makes sense. I understand his other points might be invalid and not in good faith, but Dems, as Dems on the left, if our messaging is a counterattack, first of all, I don't care about the Democratic Party's messaging on this issue, and I don't care about what you think is the best possible way to go about it in terms of the optics, because you clearly are too stupid to understand what's already happening here anyway, okay? Dems on the left, our messaging is a counterattack on the premise that a majority of Americans agree. Okay, a majority of Americans agree that Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth in our lifetime. What do we do about it? Should we legislate accordingly? The fuck do you mean, dude? What a stupid position. If a majority of Americans believe that the only law of the land is the Christian law, and we have to actually learn about Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, in schools, are you going to say, well, a majority of Americans agree with it, so I guess that has to be the case? Politics is the art of the possible. Dude, I can't stand liberals, man. I cannot stand liberals. Like, they literally substitute being bad at politics with like some kind of adult way of interpreting the situation. Okay? Politics is the art of the possible, which is why we have to constantly cave and capitulate to the Republican framing on issues, no matter how fucking insane it is, no matter how made up it is, because if we don't counter message against it, people start believing the Republican messaging on the issue, and then there are enough people that believe it. Well, then it must be true, I guess. If our messaging is a counterattack, a premise that the majority of Americans agree and believe in, we're going to continue to sink further in immigration polling, which, whether we agree or not, was a huge impact during the election alongside the economy. I'm going to die. The reason why a huge majority of Americans believe this falsehood is because the Democrats never communicated that it was a falsehood at all. They just showed their bellies. And worse, they actually solidified that this was a real issue. It was born out of real data by actively making their own exact same right-wing reactionary white nativist immigration, anti-immigration bills. Brilliant stuff, okay? Big words don't make you sound smart when your point is bad, lol. I don't think I used any big words. I don't know if you're talking to the other chatter. What are the big words that I'm using here? Republicans have a starting position that is born out of a lie. Okay? That's it. It's born out of a lie. The idea that undocumented migrants that come, and documented migrants too, by the way, this is not just undocumented migrants, so I got to stop saying that. Non-citizens, and that's the Customs and Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security state, designation for this. Non-citizens are responsible for an unimaginable metric ton of fucking crimes, okay? That's a lie. It is the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. They are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens, okay? The reason why Republicans advance this position is for a multitude of different reasons, but many of which is just simply that they're fucking racist, okay? If the liberals, and the craziest part about this, by the way, isn't that like this was something that was unforeseeable. In the month of February, in the year 2021, okay? You got to lay off calling people fucking morons when they approach you with counter arguments. If the counter argument is moronic, I'm going to say that it's a moronic counter argument. I'm sorry. If your counter argument is, well, a lot of people believe this dumb shit, and I haven't really examined whether or not there is any veracity to it, and I just think that when a decent number of people believe in a complete falsehood, then we just have to act like that complete falsehood is the truth, then you're a fucking moron. You know? I'm sorry that it hurts your fucking feelings, dude. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm a bot, and you have to treat me like a special little flower in the chat. My feelings will be hurt if you don't do that. This also goes back to the American entitlement, okay? The American entitlement, American exceptionism, and American individualism, and the American entitlement that, like, I came up with this idea, and it's a brilliant idea, so you have to take it seriously. Me, 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 me. You are an entitled American, dude. Racist. People from all countries come to Mexico to gain access to the USA, skirting the law, says MJ Plays. You are an entitled American, dude. I am. Okay? I am an entitled American. Exactly. So you have to listen to me now, okay? Instead of other... At least I'm an entitled American who understands what the fuck is going on, rather than an entitled American who's a dumbass, who's going around being like, me, 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 me. Hasan, please see the truth. Oh... People from all countries come to Mexico to gain access to the USA, skirting the law, okay? First and foremost, the law is restrictive, okay? Specifically designed to make sure that people come in illegally, or in many instances legally come in, but they want to fucking deport those people as well, for the record, and they are working to deport those people as well, or take away their immigration status. That's number one. Number two, the normal process of coming into the United States of America, especially from a Latin American country, especially from a South American country, is unimaginably long and virtually impossible, especially if you don't have a lot of money, okay? So that is precisely the reason why people do this thing where they seek asylum, which is legal, okay? Seeking asylum is a legal process. And many of those people who are going through the legal process of seeking asylum in the United States of America that actually had their CBP-1 applications that were supposed to be today, when they were supposed to have their interviews yesterday, got the application shut down. So you're actually shutting down legal migration as well, okay? I empathize with real asylum seekers, but we are allowing criminals in without due diligence. You don't know what you are talking about. If you think that the CBP-1 application does not actually have any sort of background checks, you're just wrong. And not only are you wrong, but you are fantasizing about a reality that you came up with that no, plenty of real criminals are actually skirting the system. Okay? I'm sorry. I can't entertain the silliness in the chat if that's your take. Who do we contact to confirm the background check? The dictators? Yes, they call up Maduro personally. The dictators. Do you think that that's what you're implying? No, I'm not implying that because I'm not a fucking moron. Do you think that the Customs and Border Patrol is actually woke and the Department of Homeland Security is actually woke and they're wokely saying, even if someone is of a criminal background, even if someone has a criminal background, let's not investigate that. Let's just let them all in. Is that what you think is going on? Also, if that's the case, you probably assume, and it's not false, that a shit ton of undocumented migrants came into the United States in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. So why did they not amount to an unimaginable, why did they not cause an unimaginable sea of extra crimes that took place in the process? Or do you think they did, and the quote-unquote woke law enforcement officials in every state, in every locality, actually secretly were all tasked with hiding this truth and simply did not arrest them? Or when they did arrest them and they realized that they were undocumented migrants, they let them go? Because in terms of the murder rate, for example, it's gone down in the process of unlimited migration into the United States of America. Perhaps it's because undocumented migrants, at least if you look at the data, are responsible for significantly lower percentages of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Hasan, I don't want you to be killed by a migrant. Please stop. What? Dude, you are just fucking brain dead if you think that any random migrant person that you see is a murderer, okay? I don't know if you're trolling or if you're just a racist fucking moron. What the fuck? I live in Los Angeles, okay? The fuck do you mean? I don't want you to get killed by a shut up. Oh, I'm trolling a little bit. Oh. Country is 330 million people, 29 murders by undocumented migrants last year. 29. Yeah, we're really going to put a dent. We're really going to put a dent in that fucking murder rate by doing mass deportation and concentration camps for 20 million people.
Bad person in the jail. We would like to have access to the jail to arrest a criminal alien in the safety and security of a county jail, which is safer for the community, safer for the officers, safer for the...
It's crazy seeing certain sex workers become MAGA over the past couple of years. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, what are you talking about? It's clout. People don't give a shit. They just want to... One, everyone is susceptible to the same kind of brain rot. Okay? That's number one. And number two... people are very clout obsessed and want to make money and think this is a better way to generate attention. And then people will come and jerk off to their photos that way. I know this, you know, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. Much more popular sex workers than Misgiv's fake sister have actually successfully done this in the past and still continue to do so.
The alien. But when you release a public safety threat out of a sanctuary jail and won't give us access to him, that means we got to go to the neighborhood and find him. And we will find him. But when we find him, he may be with others. Others that don't have a criminal conviction but are in the country illegally, they will be arrested too. Because we're not going to strike, and this is the difference between the last administration and this administration. ICE is going to enforce the immigration law. There's nothing in the INA, the Immigration Nationality Act, says you got to be convicted of a serious crime in order to be removed from this country. So there's going to be more collateral arrests in sanctuary cities because they forced us to go in the community and find the guy we're looking for.
Let me just make sure that I understand what you're saying, because at first you said that the first targets are those with criminal records, but you are also saying that those who are undocumented in the U.S., also who don't have criminal records, people who are working in their communities, maybe even have spouses who are American citizens, they could be swept up with ICE today as well?
What I'm telling you is when we go find our priority target, which is a criminal alien, if he's with others in the United States illegally, we're going to take enforcement action against him. We're going to...
That's called a dragnet, dude. That's what he's saying. You know, Israel style. Some real where's daddy shit. He said collateral arrest. Yeah. This has nothing to do with apprehending criminal migrants who have done violent crimes, okay? It's not. The current system already prosecutes anyone who has committed a crime on U.S. soil. Now, police are notoriously incompetent, but they're incompetent when it's an American citizen that commits a crime or when it's an undocumented migrant that commits a crime. They're incompetent across the board. That's why their clearance rate for murders is 57%. If you were to tell me we have to make the police more competent, we have to ensure that we have better detectives, we have to have higher standards for policing, I'm there with you, okay? But if you look at that situation and you say, No, I'm imagining that all of the unsolved murders are done by undocumented migrants, even though the solved murder ratio doesn't actually make any fucking sense whatsoever, considering that undocumented migrants or non-citizens in general, undocumented and documented migrants, are responsible for 1% of the homicide and manslaughter rate, but 100% of the unsolved homicide and manslaughter rate. You're out of your fucking mind.
On a forced immigration law.
What happens then? So the ICE officers gets an individual or a set of individuals and apprehends them. What next?
Another fact that I must remind people is that 1 out of every 15 household in this nation with 330 million people has at least one parent that is not documented. 1 out of 15 household. Okay? 1 out of every 15 household in this country is a mixed status household, a mixed immigration status household. 1 out of 15. That means there's a high likelihood that at least one house down the street from you is going to be getting this door knocking operation.
What do these ICE officers do with them? Because in some cases, and you know this far better than I, they haven't been deported in the past because their country of origin won't take them.
Well, what happens after arrest? They're taken to an ICE office and they're processed and put in detention. While they're in detention, ICE officers work on...
That's what the voters want? No, dude. The voters never know what they want until they get it, okay? What is this? You said that's kind of racist? Yeah, 1 in 15 homes is mixed status home. That's not a kind of racist take. That's just the truth. I don't know why you would try to cynically say, oh, kind of racist. Doing the classic, oh, if you're noticing racism, you're the real racist type nonsense. That's what the voters want, is also an idiotic fucking argument. Okay? Because since we saw what happened when the Republican Party advanced this agenda through the Supreme Court to, to overturn Roe v. Wade after lying to the American public, the voters very quickly found out after the implementation of said restrictions that they didn't want that, even people who had actually previously voted for it. Okay? You'll see what the voters actually want. You precogged Fetterman party switch for fucking sure? Oh yeah, no, it's gonna, yeah, I already, yeah. I told you that John Fetterman is gonna switch parties. Is this guy trying to give an interview while actively being victim to a stroke? I mean, yeah, he is. He's a Harkonnen.
On travel documents, the host country sends travel documents saying, yeah, this is our citizen, this is our national. Then we make flight arrangements. So they could be in detention from a few days for a few weeks until that removal was made happen.
What if the host country doesn't want them, as has happened in the recent past?
We have various plans. We have various plans. Other countries are willing to take them. We have third safe country removals. So that's something we're working through. But I think you're going to see less of the recalcitrant countries. Countries don't take their citizens back under this president, because this president has vowed that these countries will take them back. So I'll leave that up to the White House. But there will be negotiations with those countries who are pushing back on recalcitrancy, and they will be removed.
You know, I think that there is some kind of image that people might have, given how much we heard President Trump and you in the months during the campaign, and certainly during the transition, talking about what's going to happen of people being rounded up, loaded on buses, and dropping them off.
Yeah, this is where, look, this is why I said this doesn't happen overnight, okay? First, you actively dehumanize, and you say there's a real good reason for why we got to do mass deportations. It's just mass deportations. It's just criminals. Okay, maybe it's not just criminals. It's all undocumented migrants. Okay, maybe it's some documented migrants as well as the undocumented migrants. Okay? But we have to do it. We have to do it because they're violent. We have to do it because they're invading the country. We have to do it because they're collaborating with the cartels. They're doing terrorism. Okay? Then you have to set up these facilities. The facilities are going to be shitty to begin with because obviously these are the people that you're rounding up and putting in this concentrated area are already now officially considered undesirables. Okay? You put them in these facilities. It's already too expensive of a process to begin with. There's a lot of legal hurdles to clear under international law. Maybe you can't deport some of the people. Okay? And also, the maintenance of these facilities that are going to be in dire conditions are going to start, leading to some suspicious, mysterious deaths left and right. And in that process, you have a choice to make. Either you enslave them in permanent detention and you force them to do backbreaking labor, okay? Or you just kill them. And that's how you arrive at the final solution. This process will take many years, usually, okay? But that's how you get to death camps. That's how you get to the final solution. Based. Okay, dude, sick. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, when you hear something like that and you say based, that doesn't, your life is still awful. You know that, right? Deporting 20 million migrants is not going to make you a more fuckable person, okay? Your crush is still never going to talk to you. You're still a pathetic loser, and your family most likely is embarrassed, and that's why they don't tell you when they're having family gatherings. You, assuming that cruelty that others are going to be subjected to is going to somehow elevate your status in society is a lie, okay? Fix your own damn self. Instead of fantasizing about the state enforcing violent mechanisms against those who are more marginalized than you are, okay? It is precisely that problem that causes you to further and further latch on to right-wing politics. It's so sad and so fucking pathetic. Bro's pushing the envelope with hypotheticals today. You think it's I'm pushing the envelope with hypotheticals? It's not even a hypothetical. This is what I suspect will happen by telling you what has happened throughout history. Okay? It's happened in American history, and it certainly has happened in German history as well. And in identical ways, too.
On the border. Is that how you see this happening?
Well, I don't like the analogy of rounding up. Look, again, this is a targeted enforcement operation. The president's been clear on this. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. But in sanctuary cities, where they don't let us take that public safety threat into custody and the safety and security of a jail, we have to go find him. If he's with others in the country illegally, ICE will not turn the blind eye to that. ICE is going to uphold the oath they took. They're going to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and signed by a president. And they're going to do that without apology. I mean, if sanctuary cities force us in this position, that's exactly what's going to happen.
How many deportations do you think that you can carry out this year? Last year, for example, the Biden administration did deport about 270,000 people, which is the most since 2014. I know you said ICE has not been doing its job, but there have been a lot of deportations. What's going to happen coming up?
Yeah, that don't count. That don't count, Dana. Yeah. By the way, previous deporter-in-chief, Barack Obama. Second deporter-in-chief, Joe Biden.
That is not accurate. The Biden administration is hiding the numbers. If you look at those removal numbers, over 80% were Border Patrol apprehensions on the border that were immediately removed. They weren't ICE removals. So if you look at what ICE has done
Yeah, they don't count. They don't count those. The more valuable ones are people that have been living inside of U.S. soil for 10 plus years that have been working a job. That's the real valuable people that must be removed. Those weren't impactful enough. Those weren't violent enough. Those weren't psychotic enough.
of the United States under 4 years of President Biden, They have the lowest numbers of removals in the history of the agency, despite a historic illegal crisis on the southern border. So they can claim 240,000, whatever removals.
He didn't say that shit though. He said criminals. Yeah, you do understand. I hope you recognize that he's not actually talking about criminals. Or in his mind, he could be simply saying, well, you crossed the border illegally, you're a criminal. Now, not all crimes are equal. Okay? And if you understand, here's what I'm saying. If you're illegal, caught up with criminals, then sorry, you know? Wait, what? Are you fantasizing about a thing that is not happening where you're just like, dude, where does this come from? Why is there no due process? Why? If you're illegal and with illegal criminals by, okay, so you got a 14-year-old, okay, who's in a house. There's another guy there, okay, an immediate family relative. The guy has a parking ticket, okay? They bust down the door. They nab both of these guys, the 14-year-old and the adult. That's good for you? That's a good, you know, bye-bye? Valid? Is that what you're saying? I don't think they're going after parking offenders. No, you don't think that. You don't think much, okay? They're not even going after parking offenders. They're going after everyone. I think they're going to probably go after real criminals, my G. No, dude, you're just fucking oh my God! This is why there's so many motherfucking Trump-supporting, undocumented Honduran people too, okay? They just think that there is this idea of bad migrants and good migrants, okay? That's what they think. So they go, nah, I know my immediate relatives actually voted for Trump, and I'm undocumented, and I would have voted for him too. Because guess what? They're only deporting the bad migrants. You're a fucking idiot. They already deport the bad migrants, okay? God damn. What the fuck are we doing? You think when an undocumented migrant does like a rape or a crime or a DUI or something heinous that they just get away with it? Are you that fucking stupid? Really, please, what is going on, man? Oh, I swear since the inauguration, people have managed to get dumber even record time. No, it's because all the fucking stupid hogs are now no longer embarrassed to be dumb in broad daylight because they got Big Dumbo over there and his cadre of Harkonnen-style villains all over mainstream media preaching. So they think, okay, I'm galvanized. I'm emboldened. America's back on track, baby. It's so frustrating because I also hate the elitist, entitled liberals who operate with the same violence in mind anyway. But a lot of these guys don't understand that. They think, oh, this is just team sports. Get wrecked, libtard. We own you. I wonder how many times you will have the same argument today. I will be having the same argument every single day as we're watching like random, otherwise law-abiding, documented and undocumented non-citizens get rounded up and put into concentration camps. I'll be like, that person was simply just a person who picks crops, okay? That person is responsible for the tomatoes that arrive at your fucking table, okay? Right now, that person is getting rounded, and they'll be like, nah, I imagine a fantasy where that person actually is a drug dealer and maybe even raped and executed multiple children in an orphanage, so I think it's valid. Slave argument, ZZZ. Okay, brilliant minds, dude, brilliant. Yeah, I'm not saying that person should remain undocumented. I'm saying that that person should be documented. Okay? so they can also, alongside the rest of the documented labor force, advocate for better wages in a unionized work structure. That is the major difference here. I understand that having two tiers of labor and a permanent underclass that is constantly replenished by global south migration after those countries have been destabilized by us or eviscerated by climate change is always going to depress the wages across the board. I understand that. I recognize that. My solution to that problem isn't to deport 20 million people in the most violent ways possible and assume that someone will fill these roles. Okay? My solution is that they're already working here. They already provide for America in a very meaningful fashion. And therefore, they should be processed and documented.
That's simply not the fact. And under the Trump administration, were there fewer removals? Yes. And why was that? Because we secured the border. We weren't releasing millions of people in the United States to have to go find and remove. So it doesn't matter how many people were deported, it's how many people were released in this country, and millions were released into this country by the Biden administration that were not released by the Trump administration.
I just want to be clear. I'm not obviously getting these numbers out of thin air. They are coming from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. You're saying that they're giving us false information?
The numbers are accurate. I'm talking, where do those removals come from? And they're not interior ICE removals. 80% of those removals were arrested by Border Patrol. So ICE didn't make the arrest, Border Patrol did, and they were removed by ICE on the southern border.
Understood. You told my colleague Caitlin Collins in December that you didn't know how many people you're going to depart because you didn't know the resources that you would have. How much money do you, and I understand that you've been in this job now for a matter of hours, but you've been working on it ahead of time for a long time. Do you know how much money you're going to need from Congress to carry this out?
Look, I've been working with members of Congress, and the whole team's been working on to come up with a number that makes sense. But like I've said many times, we're going to use whatever money we have and do the most efficient operation we can. The more money we have, the more we can do. And I think this election proves that the American people support the removals of criminal aliens in this country. So I'm looking for Congress to come through and give us the budget we need.
One of the president's executive orders suspends
hundreds of billions for a problem that doesn't exist, that will actually, in the implementation of this quote unquote solution for the problem that doesn't exist, will cause infinitely more problems, by the way. I rarely ever talk about the New York Times style approach to the subject matter, where I talk about the, I feel like it's selfish and silly to talk about the economic impact of mass deportations, because I think that I am more invested in the immediate violence and the cruelty of the matter. But it's also an incredibly stupid thing to do for the American economy. Okay? The overwhelming majority of our agribusiness is undocumented migrants. Okay? Migrant workers are at the heart of American agriculture. That's number one. A quarter of the construction business are migrant workers. But then again, Trump clearly doesn't care about construction despite being a real estate developer, because he's now talking about implementing 25% tariffs on Canada, where the overwhelming majority of our lumber comes from. So clearly he doesn't care about any of this at all. He does not care about the economic impact at all. Trump's not live yet, is he? Why are people saying he's live already?
the U.S. refugee program, and that action could leave about 2,000 Afghans in limbo who were previously approved to resettle in the U.S., and that includes families of U.S. service members. Why shouldn't those people be allowed to come in the U.S. and stay as refugees?
Look, we need to secure the border. We need to stop the bleeding, right? We can keep bailing the water out of the boat, but we got to plug those holes. So right now, it's all about securing this nation, securing the border, and we'll address that in the coming days. But right now, we're going to shut that border down and get a hold of this problem. What's happening on our border is the biggest national security vulnerability I've seen in my career, and I've got over 35 years doing this. We need to take action to secure the border, and we'll discuss the other policies down the road. But right now, it's all about securing the border and saving lives.
So I just want to, again, make sure I understand this, because this is all new and very, very important with regard to the Afghan refugees, that it was a blanket executive order, but perhaps it could be amended, or specific groups of people could be addressed as you get your arms around this?
No, the order stands as is, but we know there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We know that a lot of these refugees weren't properly vetted. There are things we need to fix.
See, a lot of these refugees weren't properly vetted. Another lie. Now they're talking about documented migrants, people who have come in here with refugee status. Now they are talking about removing people who already have the proper documentation. TPS for Venezuelans and Haitians, for example. Okay. And many other people that have come into this country under special status, special clearance, that are documented. Now, why would you also remove people who are documented migrants? Interesting. Why is Donald Trump trying to go against the Constitution and take away the naturalization of people who are born into mixed status households? Maybe one parent is documented, maybe one parent is a tourist, or maybe one parent is documented and another parent is in the process of getting their visa or in the process of getting their citizenship, and then the child is born on U.S. soil. Donald Trump no longer thinks that you should be considered as an American citizen. That is protected by the Constitution. Why, oh, why? Do we have an issue with space in this country? We do not, just so you know. Is there a finite pool of labor that's readily available? No, that is also wrong. There is no lump sum of labor. There is no finite amount of labor, because guess what? When there are more people, there is more need for teachers, trainers. There is more need for construction workers. So there is technically no lump sum of labor. However, when you have a two-tier labor structure, you can permanently lower the wages of everyone by constantly hedging against the existing documented labor pool with migrant workers that you can exploit. It is perhaps the most un-American thing on the planet to just assume that we've had enough. And this is a nation, for all of its evil actions in its inception and all of the awful things that has continued throughout American history, the one good thing about America that has caused the United States of America to consistently avoid the same trap that every developed nation has fallen into is permanent migration. Okay? Access to whites is not a human right. Dude, nobody wants your crusty, disgusting, neck-bearded, mouth-breathing white ass, okay? I cannot stress this enough. And this is something that you also know. You know this deep in your heart, okay? Ain't nobody want you. Is Fuck With Me Friday and you posted and everybody's not fucking with you, okay? Nobody's fucking with you. Crawl back to the hole you came out of, okay? Access to the whites. Oh, here's the thing. When you're a pathetic fucking loser, okay, who will perish at the mere sight of daylight, you have to grab on to fantasies of racial superiority, okay? When you have nothing, when you have absolutely nothing, you have to think that, like, no, there is some holistic spiritual reason for why I am simply superior by design. Okay? I have racial superiority by design. It's got to be, you know? There's got to be something. That's what it is. For a lot of racist people, that's what it is. It's like deep embedded insecurities. Okay?
Administration broke before we allowed the program to continue. So we're on it. We'll be discussing it more in the future.
Okay, so Afghan refugees, children in some cases of U.S. service members, they are no longer safe in the United States.
I want to say they're safe in the United States. The President issued executive order to give us time to get our arms around this massive problem of immigration in the United States, massive vetting problem that we got to get our hands around. So that's where we're at.
Okay, so they'll be deported or not let in if they're on their way.
If they're in the country illegally, they have a problem. It's not okay to enter this country illegally if that's what.
There it is. Yep. There it is. All right. Donald Trump is going to talk about, Sebastian Gorka. The neo-Nazi himself, Mr. Vitesse Rend. Hasan, are you for continuing to build new structures? Wouldn't that negatively affect the environment? Plus, won't there continue to be less habitable area due to climate change? Dude, are we doing eco-fascist takes in the chat right now? What's happening? First of all, there is already a lot of unrealized land here, okay? Number one, there's already plenty of structures that exist that we're simply sitting on, okay? There are a shit ton more available units than there are homeless people in this country. That's number one. And number two, there are environmentally conscious ways of building, okay? I love saying stuff like this when this chatter cannot live in America, right? Like, there's no way. The average American city is half mall, half parking lot, okay? What are you talking about? You think there aren't better, more environmentally friendly ways of improving the city planning? Yeah, the only way to prevent and mitigate ecological disaster is by killing migrants. I live in LA. Okay, well, great example. LA is also, just like every other city, half parking lot and half mall. Shit. AI infrastructure, holy shit, what a dog shit future that is headed for us. Yeah. No, I mean, this is also funny. We're doing an AI infrastructure announcement on the first full day. Full grift. Full grift. We're going full grift. It's awesome.
Hi, everyone.
Let's look at some of the dumbest people celebrating this, by the way, the Trump administration.
I just want to give a great big shout out to President Trump for signing an executive order stating that it is the official position of the federal government of the United States that there are only two genders, male and female. I've had this sign outside of my office since February of 2021. I have really stood in the fight.
It's so funny that Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to be the disgusting face of this there are only two genders shit, okay? It's like, okay, so which one do you fall under the category of if there's like rigid boundaries such as this one? How am I supposed to know? No, you don't understand. It's because trans people exist that people constantly tell me, constantly misgender me. If we eradicated trans people, then no one would misgender me. Every TERF. Well, she's not even a radical feminist, but
during all 4 years of the Biden administration, when Democrats and the Biden administration did everything they could to destroy God's creation, which is only 2 genders. So I'm very proud today to tell you that my sign still stands outside here of my office in Rayburn 2201, and I am standing up for...
Yeah. I love that these people also try to say that this is the scientific take. It's just not. But at this point, it doesn't matter. You know? It just doesn't matter. Like, these guys can just say whatever the fuck they want. And according to some of the chatters from earlier, they're like, well, the majority of people believe that this is science. Okay, well, I guess it's science now. Gender is a social construct. I can't believe I'm repeating this classic take once again. Male and female are sexes, okay? Gender, on the other hand, is a social construct in general, okay? And even the sexes are not a binary. This is so not the case that even Ben Shapiro now at least says it's bimodal, okay? Which also is a little reductive.
For everyone, Christians, God-fearing people all over the world, and especially here in America, is we take a strong position that we will never allow God's creation to be destroyed.
If gender is a social construct, then why can't we state as a society that there's only 2? Well, I think that the problem isn't the state just saying there's only 2 genders. I think, well, one, you should probably have issues with the state enforcing a religious doctrine regardless, okay? Bait, by the way. And 2, if gender is a social construct, and why can't we state as a society that there's only 2, means that there's supposed to be apprehension and prevention of people that do not actually fit within the norms that the state has defined. That's the problem. Do you understand? When you end up prescribing social norms, there has to be a level of enforcement. So if you don't actually fit those standards, you get punished for it. Okay? It first starts off with the obvious, which is banning HRT and any sort of hormone replacement therapy. But it moves beyond that. And that's why you inevitably always arrive at transvestigations. That is the final stage of transphobia as a mental disorder. Because it is not being trans is not a mental illness. Transphobia, on the other hand, is. And the more transphobic you become, the more insane you become. And because gender is a social construct that everyone understands is a socially defined construct, and you look at markers, okay? You look at markers, and that's precisely the reason why when you see a trans woman, you go, oh, that's a man. You don't go, that's a man immediately. You go, that's a woman, okay? Maybe a trans woman, but you still automatically don't assume what their gender was at birth, okay? Gender designation at birth. L take. That take is a reach. L take. Okay. I'm a man. How do you know I'm a man? Have you seen my cock? If you've seen my cock, what if I actually wasn't a man at birth? What if I was AFAB, assigned female at birth? Okay, you've seen the outline of my dick print, but what if I got bottom surgery? Okay, you don't know that. So the only way to prove that I'm scientifically actually assigned male at birth and still a man is by looking at my blood work. okay, and my chromosomes. Nobody will do that under normal social circumstances. That would be insane. You would halt society for the whims of some of the most schizophrenic people in society. Okay? That is precisely why gender is socially defined. Wrong, fake, new. Bro, I got a son. I don't want them teaching about that BS to him. What? What BS? What I'm explaining is not bullshit. It's just the truth. What are you talking about? This is why whenever transphobic legislation passes, considering that there aren't that many trans people, okay, in general, the overwhelming majority of people that get harmed in the process are cis people. Okay? Like in the state of Ohio or many other red states where they've done genital inspection, mandatory genital inspection if a parent suspects a girl in high school athletics of being a man, okay, a trans girl. What are you supposed to do to enforce that? Okay? Any father from the opposing team that sees your daughter dominating in sports can turn around and go, that's a trans girl. Now what do? You got to get the gym teacher to go look at your daughter's pussy. That's what you got to do. You think that's good? You think that's a smart way to go about this? Great stuff. Congratulations. You designed an even more perverted and pedophilic society. What are you saying? I'm describing the process of literal legislation that is passed at state legislatures in the United States of America. If it comes across as insane to you, then you understand the point I'm making. The point I'm making is it is insane. Too far? Not a fan of that commentary? Wait, too far? What are you talking about? You can't just look at a situation that has been implemented in law and go, that's too far, man. I can't believe you're telling me this. Yeah, I think it's too far. I agree. I like that you're not a fan of what I'm saying, but not a fan of what they're doing. Instead of not being a fan of what they're doing. You know what I mean? GOP passes bill aiming to root out suspected transgender female athletes with genital inspection. House Republican lawmakers in Ohio passed a bill at 11:15 p.m. Wednesday night that would ban transgender girls and women from participating in high school and college athletics. It also comes with a verification process of checking genitals of those accused of being trans. The State Women's Sports Act, or House Bill 61, wasn't supposed to be on the schedule for legislators originally. Anyway, Trump is on.
This investment coming into our country.
Let's hear what he has to say about AI shit.
Nobody's really ever seen before, and they're very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments. And it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome 3 of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa Yoshi-san, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say the by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So that's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. Let me be a new president. I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, fellas. But it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations, because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built. So they have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. Beginning immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI, and this will include the construction of colossal data centers, very, very massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. Are going to employ a lot of people. And physical campuses and locations currently being scouted nationwide. They're making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing, and if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of other subjects also. But this is, to me, a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you, and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly couldn't do this without you. It would simply be impossible. AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while, and with Masa for a while. The data centers are actually under construction.
On the one hand, I think the AI stuff is already like a scam and very phony in terms of like the technological capabilities. But even if it was true, then Donald Trump is signing off on the displacement of the existing American labor force right now to the tune of billions of dollars. How does that work with the whole, like, I am pro-labor?
Charismatic, and the one that I think touches us all is electronic health records. Not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding the condition of the
AI is not phony. You're so high.
Oh
my God. Sure.
And being able to
we'll talk about that
healthcare
after.
plans that are much better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient. We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or patients with any other kind of disease, made possible by AI. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to pass it to Masa, but this is a very exciting program for Oracle to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good. That's great. I feel tall now. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to
celebrate your winning and promise that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Now I came back with 500. Because this is the, as you said yesterday, this is the beginning of golden age of America. This is one great example, I think, right? We wouldn't have decided to do this.
And I think so.
This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you won. And yesterday we agreed, we signed to make this happen because of this day.
Very nice.
So we would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying $100 billion with the goal of making $500 billion within next 4 years, within your term, right? Because of your success. So we are very, very excited to do this. And our partner is, of course, SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with MGX. On top of that, we have the technology partner, NVIDIA, and of course, Microsoft has been very, very supportive to SAM and continue to support all our success. This is not just for business. As Larry said, this will help people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we could not have solved with the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon. And after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind would never ever have thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era. And as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President. And I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So
yeah, not China.
Thank you very much.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against
My dad is walking around talking about the golden age and being rich again.
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some.
How does your dad foresee making money off of AI? Just try to get him to walk from step A to step
cured at
B.
an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
Great. Very good. Thank
Can I speak and answer that question, Mr. President? So we're currently working on. Should I step on this? Okay. All right. No. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall. Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, Once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that
He activated the trigger word.
mRNA vaccine. You can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Why did he say that? Why did he say that?
Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But these are highly respected guys. I was shocked with Larry because I don't even think Larry does this stuff. You did a very good job for a guy that doesn't do it much, right? But he's so respected, and the group, and it's really an honor. But for Larry to be here and do this is very unusual because he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. He does, and you don't need it, do you? Huh? You don't need it. But I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people, that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here, and we're going to make it as easy as it can be. A $500 million Stargate project comes in addition to a separate pledge between $100 and $200 billion from, as we know, from Masa. We talked about before. Also, $20 billion from DMAC, which was great. And we have many others that are coming. Some I just say, just announce it. It's easier. But with some, I know them, and they're so highly respected, I'd rather do it this way. Many would like to do it this way, but we're letting the world know what's happening. This is money that normally would have gone to China or other countries, but in particular China. In total, before the end of my first full business day in Washington in the White House, we've already secured nearly $3 trillion of new investments in the United States, and probably that's going to be 6 or 7 by the end of the week. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in for many things other than even AI. AI seems to be very hot. It seems to be the thing that a lot of smart people are looking at very strongly. And our country will be prospering like never before. I think that's true, and it's going to be the golden age of America. As I say, yesterday we had the most ambitious, action-oriented day of any administration in history. No, there's never been a first day like yesterday, as you know. I signed a sweeping slate of executive orders to stop the invasion of our borders. I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill, our term that we use. We're going to drill, baby, drill.
I invented
like never
it.
before. We ended destructive DEI mandates across the federal government and returned our country to a merit-based system and a common sense system. As you know, the Supreme Court gave us a decision on merit, where things in this country can be based on merit now instead of a lot of different rules, regulations, and things that really put our country at a big disadvantage. We permanently stopped government censorship and restored free speech. That was signed yesterday. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Sounds so beautiful, the Gulf of America, and returned the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley. They took off the name, and he was actually a great president. He was a very, very successful businessman. He ran for governor of Ohio. He won and did a great job as governor, ran for president, and he won. He was assassinated, ultimately, in his second term, unfortunately. But he was the tariff king, and I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him, but he believed in him very strongly. And he raised massive amounts of money. Our country was at its richest from 1870 to 1913. We had the most, that was when we were the richest, relatively speaking. We were the richest during that period of time. That was tariffs from other countries. And our administration's moving with unprecedented urgency and speed to confront every single crisis facing us, and we'll get the job done. And again, I want to thank Sam and Masa and Larry for being here. It's an honor to have them. And we'll take a few questions if you want.
About some of the executive orders, you would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer,
Sure.
right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on in Philadelphia, take a look at what's gone on in LA, where people murder people and they don't get charged. These people have already served years in prison, and they've served them viciously. It's a disgusting prison. It's been horrible. It's inhumane. It's been a terrible, terrible thing. I also say this, you go to Portland, where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers, nothing happened to anybody. You go to Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city and people died. Portland, a lot of people died. Wait a minute. And you go also, take a look at Minneapolis, because I was there and I watched it. And if I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city wouldn't even exist today. People were killed and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served a long period of time, and I made a decision to give a pardon. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. These are criminals that he gave a pardon to. And you should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people that committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents which showed that they did what was wrong, not me? Wait a minute. Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives, his brother who made millions of dollars, to all these different people? He gave pardons. That's the question you should be answering.
Dog, you pardoned people who like bludgeoned cops. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm a radical, okay? And even I think that's a little wild. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like, sure, liberals do overemphasize January 6th being like 9/11 too, but that's insane. That is insane, dude.
For help. So I think maybe that makes it more one-sided.
The bandwidth that Republicans have to get away with whatever they want is endless.
Which
okay,
has been abandoned by the Democrats, and I'm going to North Carolina very importantly first. I'll be there on Friday, and then I'm going from there to Los Angeles, and then I'm going to Nevada, and I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote because we won Nevada overwhelmingly, and that's usually a Democrat.
Not sure if you ever looked at the full list, but there are a dozen people Trump pardoned in the last 2 weeks first term that literally did massive bank fraud, yet just donated to his campaign. Yeah, I mean, pay for play, baby.
The leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were free following their pardons yesterday. At the time back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand by. Is there now a place for them in the political conversation?
Well, we have to see they've been given a pardon. I thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. One of the guys took down a flag that was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number, but he was given many years in jail. I thought it was very excessive. And at least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate, yeah.
Mr. President, is it also true in your conversations with Republicans today that you asked them to consider recess appointments for cabinet officials?
I think, yeah, if it's needed. I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99-0, which is pretty amazing. Marco's going to do a great job, Secretary of State, but he just got, I guess he was the first one and just got approved. That's some vote, 99-0, and the nothing was a vote that he would have gotten if we wanted to do it. But you know whose vote that was? who's doing a great job right now as vice president.
Did you also talk about some sort of a trade or a deal involving wildfire relief in extension for a debt
Well,
ceiling?
what I really want to have done, I was talking about this with the guys back in the Oval Office. Los Angeles has massive amounts of water available to it. All they have to do is turn the valve, and that's the valve coming back from and down from the Pacific Northwest, where millions of gallons of water a week and a day, even in many cases, pours into California, goes all through California down to Los Angeles, and they turned it off. It's off now. The valve goes, it turns toward the Pacific Ocean, and all that water goes pouring into the Pacific Ocean. If they did what I told them to do, they wouldn't do it because politically they didn't think it was good. I think it's great politically. I think they're dead politically. What they've done, they've destroyed the city. What they've done to that city is unbelievable. The sprinklers, their sprinklers in there like these right here that you see, none of them had any water in them. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, 40% of them had no water. The brush was just dry. Everything was dry. The sprinklers on the lawn weren't allowed to even be used. So, everything was dry, and it was an inferno. They created an inferno.
He found it out. He figured it out. It's because California's woke libtard policies didn't allow for the brush to be the brush in the fucking forests, dude.
Times the size of it, it's massive.
The sprinklers in the forest, chat. You don't understand.
Los Angeles, why aren't they doing it? They either have a death wish, they're stupid, or there's something else going on that we don't understand. But we want the water that they're throwing away to be used for California. And that includes the farmers of California. When you drive up north, you see all of the land. I couldn't believe it. I was with Devin Nunes when he was a congressman and some other congressmen from the area, and we're driving up and we're on the highway, and I keep looking at these farms, and the land is bone dry, and then you'd see about an acre or 2 acres with the most beautiful green
Look at the ear.
Plants growing in it. The most beautiful it's rich stuff. And you look at the soil and it's so rich. That soil is almost the equivalent to like Iowa soil. It's phenomenal.
You know what's funny about California soil is that it actually had really dense fauna, and then our irrigation for agribusiness kind of ruined it.
The reason you have like an acre is because they say you can farm 1 acre,
which is ironic because that's what Trump wants to do further. He wants to do that. He wants to continue damming rivers, dude.
So we're going to be issuing an executive order demanding that they immediately let that water come down through California. Farmers, even people living in Beverly Hills. Now,
got it, Hasan. Welcome to an actual republic.
Believe it or not.
Cooked to perfection.
They were having restrictions, Larry. You know about this. They wanted to restrict you to
not
38 gallons of water
sorry.
a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. When you're a rich person and you like to take a shower, 38 gallons doesn't last very long. And they have all this water, and it's really good water. Up high, Pacific Northwest. Some comes in from Canada. A nice country, by the way. Comes in from Canada, and it comes all the way through California, and they're restricted.
This is another thing that I tried to remind Democrats when they were when they were failing to mount a solid counter to Donald Trump, was like just how much he lies in general.
Isn't it incredible that they don't do it?
In the most smug asshole fashion possible, and how much his fan base eats up everything he's saying. Like, he just his starting position is just born out of nothing. He'll arrive at like one minor truth in a conversation, okay, to beef up the complete unverifiable lies that he keeps pushing over and over again, and then he develops entire rants off of those lies. Like, oh, well, California is doing water mismanagement, which, by the way, it is, but not in the way that Trump thinks it is, okay? Because Trump wants to do more water mismanagement, ironically enough. That's his advocacy. His real advocacy is actual more water mismanagement to the tune of what the state has done already.
Somebody is by it. and give half
And
to
then-
the United States of
And then he talks about how like the 100-mile winds are, of course, they'll never say it's climate change, right? But the 100-mile winds are a unique event, and that the actual vegetation was dried out because California won't, I don't know, use valves in its forests. Like what the fuck?
Has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit.
How is California
and
mismanaging the
United
water?
States should get
Yasha Levine has a fantastic piece on this, specifically about agribusiness in California and the Resnick family and how they have basically bought out all of the natural water supply of California in an effort to continue doing their agricultural business, pistachios specifically, but I think pomegranate and a couple different fruits as well. And that they virtually have, in almonds, they have virtually have a monopoly on the water.
put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal, and I guess something happened where something went wrong, and they arrested
wonderful
the
company,
two officers to put
Tangerines.
them in
Yes,
jail for
that's what I was
going after a
thinking of.
criminal, a rough criminal, by the way. And I'm actually releasing. No, I am the friend of police
Did you just
more
say-
than any president that's ever.
Did you just say, I'm surprised he hasn't found a way to blame the winds on the criminal aliens? He did. Didn't he? Am I crazy? Didn't he initially say that this was the work of, oh no, that was with the terror attack. No, he, that was with the terror attack initially in NOLA. He was like, oh, that's a criminal migrant.
They've served years in jail. They should not have served, excuse me, and they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we had 1,500, we have 16 under review, as you know. We commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail, and their lives have been ruined. And in many cases, listen to me for a second. Stop interrupting.
Oh shit!
They served years in jail, and if you look at the American public is tired of it. Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed and what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no time. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after people that shoot people in the street. They're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just let them live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the tape of the shooting, and they don't even go up and you're talking about this. No, we pardoned people that were treated unbelievably poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything take place like this. They're still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country, and they're going to be gotten out of the country fast. They came in illegally from jails and from prisons. They killed many people. Some of them killed many people. About 50% of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're talking about.
You've called for a ceasefire in Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you, will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
And do you think that the war should be frozen currently along
The war
border
should have
battle
never
lines?
started. If you had a competent president, which you didn't, the war wouldn't have happened. The war in Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. But that couldn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been some debate within your orbit over whether or not to keep or eliminate H-1B visas. What's your position on that? Do you want to keep H-1Bs or do you want to get rid of them?
I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. you got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people.
Famously, there aren't maitre d's in the United States of America. And sommeliers.
Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA.
No, it's really.
My man said I use H-1B visas for my waiter staff, dude. That's crazy.
Both of them. Canada, very much so. They've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year. My opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl.
This has to make people realize
massive.
what these guys care. What like these
massive. And people
what these guys want the visa program to work for, right? Like, I mean, this is a pretty overt admission.
Case for the rest of their lives.
Wait, what did he say? 300,000?
Thought they'd heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy. They lose their baby. They lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day, too, of China. I said, we don't want that crap in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all set. He was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers. If they send to the United States, they were going to get the death penalty.
He's like, they can send anywhere
else. And
else.
of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went, let's put it nicely, didn't go the proper way. I'm trying to be nice about it. It was rigged. And we had an incompetent president elected.
He said the millions of immigrants from Canada that have entered illegally, 300,000 people of America has been killed.
Because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl to Mexico, Canada, and other places.
How much will the tariffs on China be, Mr. President? How much will the tariffs?
We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada. How soon on those tariffs? Probably February 1st.
February 1st.
We're looking at. For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%.
On the Gaza ceasefire, and are you planning?
Why not give the death penalty for fentanyl in the U.S.? I'm against the death penalty, but for his side of the argument, first of all, he has said he wants to do that. But secondly, if you actually started killing American fentanyl dealers, you would end up realizing, or even the fentanyl traffickers, you would end up killing only American citizens. And his job. Oh wait, hold on.
You know how that happened, right? Did you know that?
Talking about Gaza.
When you find out, you're not going to be too happy because it was terrible. But the hostages are starting to come back. If I weren't here, they wouldn't be back ever. They would have never come back. They would have all died. If this were done a year earlier, if Biden would have done this deal a year and a half, 2 years ago, or frankly, it should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened. Nobody should be dead. But through weakness, they allowed it to happen, and then it was a disaster from them. But you go back just 6 months ago, many of these young people were living. You know, young people don't die like that. They're just dying. And young people aren't dying at 22 and 23 years old. They don't die. But now they're dying, and you wonder why they're dying. They're being killed, and they have been killed. But they say 6 months ago, you would have had 11 more living hostages. Think of that, 6 months ago. But Biden couldn't get it done, and it was only the imposition that I put on as a deadline that got it done. But it's a very sad situation. It should have never happened. I'll tell you, 2 things should have never happened. 3 things. Inflation should have never happened. It would have never happened except for what they did to energy and their crazy spending. And Ukraine would have never happened. Never. By the way, Russia never would have gone into Ukraine. I had a very strong understanding with Putin that it would have never, ever happened. He disrespected Biden. Very simple. He disrespects people. He's smart. He understands. He disrespected Biden. And also, the Middle East would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. But it did happen. So this is the cards I've been given. And we're getting the hostages back. That would have never happened under Biden. They would have never come back. They were just dying not that slowly. They were dying or being killed. But that was what was happening.
Mr. President, are you going to keep sending weapons to Ukraine, or are you going to turn off the tap soon?
Well, we're looking at that. We're talking to Zelensky. We're going to be talking with President Putin very soon. And we'll see how it all happens. We're going to look at it very soon. One thing I do feel, the European Union should be paying a lot more than they're paying because under Biden, I mean, we're in there for $200 billion more. Now, it affects them more than it affects us. We have an ocean in between, right? Little thing called an ocean. The European Union should equalize. We're in there for $200 billion more than the European Union. I mean, what are we, stupid? I guess the answer is yes, because they must think so. But the European Union takes advantage of us tremendously on trade, and they now take advantage of, and always have. If I didn't get involved years ago, my first term, one of the first things I noticed was that they're not paying enough. They're not paying. And a lot of those countries weren't even paying, the NATO countries. They weren't paying. Only 7 out of 28 were paying. We were one of them. And Poland was one. And they had a few of them that were paying, and some were paying very proudly. Usually, the closer to the borderline of Russia they were, the faster they paid, okay? The ones that were further away tended not to pay so fast. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number not to 2%, but to 5%. NATO should be at 5%, not at 2%. 2% is ridiculous.
Did you ask President Xi in your conversation about Ukraine? Did you ask him to get involved in helping settle that? Can you tell us about that?
I did, yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled because he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power. Like we have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah.
Mr. President, you launched a crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
Will your meeting with President Zelensky take place here, Mr.
President Biden, can you
President?
give us some sense, broadly speaking?
Yeah, he wrote me a
about
nice
Wednesday?
letter. I mean, I did open it last night. And I didn't know. Peter said, did you get the letter? I said, wait a minute, let's see the letter. It's sort of a tradition. You put it in the drawer, especially of the beautiful Resolute desk, right? And I opened the drawer, and there it was. It said to number 47. And it was a very nice letter. I mean, I could show it because I think it was a nice letter. Maybe I will. I think
Message-wise, what do you say in terms of
just basically, it was a little bit of an inspirational type letter, you know.
Yeah, I know
Joy,
I called you a
do a good
fascist, but
job.
my bad.
Important, very important, how important the job is. But I think it was a nice letter. I think I should let people see it because
He's
it was a
leaking the
positive for
DMs.
him in writing it. I
The
appreciated the
girls are
letter.
fighting drama.
Were security concerns at all a factor when deciding to move your inauguration indoors?
No, not at all. No, not at all. It was just cold. Look, if we would have, you know, I just went out to the helicopter, right, we said goodbye. That's a tradition. As long as before it used to be a stagecoach, and then helicopters came along. But that's been a tradition. You go out and you do that. And we stood there for 10 minutes, and I'll tell you what, people would not have been able to get through that day. That was cold. It was sort of interesting. Don't let the sun fool you. Tell me something. Sunny days can get very cold, can't they? Because that was so freezing yesterday. You couldn't have gotten through it. It would have been.
What?
And the answer is no, it wasn't security. With that being said, I thought the Capitol, the Rotunda, was beautiful. 72 degrees, unbelievable sound. You know, it's like being in an opera house. I could see people wanting to do it there rather than outside.
Why did you remove John Bolton's security clearance, sir?
Because I think that was enough time. It's we take a job. You take a job. You want to do a job. We're not going to have security on people for the rest of their lives. Why should we? I thought he was a very dumb person, but I used him well because every time people saw me come into a meeting with John Bolton standing behind me, they thought that he'd attack them because he was a warmonger. He's the one that got us involved, along with Cheney and a couple of others, convinced Bush, which was a terrible decision, to blow up the Middle East. You know, we blew up the Middle East and we left.
Dude.
We got nothing out of it except a lot of death.
Oh my God.
Killed a lot of people. And John
oh my God,
Bolton
he got
was,
a side deal
you know,
with
one of those
Iran
guys.
to kill John Bolton.
No, you can't have that
Oh my
for life.
God.
You shouldn't expect it.
He got a side deal with Iran to kill John Bolton. John Bolton has gotten assassination threats.
Look, President Zelensky would like to have peace. He's told me that very strongly. He'd like to have peace, but it takes two to tango. We'll see what happens.
When will you meet with President Putin?
Anytime they want, I'll meet. I'd like to see that end. Millions of people are being killed, and they're being killed. It's a vicious situation, and they're now largely soldiers. A lot of people have been killed in the cities. They look like demolition sites. Buildings, massive buildings bombed and coming down. The thing with Ukraine is that many more people died than you're reporting. You're not reporting the real numbers, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming maybe our government for not wanting to release those numbers. Many more people died than what you know about. When those big buildings come down and they say 2 people were injured, no. Many people, thousands of people are being killed.
What?
But the real killing now is on the war front. It's a very flat land. And the only thing that stops a bullet is somebody's body. And you have young soldiers. So Russia's lost about 800,000 soldiers now. Ukraine's lost about 600 or 700,000. I think the numbers are low that they're giving out. But they've lost massive numbers of young soldiers. And that war should stop. It's very flat. You know, it's beautiful farmland, and it's flat and really beautiful in a different kind of a way, but they don't have any protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a body. And those bodies are stopping a lot of bullets, and they're being decimated, both sides.
What about your conversation with President Xi? What did you tell him in terms of when to expect tariffs? And what can he do to avoid them?
About which one? About tariffs? We didn't talk too much about tariffs, other than he knows where I stand. Look, I put large tariffs on China. I've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. Until I was president, China never paid not 10 cents to the United States. With me, they paid hundreds of $600 billion or so, or more than that even, of tariffs. And if I didn't do that, you wouldn't have a steel mill open in the United States right now. You wouldn't have one steel mill open in the United States. So what I did is I saved the steel industry. I saved other industries too with other tariffs. Other countries are big abusers also. You know, it's not just China. China's an abuser, but the European Union is very, very bad to us. They treat us very, very badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our cars at all. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take very much. We have a $350 billion deficit with the European Union. They treat us very, very badly. So
that's not
they're going
their
to be
fault.
in for tariffs.
Mr. President.
It's the only way you're going to get back. It's the only way you're going to get fairness. You can't get fairness unless you do that. But the European
I love
Union's
American
treated
car
us very badly,
manufacturers.
but essentially,
I love the
everybody
labor force,
treats us badly.
But our car standards
everybody
are
treats
awful.
us badly. Yes, go ahead. Because we allow
They're
them
massive.
to.
Why
Because
would
we've
they
had
buy them?
Stupid people doing this, and we can't have. I'd like to have these 3 people negotiate for us.
They can't even
Just for
fit in
1
the
week,
European
and
roads,
we'll be a rich
man.
country again. But we'll be rich.
Can you imagine a Humvee in an Italian road? Or an F-150?
On data centers, will you rescind President Biden's executive order that opens up federal lands for data centers and energy production?
No, I wouldn't do that. That sounds to me like it's something that I would like. I'd like to see federal lands opened up for data centers. I think they're going to be very important. Again, we have a lot of competition for that. So it's an honor to have
Someone
these
just,
3
our cars
great
are
people,
obese
great,
too. Yeah.
CEOs and great geniuses, all 3. It's an honor that they want to come to our country, but we're going to make it as easy as we can for them because other countries want them to. I'm going to have to go now. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Do you have TikTok on your phone?
No, but I think I might put it there.
American cars are fun though,
By the
Mr.
way,
Porsche.
Again, we won the young
Doug.
vote. I think I won it through TikTok. So I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. President.
I think the UAW is fantastic, and I would love for the American car manufacturers to actually make cars that aren't baby murder machines.
Lisa, I like that.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, make normal cars. You know? Make normal cars and it will be good. I mean, aside from the trade deficit, like, you probably should make normal cars in general in America too. That would be nice, I think.
Much. Thank you.
All right, Fox News. Let's
President
see what...
Donald J. Trump talking for about 55 minutes there, the 47th president, the first full day in the Oval Office, announcing a project called the Stargate Project. Let's listen and hold on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Missed that as he's heading to the Oval Office with these three executives. We're going to talk to all three of those men here on the show about a $500 billion project for infrastructure in artificial intelligence being built in the U.S. over the next 4 years. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer for Special Report, reporting tonight from the White House on this, the first full day of President Trump's second term. You know, the president shaking things up at the border, a look at how his new immigration policies already having an impact. The president's nominee for Pentagon chief is facing some new allegations tonight that Democratic senators are jumping on. We'll lay out those allegations and the pushback.
And
meantime,
the
his pick
lies.
for Secretary of State receives unanimous Senate confirmation and gets ready for some big changes at the State Department. President Trump already making some big moves. As we just said, he announced this partnership with tech leaders to invest tens of billions of dollars in artificial intelligence infrastructure inside the U.S. Again, we'll talk to those gentlemen in just a minute live here on Special Report. The president also revealing moments ago what could be next, saying he's met with the owners of TikTok and that he is also open to Elon Musk buying the social media platform. President Trump also teasing another executive order on California's water supply. Earlier in the day, he huddled with Republican congressional leaders, eager to proceed with his legislative agenda up on Capitol Hill. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy starts us off tonight, just down the row here. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. President Trump says this is his first day back after having a very nice life. And the newsiest part was this announcement from Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank that they're going to spend $500 million on data centers, AI data centers, beginning in Texas. And these things could be the cure to, could be part of the cure for cancer.
It's the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history.
The joint data center project is called Stargate.
I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease.
President Trump hosted Republican lawmakers at the White House today.
He's going to wear us out. He's going to wear us out.
And the new president's team is teasing new tariffs.
In our view, tariffs are tax cuts.
Coming as soon as February 1st.
What? We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing.
Yeah, they're going to use the they're going to use tariffs as a permanent
Chinese
tax.
influence in this hemisphere.
China controls the Panama Canal. And we're not going to allow that to happen.
President Trump and Vice President Vance attended a prayer service this morning and wound up getting an earful from the Reverend.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives.
Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no.
The first press briefing of the new administration will happen at a time to be named later.
My
bring some notes in with me, but my binder is in my brain because I know President Trump's policies, and we have truth on our side at this White House.
The new president picked up where he left off with a lengthy Oval Office Q&A that included the dramatic reveal of a letter from former President Biden.
Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
And he just told us a few minutes ago that he did finally open the envelope, and it was an inspirational letter with Biden telling him that he hopes he does a good job. The president also revealed a few minutes ago that on Friday he's going to travel to western North Carolina, which he says was abandoned by the Biden administration after Hurricane Helene. He is then going to go and tour wildfire damage in Los Angeles. And he's telling us that he thinks tying wildfire relief to a spending bill that's packed with his other priorities is a good way to get Democrats to back it, right?
You know, Peter, as this transition has happened, the first full day, you've made a transition from covering the Biden administration to the Trump administration part 2. He has taken more questions in 24 hours, arguably, than President Biden took in the last year. Is that fair?
That is a very fair, if not more questions, than the same amount or close. And it's just a completely different feeling. Anytime that we would go into the Oval Office, for example, like I was for almost an hour last night with President Biden, the staff would be in such a hurry to get us out.
Wow, dude, he's better than a fucking carcass. No, no way. I can't believe he is more lively than a literal dead person. Okay.
President Trump seemed willing to talk about anything. You could have asked him stuff from the news page, the gossip page, the sports page. He wants to put his fingerprints on everything, and his staff seemed like they were happy just to sit back and let it happen. Right?
Did it again this afternoon, taken live here on Fox. Peter, thank you. One of the first items for the U.S. Senate in this new era is to confirm President Trump's cabinet selections. The first such move done last night with Marco Rubio sworn in as Secretary of State. Tonight there is a new issue with another one of the president's national security nominees. Senior national correspondent Aisha Hasni tells us where things stand tonight from Capitol Hill.
It was an excellent meeting.
Tonight, new allegations against President Trump's defense secretary nominee, Pete Hegseth. Fox News obtained an affidavit from Danielle Hegseth, who was formerly married to Pete Hegseth's brother, alleging that Trump's pick for the top job at the Pentagon is erratic and volatile and has an alcohol abuse problem, and that his ex-wife, Samantha, feared for her safety. Hegseth did
Trump's like, oh, even more reason to make him Secretary of Defense. This sounds awesome.
Any acts of physical violence against any of your wives? Senator, absolutely not.
On the new allegations, his lawyer says Sam has never alleged that there was any abuse. She signed court documents acknowledging that there was no abuse and recently reaffirmed the same during her FBI interview. And Samantha Hegseth told NBC, "I do not have representatives speaking on my behalf. I do not believe your information to be accurate. There was no physical abuse in my marriage." The Senate Armed Services Committee is now taking a look at the document, but it's unclear if it jeopardizes any Republican votes.
I hope my Republican colleagues will review these allegations, consider them before the vote.
She knows better
also
than
today,
to
Trump's
repeat
Secretary
such
of State
lies.
nominee Marco Rubio was sworn into office.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
But some Senate Republicans are frustrated. More haven't been confirmed.
Here's what's ridiculous. Under Obama, he got 7 done the first day.
Monday night, 3 nominees are voted out of committee, setting them up for a full floor vote. And Trump's pick for UN ambassador, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
I'm old enough to remember when everyone used to get mad when presidents actually abused the executive office by signing executive orders. Now we're saying it's a good thing? Wow. Interesting. The very same Fox News that used to rip into Barack Obama and the very same politician that used to rip into Barack Obama for using the executive pen to do dictatorship. Huh. Is no longer considered overreach.
Right now, Brett, we were expecting John Ratcliffe, for CIA director, to get a vote tonight, but Democrats are delaying that right now. And GOP leader John Thune just told Fox News that he believes that the Senate will be in session this weekend to be able to process these nominations because of these delay tactics. Brett?
It's interesting. We'll follow all of that. Aisha Hasni live on the Hill. Aisha, thank you. President Trump is criticizing the last-minute preemptive pardons by his predecessor as a bad precedent. The new president has issued about 1,500 pardons of his own, covering the 2021 Capitol riot participants, which has sparked its own criticism here in Washington. Correspondent David Spunt is at the Justice Department with that tonight.
At least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate.
President Trump late today defending his decision to pardon some 1,500 people charged and convicted with storming the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. The president also commuted the sentences of 14, including leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. And he may go a step further.
Maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to a full pardon.
Stuart Rhodes, released overnight. The former Oath Keepers leader was serving 18 years for seditious conspiracy.
President Trump did the right thing by letting these guys out and pardoning them because they did not get a fair trial.
Trump's sweeping pardon undoes the largest prosecution in DOJ history and includes those who physically attacked police officers. Earlier this month, Trump's vice president and attorney general nominee said this.
If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned.
I condemn any violence on a law enforcement officer in this country.
In the final 20 minutes of his administration, then President Joe Biden announced preemptive pardons for several family members, brothers Frank and James, sister Valerie, and their 2 spouses, pardoned for any nonviolent offense going back to 2014. General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and members of the January 6th committee, including former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, also pardoned. In 2020, Biden had a different take on preemptive pardons.
It concerns me in terms of it, what kind of precedent it sets. You're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons.
Brett, these novel pardons apply to people who've not been charged with federal
I guess it doesn't concern him
crimes.
anymore.
In the meantime, it does set some sort of precedent, though there is precedent. President Gerald Ford pardoned his predecessor, former President Richard Nixon, following Watergate. But the question now that former President Biden did so, it sets it wide open in the future for President Trump to possibly do the same. Brett?
David, you're at the Justice Department tonight, and you're learning about career officials at DOJ who are expected to stay in their posts. They've been removed now. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, several, Brett, at least a handful of top career officials in the criminal division and the national security division who have worked at DOJ for years. They've been reassigned. Firing or getting rid of a career servant at the Justice Department is not that easy, but reassigning them is something that can happen much quicker. I'm told more could also be on the way. Brett.
David Spunt at the Justice Department. David, thanks. Coming up here at the White House, we talk with the 3 executives joining forces with President Trump's new artificial intelligence infrastructure project right here, live at the White House.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools.
This is such a funny ad to run on Fox News right after Donald Trump was like, we're going to tariff China so hard their faces are going to fall off. And Harbor Freight is literally all Chinese. Just like, so what are they going to do? Harbor Freight, now 25% more expensive. You muted the ads? Yeah, I did. Because I hate ads. So much so, you were on the news in the Netherlands reacting to Elon Musk? Yeah, I heard that I was in Norway too, in Norwegian news as well. Because guess what, chat? At the top of the hour, there used to be a 3-minute ad break. And I stopped running those ads because I hate ads. But you can still subscribe. You can still subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. Twitch Primes are still free, ladies and gentlemen. You can also get gifted a sub. This way you support the broadcast. The most effective way for you to support the broadcast, really. But also simultaneously, you get to send me links Okay. Have you checked our Constitution lately? What? Oh, that's so fun. I mean, I like the idea of someone going to whitehouse.gov to see the Constitution. Because to me, that's really funny. To me, the guy who's... Hold on, bro. They're making some... They're making some new arrangements, okay? They're moving things around. Go to the homepage. It's just a propaganda video. That's awesome. Oh, no. Throwing bagels on the wall. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, that's amazing that this is what the White House website is. It's just that now, nothing else. All right, let's talk about the bishop. I don't really care about the bishop ripping into Trump. But, I mean, it's nice of her to do so. Maybe you guys want to hear it. Do you want to hear it? DEI bishop. No. Most people saying no. All right.
A hand gesture by billionaire Elon.
This is awesome. Oh, Elise Stefanik talked about Elon Musk Hitler salute too. Chuck dies. Thank you for 25. Get the subs. Lesbians for Min Yoongi. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What? Lesbians for Min Yoongi. I don't know what I just said, but okay. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Lesbians for Min Yoongi. All right.
Musk, during a speech at Donald Trump's inauguration, is causing controversy, with some comparing it to a fascist salute. Let's take a look at a celebratory rally in Washington while thanking the crowd. There you see it, the world's richest man slapping his right hand to his chest and extending his arm outward in a gesture that resembled a Nazi salute. Musk then turned to the audience behind the podium and repeated the gesture, as we've just seen.
That's so dumb that they put. Ow. Damn, I fucked my hand up. Just not only is he a Nazi, but nuclear levels of cringe. Pick a struggle, dog.
So we can take a closer look at all this with DW's political correspondent, Matthew Moore. Matthew, this is the video that has lit up the internet. So what exactly is happening here? Did Musk do it? Did he not do it?
Well, there's only one person I think that really knows whether this was a fascist salute, and that is Elon Musk. But it's fair to say that social media really blew up with clips of this gesture, of this moment going viral, especially here in Germany.
What is going on? Why is everybody so afraid? Like, this is the German national broadcaster, dude. What the hell? It's Deutsche Welle. I actually don't get it. Is it because, like... Is it because people are just like afraid of Elon Musk? Is it because he's like pro-Israel? Is that what it is? Like like, is everybody that afraid of Elon Musk? Because like, I don't think these guys are super fond of the AFD. Like most German liberals don't like the AfD, right? And they know that Elon is like linking up with the AfD and stuff. Are they just like pandering to not get their state funding cut or something? Because they think the AfD is going to win? Is that what it is? I don't think it's legal for them to show it if they say it, right? No, I mean, I think that contextually you can probably show it for Elon Musk. Doing it? Like, I don't... Because it's legally forbidden in Germany.
Claire, where the gesture is really associated with the Nazi dictator Adolf Hitler and that era, the Nazi era. And the internet was really alive with people debating whether this was indeed a fascist, a Hitler salute. On the one hand, you had historians saying, of course it was. It had the hallmarks of the salute. On the other hand, we saw groups like the Anti-Defamation League, which campaigned against anti-Semitism, coming to Musk's defence and saying, look, this was, quote, an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, but it wasn't.
This is unironically the worst packaged. I'm going to watch Philly D instead. Honestly, I'm going to watch Philly D cover the Nazi thing instead. I feel like he's going to do a better job than Deutsche Welle.
Victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. This you know, there are elections that elections.
Is it because Germany will always just like, if the ADL says something is not anti-Semitic, they just go, okay, it's not anti-Semitic. Is that how that works?
Elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
Right, so that was a video of Elon Musk speaking to Trump supporters at the Capital One Arena in DC yesterday. And with that, you saw a lot of people saying that Musk appears to be doing what's known as the Roman salute, which was used by Hitler, Mussolini, and other European fascists during the early 20th century. Though, of course, it has widely become associated with Hitler, with it being used alongside chants Heil Hitler and Sieg Heil. And also, since World War II, the salute has continued to be used by fascist, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist groups, which is why you had a lot of people on social media expressing concern about Musk's gestures, with many arguing that he was clearly doing a Nazi salute. And this is you also had some media outlets like The Guardian and the Israeli newspaper Haaretz running headlines describing Musk as doing what appears to be a fascist salute. Also, you had some historical experts chiming in, including a history professor at New York University who wrote, historian of fascism here, it was a Nazi salute and a very belligerent one too, as well as a historian who specializes in Nazism within the United States who posted, yes, I've seen the Elon Musk Sieg Heil, and adding, my professional opinion is that you're all right. You should believe your eyes and you don't need me to tell you all what you already know is true. Beyond that, we saw a lot of left-leaning European leaders also condemning the gesture, this notably including the German health minister who tweeted, such a gesture, given his already known proximity to right-wing populists in the fascist tradition, must worry every Democrat. Right? And that was also a point we saw many others echoing, right? Arguing that this gesture, that it can't be interpreted in a vacuum, but in the context of Musk's other actions and beliefs, with one article published in Time saying, Musk has previously been criticized for allowing pro-Nazi accounts to flourish on his platform and for posting right-wing memes and seemingly supporting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, which led to an exodus of advertisers from X in 2023, and for recently supporting Germany's far-right populist AfD party, whose leaders have made anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, and anti-democratic statements, according to the ADL. And this, as others have pointed to, right-wing extremists, white supremacists, and neo-Nazis online openly celebrating the gesture across the internet. But of course, while all of that is happening...
I love this because Philip DeFranco, in 2 minutes and 49 seconds, basically directly detailed, piece by piece, why one, Elon Musk most likely is a Nazi, and two, definitely did a Nazi, a Heil Hitler move. Like 2 minutes and 49 seconds. It's not that hard. I know that he's going to do the Philip DeFranco thing and be like, but I want to know what you guys think at the end of it.
happening, there are plenty of people defending Musk, arguing that the gesture was not a Nazi salute, with many arguing that Musk was just trying to do a hand gesture for "my heart goes out to you," but it just came out awkward because he has Asperger's. And among those, you had a history professor at Maryville College in Tennessee who wrote, "I have criticized Elon Musk many times for letting neo-Nazis pollute this platform, but this gesture is not a Nazi salute. This is a socially awkward autistic man's wave to the crowd where he says, 'my heart goes out to you.'" As well as seeing the opinion editor at Newsweek who posted, "As a person with a strong track record of criticizing Elon Musk, I feel extremely confident asserting that this was not a Nazi salute. Elon Musk is a friend to the Jews. This is a man with Asperger's exuberantly throwing his heart to the crowd. We don't need to invent outrage." You also had right-leaning outlets like Fox News painting this whole thing as false liberal outrage. But also, most notably, you have the previously mentioned ADL, right, the Anti-Defamation League, which has long been a leading source in interpreting and defining hate speech, arguing this was not, in fact, a Nazi salute, with them posting a statement reading, "This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety." It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi
Wait for it.
salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge, with them then adding, "In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work toward unity in the months and years ahead." Then you also had a ton of people slamming the ADL for their response, and that included major names like Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, right, with AOC posting, "Just to be clear, you are defending a Hail Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity." Continuing, "People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all." You also had political commentator Hasan Piker getting into the mix, sharing a tweet with screenshots of the gesture and the ADL's response and writing, "Come on, man," with Hasan to a certain degree also becoming part of the story because the video where he saw the gesture and reacted to it went massively viral.
Did he just sig Heil?
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization.
And then also in another tweet, he wrote, "It's okay though, he's pro-Israel, don't worry guys." Now with all that said, as far as how Musk himself has responded, he's been replying to several different posts about the controversy, thanking the ADL for its statement, mocking AOC, and agreeing with a post that read, "Can we please retire the calling people a Nazi thing?" With Elon then echoing that comment on a post of his own writing, "Frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired." But ultimately, that is where we are on this one. And so with it, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And I'm very interested because really depending on where you go on the internet, there are drastically different opinions and reactions to this whole situation. But then let's talk about something I got so many messages about over.
Also, yeah, here's a literal Nazi openly recognizing that what Elon Musk did was a Nazi salute.
Like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that?
Yeah. Laura Ingraham absolutely was doing the salute there too, but in a subtle nod to the likes of Nick Fuentes.
That was a straight up like Sig Heil, like loving Hitler energy. that was like a straight up with intensity Roman salute.
He hit it so hard that it was like a one-to-one verbatim copy of Adolf doing it himself. Can both be true? And gave a Nazi salute? No, I think one, he's a Nazi, and two, I think the most charitable interpretation of it, the least charitable interpretation of it is he's a Nazi and he wanted to do it and see if he could get away with it. And he is getting away with it. So that's the least charitable interpretation. The most charitable interpretation is he's a Nazi still, obviously, but he wanted to do a more subtle version of it. Wait. Elon Musk, apparently I'm a Zionist and a Nazi. 81,000. Oh, God, I'm getting banned, dude. Oh, dude, he's not even banning me. He's sending a fleet of Tesla. He's sending a fleet of Tesla plaids to just attack my house. Please define Nazi in the context of Elon Musk. For those of us who are wildly confused by your take on this, Philip DeFranco did a pretty good job showing what the Times reporting on it looked like. I have already covered it extensively. You can go watch the YouTube video that I made on it. I'm sorry, chatter. I've already I've already spent countless hours describing in great detail all of the many different things that Elon Musk has done, even before the Roman salute. So that's the situation. Yeah, he's gonna send exploding Cybertrucks to my house. It is yet another weird instance of the mainstream media, kind of like the Israel stuff, looking at everything that you can see with your own two eyes and being like, hey, don't believe the thing that you just saw with your own two eyes, which is ironic because the don't believe your lying eyes memento is that's actual 1984. But the 1984 understanders regularly refuse to comprehend that the media does engage in manufacturing consent when it's something that they already agree with. Yeah, this is this is my video from yesterday. On it, 500,000 views, 22 hours, not too bad. I talk about his background here. I'm sure there will be more videos that come today on it as well. But what the fuck is up with this Roman salute shit? If it was a Middle Eastern looking person, they'd just be calling it what it is. Nah, the Roman salute is just another term for sig heiling. Like, I have also called it the Roman salute as well. That's not a way to hide the truth. It's just the same thing. That's all it is. I think initially it was, I'm not super well versed on this, but from what I understand, there's some historical account of the Romans using this salute initially, but there's also some people who consider, some people who claim that Mussolini actually, in an interest of creating fascist mythology and was a massive Romanophile, decided to create this hand gesture and call it the Roman salute. And then, of course, the Nazis also adopted it as well because, well, when you look at German mythology, unfortunately, it's a lot of mud huts, you know? It's a lot of barbarin. It's a lot of mud huts, not necessarily a lot of like civilization building, which was kind of embarrassing for the likes of Hitler. So he dove deep into the lore and pretty much adopted a lot of the other cool stuff from subsequent like neighboring countries and their mythology. That's why Nazis also have a lot of like Nordic pagan roots or whatever, or they claim Nordic runes in general, which is ridiculous. But Adolf Hitler was, that's the reason why he adopted the swastika too, and also the Roman salute as well. No, there's no historical evidence of the Romans using that salute. Julius Caesar used it first, and Adolf Hitler used it again because of his dictatorship. Okay, I'm going to believe the guy who said there's no. Yeah. It's apocryphal. Apocryphal? How do you say that word? They didn't use it. It's from a painting the Nazis were doing in 1929, but Hitler made it official and changed it slightly, calling it the Hitler salute. There was even debate because the Italians were using it, and thus it wasn't Germanic. Apocryphal. Oh, apocryphal. It is really interesting, though. It is really interesting because it is like the aspect of fascists that want to desperately mythologize like a false understanding of their own personal history is unique to, is very unique and interesting to me. Like there's a level of like spiritual there's this level of like spiritual insecurity almost about like what your what your history actually represents. So you have to do like, you have to look for alternatives and pick cool stuff that you saw from other cultures. I think maybe that's the reason why like a lot of neo-fascists will adorn the aesthetics of like Japanese imperialists and things of that nature, or all these other like historical events that transpired all around the world. And it's interesting. It's interesting that they like invented stuff basically because they just had nothing of their own and they felt deeply insecure about it. So does HasanAbi think it was or wasn't a salute? No, it was. What are you talking about? It was straight up a salute. It was a Nazi salute. Elon Musk is a Nazi. Please stop. Anyway, yeah, let's get back.
A Hitler salute. And then you had Elon Musk himself thanking them on his X platform and liking or endorsing another tweet which called the criticism tired. And so really, ultimately, no one can know the intent of this moment, of this gesture, what was behind it, apart from Elon Musk. But it's really kind of worth underlining.
No one could know. Dude, I'm sorry. If I was out here, okay, even on accident, waving at someone in the process of talking about how Israel's an apartheid state, virtually every single one of these outlets and the ADL would be up my asshole, okay? Like, if I was even 10% near Elon Musk's gesturing, I would have gotten hit squads at my door by now. The notion that Elon Musk, who straight up hit the full Hitler, not half Hitler, the full Hitler, and even Nick Fuentes, who was also a Nazi, recognized it as such, and he did it twice. Not once, but twice. He turned around and hit the Hitler again, and there's any sort of debate around it is so ridiculous. Yeah, if I raise my hand further than to pet a dog, they're kicking me out of here. Yeah. There's a level of hand gestures, okay, that you can and can't do. Do you understand? Like, that's why if you want to raise your hand in class, you have to go like this, okay? You can't do it any other way. If you can't raise it, I'm not raising it, okay? This is it. I'm limp. See? The moment it goes up here, it's limp. Look, it's limp. Do you understand? It doesn't go that way. Why doesn't it go that way? Because I criticize Israel, okay? I criticize Israel. Elon, on the other hand, is pro-Israel, which means he can do whatever he wants. He can be as anti-Semitic as he wants to. He can do the full Hitler, and it seems the ADL and also the German state's news broadcaster will say, no one will know what the hell Elon was thinking. Nobody will know.
That this salute is hugely, hugely controversial, especially in...
Shut up.
What do you think?
Okay, this is going to be awesome too, because Elise Stefanik. Okay, Elise Stefanik is also a psychopath. Let's see what she had to say.
Of Elon Musk, perhaps the president's most visible advisor, doing 2 Heil Hitler salutes last night at the president's televised rally.
No, Elon Musk did not do those salutes. I was not at the rally, but I can tell you I've been at many rallies with Elon Musk, who loves to cheer when President Trump says we need to send...
Yeah, they're treating him like an autistic minor, dude. You know how he is. He's our little autist. Come on, he loves cheering. He's just a happy boy.
And, our U.S. space program to Mars. Elon Musk is a visionary. I'm looking forward to his work in DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and look forward to looking how we can be more efficient and effective. But that...
My dad's a lib and he's straight up drafting ADL hate mail over this. Good. I'll take it wherever I can get. Let this be a radicalizing moment for your family members. It is such an obvious, glaring display of pro-Nazi symbolism that is being completely swept under the rug by the most morally bankrupt individuals you've ever seen, who would never in a million years give up on the opportunity to declare every Jewish college student that dares protest Israel as the most anti-Semitic Hitlerian people alive in Western society that must be violently purged.
That is simply not the case. And to say so is the American people are smart. They see through it. They support Elon Musk. We are proud to be the country of such successful entrepreneurs. That is one of our greatest strengths.
Yeah, say just like Henry Ford. Come on, Elise. Elon Musk is carrying on the proud tradition of titans of industry such as Henry Ford. Guys, did you forget when I talked about Elise Stefanik's background? Elise Stefanik rose to prominence when she called out all of the Ivy League institution presidents as not being sufficiently Zionist. Okay? That was like all of your liberal parents were like, damn, girl, she popped off on that one big time. Okay? That was her claim to fame. Now, what's really funny about Elise Stefanik is that in spite of her newly found position as the #1 destroyer of anti-Semites, okay, Elise Stefanik herself had actually backed in New York State a primary opponent that was going after someone she didn't like, who was a Holocaust denier. So if you think any of these guys, actually Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter, if you think any of them legitimately care about like actual anti-Semitism, you are delusional, okay? Remember, it's notable because Donald Trump has picked Elise Stefanik as the UN envoy. Times of Israel covered it as Trump picks Elise Stefanik, leading voice against campus anti-Semitism, as UN envoy. Here's the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Is that really her? Liberal Jews say Elise Stefanik, hailed as a hero of the House anti-Semitism hearings, has baggage of her own. Some who have decried right-wing anti-Semitism are uneasy with a new ally who has given a megaphone to the Great Replacement theory. The split on Stefanik stems from a congressional hearing last week in which she asked presidents of Harvard University, blah, 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 blah. In the past, however, the upstate New York Republican has drawn condemnation for comments echoing the white supremacist Great Replacement theory, which in its original form claims that Jews are orchestrating the mass immigration of people of color into Western nations in order to replace the white populations. In 2021, Stefanik's campaign posted on social media that Democrats plan to overthrow the current electorate by allowing undocumented immigrants to enter the country. But it's not just that. She also backed, like I said, in the New York State, a primary candidate that literally was a Holocaust denier. Okay? Just so you understand. So, you know, nobody cares about this stuff. Nobody. People are going crazy in my chat saying the phrase Free Palestine is now a community violation on TikTok. I feel like this is going to make people insanely anti-Semitic. This will backfire spectacularly. I don't know if that's the case or not, but people keep losing their minds over it. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from because I don't know why people are saying it. I looked it up yesterday. Free Palestine still showed a metric ton of video. Look, Free Palestine is right here. I don't know why people say that. I don't know why people say this stuff. They think that like TikTok was secretly sold to Meta. A lot of people are saying TikTok got secretly sold to Meta. I don't think it happened. What is this? Free Palestine. What happened? A comment you posted on 2025 was removed for violating our community guidelines. The other night, my girlfriend was telling me that after she saw the notification to sync contacts using Facebook, and I was trying to lightly explain to her that I don't think that's true. Yeah, syncing contacts using Facebook is normal. It happened. I mean, I'm pretty sure TikTok has always had that. It shows the comment. Keep playing. Hate speech and hateful behaviors. Oh my Lord. Just testing and got a warning immediately. So it's auto flag now. Someone that had a community guidelines hit on TikTok for Free Palestine was able to contest it successfully. I don't think Free Palestine was auto flagged as hate speech before though. What is this? International Business Times. Anti-Trump searches appear hidden on TikTok after app comes back online. TikTok is now Trump's propaganda. I mean, this is just a consortium of Twitter accounts like that are posting about it. I know we talked about this before, but I've never had a problem with censorship on Instagram. I get tons of Palestine and very leftist content, maybe because I specifically curate the accounts I follow. Meta is very censorious towards people who make pro-Palestinian content. They straight up, like there are still accounts on there that make pro-Palestinian content. And I'm pretty sure that they have created like a self-contained bubble. I think it's kind of like, I think it might be that way on Twitter as well. Like platforms have figured out that you can just be on a pro-Palestine slant and they only show your content to other pro-Palestinian accounts. But like my account, for example, is shadow banned. It could be for a number of different reasons, but I just tested in the UK, auto deleted instantly. A comment you posted was removed for violating our community guidelines. Yeah. So they basically quarantine you into like a pro-Palestinian slant in general. But also on top of that, they are very, very censorious. I mean, they've taken out entire accounts and have forcibly restored them after like a lot of backlash. There are still accounts that are like perma banned. But there are a lot of restrictions on Meta. I mean, there's so many restrictions on Meta that Human Rights Watch wrote an entire article about Meta's censorship protocols on pro-Palestinian sentiment. Yeah, Human Rights Watch wrote, Meta's broken promises, systematic censorship of Palestine content on Instagram and Facebook. Between October and November 2023, Human Rights Watch documented over 1,050 takedowns on other suppression of content, Instagram and Facebook that had been posted by Palestinians and their supporters, including about human rights abuses. Human Rights Watch publicly solicited cases of any type of online censorship and of any type of viewpoints related to Israel. Palestine, of the 1,050 cases reviewed, 1,049 involved peaceful content in support of Palestine that was censored or otherwise unduly suppressed. But hey, Meta is anti-censorship, so you can say trans people are mentally ill all day, every day, going forward, because that's what censorship is. Not this. This stuff is not censorship. Yeah. Oh, there's another really funny part about the story. David Grossman is correct for pointing this out. I forgot to mention this yesterday. One of the people that was arrested was Keith Packer, who stormed the Capitol on January 6th wearing a Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt. Okay? And underneath it, it says, "Work brings freedom. Arbeit macht frei," which is the infamous words outside of the concentration camp Auschwitz, the death camp Auschwitz. And he got pardoned yesterday. It's so crazy that the camp Auschwitz guy was given a pardon the same day a billionaire did a Sig Heil at the inauguration. Good thing none of this was anti-Semitic. Because once again, and I keep repeating this, I keep reiterating this over and over again, the only people that are anti-Semitic are people who are anti-Israel. No one else. You can be a straight up neo-Nazi, straight up Nazi. You could be fucking Adolf Hitler himself, okay? As long as you say Israel is fine by me, you're no longer declared an anti-Semite. It is a crazy, crazy thing. Anyway. Yeah, I know the reproductive rights website was taken down. So I'm not entirely certain on like what this means. I don't know if this is I don't know if this is like entirely a like I don't know if this is like a new thing or what's going on here in terms of like auto flagging. It wouldn't shock me if TikTok, in an effort to cave to the Republicans, met the demands of the government and said that, yes, we'll play ball, we'll suppress pro-Palestinian speech, we'll suppress whatever speech that you want us to suppress as long as you let us operate and make dance videos. Okay? But, you know, things are not looking too good.
As Americans.
Let me share with you what a few Americans have said about it. Evan Kilgore, a right-wing political commentator, wrote on X, "Holy crap, did Elon Musk just Heil Hitler at the Trump inauguration rally? This is incredible. We are so back." Andrew Torba, who's the founder of the right-wing Christian nationalist social platform Gabs.
Yeah, Andrew Torba is a Nazi as well. Owns Gab.
Said incredible things are happening. As he amplified the visual, the Proud Boys.
For those of you who don't know, Gab is the website that the synagogue shooter frequented. The Trump supporter who chose to take matters into his own hands and directly go and kill as many Jews as he could at the synagogue in Pittsburgh. He openly detailed why he was shooting Jewish people. He did so because he thought that Jews were responsible for all of the immigration caravans. Gab with a B, not G-A-P. Gab. Gab. It is a neo-Nazi website that I feel like has fallen out of fashion because all the neo-Nazis went back to Twitter after Elon Musk, the person that Chris Murphy is calling out here, who did a Heil Hitler salute yesterday, unban them.
A chapter in Ohio posted the clip on a Telegram channel with the text Heil Trump. A chapter of the white nationalist group White Lives Matter posted it on Telegram. Thanks for hearing us, Elon. The white flame will rise again. I could keep going. Over and over last night, white supremacist groups and neo-Nazi groups in this country rallied around that visual. Does it concern you that those elements of the neo-Nazi and white supremacist element in the United States believe that what they saw last night was a neo-Nazi salute?
What concerns me is these are the questions you believe are most important to ask to the UN ambassador. I have a very strong record when it comes to combating anti-Semitism. We just had a historic election where President Trump earned historic support from American voters because of his strong leadership combating anti-Semitism, which has been a scourge across the country, skyrocketing since October 7th. So I intend to bring moral clarity to this position and continue to speak out as a voice, as a beacon of light, condemning anti-Semitism at the United Nations, which is representative of President Trump's record and President Trump's promises that he made on the campaign trail.
You are right. These are the questions I choose to ask because I think that your work and the administration's work on anti-Semitism only comes with real impact and credibility if it holds both right and left accountable. I simply don't believe that if a member of the squad made that same gesture last night, that there wouldn't be commentary from you and others. So I want to make sure that our work has credibility, and credibility comes with calling anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism behavior out when it comes from both the right and the left.
Representative Stefanik, it was a very simple question. I just asking you if you agree with the statement that in order to achieve long-term peace and stability.
Don't be fooled. Chris Murphy is not very based, but he's been leaning on that front because he wants to, I think, run for election.
In the Middle East, that we have to secure the human rights and rights of self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. That's a yes or no?
I support human rights for all, and I think it's a disgrace that Hamas and Hezbollah...
Except Palestinians and numerous other Muslims that I will be mentioning.
...have stripped human rights of the Palestinian people, and we need to ensure that we are standing up for human rights, and Israel is standing up for human rights. It is a beacon of human rights in the region.
We agree with that. I asked you in my office also about whether Palestinians have the right of self-determination. My understanding was you said yes. Do you have a different answer today?
That was not the direct question that we discussed. I said the Palestinian people...
You believe that Palestinians have the right of self-determination?
I believe the Palestinian people deserve so much better than the failures that they've had from terrorist leadership.
It's just a pretty simple question.
And I believe we need peace in the region. Of course, they deserve human rights.
So
I want to ensure that, number one, we bring the hostages home.
So do all of us. Representative Stefanik, let me just ask you. I have 30 seconds left. I'm rarely surprised by answers in my office, but I did ask you whether you subscribe to the views of Finance Minister Smotrich.
Of who? I'm sorry, Finance.
Smotrich, this is the Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich, and the former National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, who believe that Israel has a biblical right to the entire West Bank. And in that conversation, you told me that, yes, you shared that view. Is that your view today?
Yes.
Okay. I think when it comes to this very difficult issue, if the president is going to succeed at bringing peace and stability to the Middle East, we're going to have to look at the UN Security Council resolutions, not just the ones on Lebanon, which we should enforce, but other UN Security Council resolutions. And it's going to be very difficult to achieve that if you continue to hold the view that you just expressed, which is a view that was not held by the founders of the State of Israel, who were secular Zionists, not religious Zionists. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In another of his executive orders, President Trump has revoked sanctions
Trump defines sex. Oh yeah, defines sex as fetal sex at conception. Fetal sex isn't determined until 7 weeks. Everyone is female until about 7 weeks, so we're all trans apparently. Lamau. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter what he says. The point there is to just harm trans people. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's memo to U.S. diplomats leaked to me. Rubio calls for curbing mass migration, stopping censorship and prioritizing truth, eliminating DEIA. What is the A? DEIA requirements, programs, and offices throughout the government. Are they adding extra stuff to it? Like they're doing like LGBT? Wait. Oh my God. Is A accessibility? Oh my God. Oh my God. Did they pick this up recently where they're just like thinking, they're just now saying that accessibility is woke too? Dude, I don't understand. Like what? So what happens to like Greg Abbott? You know what I mean? He's a governor, but we just kick him? Like what? Like, you know what's really woke, guys? Ramps for people in fucking wheelchairs. Like what is happening? I know I shouldn't have used Greg Abbott as the argument here to defend people who are disabled, but because I know that there's not a lot of sympathy for him, and from myself included, but as the Office of DEI and Accessibility. There's tremendous talent and expertise in this department. I have seen it firsthand in missions across the globe, and upholding strict meritocracy is essential to securing our nation's future. DEIA department, or not department, sorry, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility requirements, programs, offices throughout the government. I don't make ramps stairs again. Dude, what a bold agenda from the incredible minds, dude. It's wasteful. It's wasteful to build ramps everywhere, and it's ugly. We need stairs. We need more stairs, please. Section 12. All that too ends today. This department will forever stand in support of defense of America's natural and First Amendment rights to free speech. We will combat genuine enemy propaganda, but always try and only with the truth. That America is a great and good, just country. People who's... Dude, this is the funniest thing. They always say we're going to combat, like, we're going to defend free speech, but also we'll fucking kill you if you say America's bad. You should go to jail. If you say America's bad, you will go to jail. We're going to throw you in jail in direct violation of the free speech. Okay? You are not... You're going to jail, man. We're throwing your ass in jail. If you say anything about America or about, God forbid, Israel, stopping censorship and prioritizing the truth. During Cold War, the State Department took the lead in combating malign propaganda from hostile states and in promoting an accurate, positive picture of the United States. These efforts were expanded, if with different emphasis, after September 11th, 2001. But in recent years, whether from an excess of zeal or misguided attempts to control discourse, these activities fundamentally changed. Under the guise of combating mis- and disinformation, agencies and programs of our government, including in this department, have engaged in censorship, suppression, and misinformation of their own. I'm telling you right now, they are going to start punishing speech that they do not think corresponds to American values. Speech like, old boy here, okay? Pro-Palestinian, not allowed. Okay, anti-Israel, not allowed. Pro-China, ooh, extra not allowed. Get out of here. All in the interest of defending the values of free speech. You seriously need to back up the Twitch? I am the most defended here, okay? People who are still actively trying to get me banned off this platform by trying to work with members of Congress, as a matter of fact, who have already worked with members of Congress, very same people who are currently a little too busy trying to combat litigation against them for distributing people's sexual materials without their consent, have tried to take me off this platform aggressively, okay? In collaboration with the likes of Ethan Klein, as a matter of fact, who is also still actively working to do this. So, if I'm banned off Twitch, or just like if I can no longer even have a platform here, I'm cooked anyway. I don't know where I would go. Bro hasn't moved on yet. I thought he would have. For his own sake. For his own mental health, really. And for his own career. But I don't know. I don't think so. Focusing on this petty shit for them opens up a lot of time and space for us to make strategic moves. What do you mean? I learned new things about Destiny from you, and it's never good news. I mean, I rarely ever cover Destiny on this broadcast, but this is moving beyond the point of like petty drama or whatever into criminal liability. So, you know, I don't know. What did he do? What hasn't he done? Here is r/YouTube drama that has at least like some semblance of a summary of what happened. Okay. This morning, both President Sunday and Copenhagen released hit piece videos on Destiny. President Sunday's video here, Copenhagen's video here. Both of these videos discuss Destiny's behavior regarding his treatment of sexual partners and the ongoing scandal surrounding leaked DMs, photos, and videos of sexual nature. Destiny has found himself in a couple scandals regarding sharing nude photos and other materials, such as videos/sex tapes, without the consent of individuals/partners who appear in them. Okay? The main focus of this is a woman named Pixie, who is a victim of this behavior from Destiny. In the videos, there are leaks of messages between Not So Erudite and Pixie discussing potential compensation from Destiny for distributing the sexual material she appeared in, as well as the draft of Pixie's statement regarding the situation. It turns out that Pixie was someone who was an orbiter of Destiny's, who unfortunately hooked up with Destiny. They filmed the process, and I believe that filming was consensually done at the time. But then Destiny kept those videos and sent it to other people, from what I understand. Other people that he was trying to hook up with, other girls that he was trying to hook up with, including this one 19-year-old. And then this 19-year-old's account either got A, hacked, okay, or B, one of their 19-year-old's friends actually revealed all of this information to the world. And that's how you found out about the infamous video of Destiny sucking a dude off, which people suspected was Nick Fuentes. And Destiny leaned into it possibly being Nick Fuentes. And a lot of people thought, well, that's really weird. Why is he taking ownership over that? Well, it turns out there was a nefarious purpose behind why he was taking ownership over that. Because if everyone focused on Destiny being gay, okay, then no one would realize that Destiny was most likely sending nudes and sex tapes that he had actually filmed without permission of the other parties involved to random people online to showcase his sex resume to random, 19-year-olds online that he wants to fuck. Now, that's technically, I believe, I'm no big city lawyer, but revenge porn territory. Does he need permission The answer is yes. What a stupid question. What are you talking about? You can't film a sex act with someone and then distribute that sex act randomly to other people. What? Hello? Are you okay? Asking this question, especially in this moment where Pixie, the wronged party, who used to be a fan and friend of Destiny's, has released a statement publicly on Twitter stating she's a victim of revenge porn and will be suing Destiny for this. Her longer statement includes her history with Destiny and her side of the story. She's literally in the process of litigation. This notably has been shared by Destiny's ex-wife, Melina, as well as Lonerbox, who is stated to be Pixie's boyfriend and recently announced he would be leaving streaming. Lonerbox had been friendly with Destiny before. Yes, Lonerbox, I did not know any of this stuff, but people were, Bad Empanada had said like, oh, Destiny cucked Lonerbox or whatever when he was dating Pixie. It turns out that wasn't the case, but it does turn out that Lonerbox, I think, found out that Pixie had actually had sex with Destiny in the past while still being a orbiter of Destiny. By the way, when I say orbiter of Destiny, you might be thinking like I'm disparaging these people, but the saddest reality is that they called themselves the orbiters of Destiny. It is definitely a sex cult, okay? It operates exactly like a sex cult. So they called themselves that. Just so you understand. I know that it was a big story that Lonerbox supposedly left the online space because of me or something, but that seemingly wasn't the case. It seems like this also played a role in him leaving the commentary community or something. Okay? After this, all of this stuff was like circulating because I remember seeing Melina, Destiny's ex-wife, coming out and stating in a stream that she had not consented to Destiny revealing these sex tapes to random people. Okay? Just so you understand. And I thought it was strange because everyone was talking about whether or not, I thought it was strange that people were talking about whether or not Destiny had sucked Nicholas Fuentes' penis, but I never fully understood how this information was revealed at the time, and I did not talk about it as much because I didn't understand if it was like revenge porn or what was going on. If you remember, at the time, I didn't understand how this information had leaked in general. Okay? Well, it turns out he was sending this stuff to random people to try and fuck them, like a sex resume, and one of the people inevitably leaked it. Either they directly leaked it, or their friend leaked it, or they got hacked and it got leaked. But it should have never been distributed inappropriately, even in private correspondence anyway. After this, while this was all circulating around, the mods over at r/Destiny announced that Destiny would be responding soon and lock down any discussion of the drama. But leading up to this moment, apparently people had tried to post Melina's clip saying Destiny had actually sent his sex tapes without her consent to random people. People were apparently deleting it at LSF because one of the moderators on Livestream Fails, the top moderator of Livestream Fails, Stale2000, I believe his username is a Destiny orbiter as well. They have actually maintained control over LSF for quite some time. Okay? Stale used to be a Twitch staffer as well. Back in the day, he was a Twitch staffer. And then he left Twitch. He became a Destiny community orbiter. He's even made videos on me on his YouTube channel as well. And he took over control over LSF in general, okay? That's why it was no mere accident that so many Destiny clips would keep appearing. Stale back in the day even was a fan of mine. Let me see if I can find it. Like, I remember him making a video about me too. This is his video that he made. About Orbiter of the Year or something. He even had a video defending
Recently, Hasan received a
saying Hassan Masterchef DMCA strike could be fake. He was right, by the way. And I was right as well. Okay? Anyway. Many, many years ago. So, in any case, his current Reddit username is Taro_card, not Stale 2000, for those confused. Yes. Stale 2000 is his username on YouTube. His active Reddit username, or the one he uses specifically to moderate LSF as the top mod at LSF, is Tarot_card. Just so you understand. Okay? He has, in the past, according to his own YouTube page, competed for Top Orbiter of the Year as an award, or Top DGG of the Year, I think. Yeah, here it is.
I'm Stale 2000, and I'm running for DG.
December 2nd, 2021. Stale 2000 for DGGer of the Year, which apparently is a competition in the Destiny community. Anyway, so he runs LSF now. Okay? Not sure what's going on LSF. Not sure what's going on with Stale in general right now in the last round of this controversy, considering that my clips have suspiciously started appearing on livestream fails without being banned instantly or without being deleted instantly. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe he has turned a new leaf or something. But as you've noticed, there have been numerous heavily upvoted HasanAbi clips on LSF, which is very unique. And it only started happening this week. And I don't know what that was about. But seemingly, that's the latest situation there. Used to be normal a couple of years ago. It's no longer normal. The DDGer of the Year for 2024, He Hates You Too Lol, just got banned from DDG because he sided with the victims of his stream. Yeah, so I don't know why you know that. That's kind of crazy. But yes, there seems to be a massive rift in his own community, partially because I think this is not just like random victims that Destiny can so quickly disparage, but instead other content creators within his orbit. So his fan base has developed a likeness for some of these content creators. So it's not so easy to just like disparage them and shit on them. And there's this mass exodus happening, or mass chaos happening in his own community, it seems. Michael from Pennsylvania here says, Destiny started to ban longtime collaborators JSTLK, Cherry, and Pixie because of admitted by him allegations of him sharing pornography of multiple women non-consensually he created with them. This is a civil and criminal offense in the state of Florida, and Pixie has announced intent to sue. But going back to his own personal subreddit moderation and going back to everything that's going on, you might recognize some of these names because they all fucking hate me. Okay? And just because they hate me, I'm not going to be a piece of shit and say, oh, good riddance or whatever. They are still victims. Okay? Just so you understand. Sherry is another one of the victims of Destiny. Apparently, allegedly, according to her, Destiny actually secretly, without her consent, recorded her. She only found out about this because one of her friends heard the footage and noticed that it was her voice in the footage. Okay? But going back to brigading and subreddits in general. This information, while it was out there in the ether for quite some time, never gained a lot of momentum. Part of that was because they couldn't make it into any subreddits. They would either get deleted from the top subreddits or could be easily ignored. In Destiny's own community, obviously, moderators keep a very tight leash, and we're deleting all mentions of this stuff, and still, to their best of their ability, try to keep all of this information under control. Meanwhile, Destiny's co-host Dan Saltman, you guys might remember him, the Adpocalypse guy, would appear on Turkey Tom's Tom Dark live stream to discuss this, and makes another statement on stream. I believe there was a clip on LSF of that as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw that this morning, and I was shocked to see that, like any sort of clip such as that one being featured on LSF as well. Don't know if they deleted that or not. Meanwhile, it seems that XQC is actually somewhat, taking the side of Destiny in this process, which is also, I guess, somewhat expected. I don't think Asmongold has talked about it, but who knows? I think the Dan Saltman clip has been deleted from the LSF subreddit, it seems. Anyway. Even XQC isn't defending him now.
Yo, I feel bad.
Lonerbox retweeted the victim's Twitter statement, and it seems like Lonerbox has cut ties with Destiny because of this. No, I saw... who cares? Asmongold's a loser. Asmongold has covered every single time one of Destiny's orbiters have clipped something I've said out of context, and so has XQC. It's always shocking when, in the same week, when both XQC and Asmongold are getting top upvoted clips on LSF talking about how racist I am because I've, tried to explain with a nuanced position about like racism against white people not being the same as racism against black people. They have top upvoted comments. In the same week, Destiny will literally say the N-word, and then they will either never really cover it, or they'll end up defending Destiny saying the N-word, saying that he didn't have any sort of negative intentionality behind saying the N-word. This is a very real thing that has happened not once, not twice, but I think 3 times now. So it is important when you look at what some people choose not to cover, especially when they, much like myself, are on live streams for 8 hours a day. Especially if their content oftentimes is slop in general or drama in general. That's why a lot of people were mad at Asmongold for not initially covering Elon Musk faking, playing, Path of Exile 2. That's why people were shocked and confused as to why Elon, or why Asmongold was not talking about Elon Musk potentially, faking playing Path of Exile 2. The clip you were looking for about Dan is in the link in that thread. The other says, the one that says later makes another statement. Oh, okay. This is the statement that he made. It's a locked post now.
For Steve. Listen,
I
fucking
don't
help me.
Or anything.
You guys are like forcing me to fucking sleep for Steve. Listen.
Well,
First of
no,
all,
do it. Go for it. Like
You seem forced to do this frequently.
okay. First of all, okay, I would say that I'm pretty confident that everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well. But nobody talks about that.
What?
Help me.
Or anything.
You guys are like forcing me to.
I'm sorry.
I'm pretty confident that everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well.
Okay. Classic, I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool. Brilliant brilliant minds over there in the debate circle. Anyway, Destiny responded in a post in his subreddit that has been cross-posted in this as well. He calls it the legal arc, beginning in mysterious ways, such wow. One of the major points that he did not address is how these videos were circulated to begin with. He made a vague statement in his post and wrote this like long effort post, mostly talking about like the litigation and the back and forth between him and Pixie, who is now suing him. And this is the most important part of it, in my opinion, where he says, I want to be clear. The leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. I never had an intention for any of those images to be published. Now, that's vague legal speak that tries to imply that he did not actually send the footage out. Now, if this was actually his own personal account, his cloud, his Apple cloud or whatever, that had actually gotten hacked, then this would be understandable, okay? Destiny himself would be a victim in this circumstance. The problem is, he didn't get hacked. He sent it to random people. He sent it to random people, and I don't know exactly what happened here. Maybe they got hacked, or maybe someone else that had access to the footage leaked it. Okay? Pete is online, says his community has a recurring show called Rape Review where they have practiced defending predators, and now the same talking points come out. Maybe he was, creating this so that he could have an army of people who would defend him, down the line. Like I said, I don't need to say allegedly because I don't know. I'm openly admitting I don't know what happened. Right? I believe some of the people, Destiny consensually filmed, and allegedly, according to Sherry, she was one of the victims who was not consensually filmed, according to Sherry herself. Okay? If you're asking about the permission of how some of this footage was filmed. What is this? X is looking at proof descending it himself?
Like, brother, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah. These are the conversations that he had, I believe, with that 19-year-old, right? And this is where this is where the initial leaks came from. Like, people found out all of the weird, like, things that Destiny was into and never really truly investigated how people figured that out. But it turns out it was because he was, including the videos, the sex tapes, he had sent to random people.
Okay, that is off the fucking rails.
I don't think I have much BJ stuff recorded, lol. It's fine, hee. Oh, there was a girl once. She was young, so she was kind of new and wasn't that good, but she would just hold on to me and tongue the head a lot, which actually ended up feeling good, lol, but no cum shot. You want that vid? I'd love it. Oh my God.
Off the rails. That's diabolical behavior.
Straight sex cult shit, dude. Straight up. I've often maintained the position that they behave like a cult, and doing weird sex pest behavior and sex crimes potentially further solidifies that. Many commenters have noticed that Destiny did not respond to the allegation he had distributed Pixie sexual/nude images without her consent. They've also noticed that the DMs included in his own statement, as well as Pixie's, reveal an acknowledgement of him doing exactly that. That is where the main Destiny drama stands at this time on the subreddit. Another former collaborator of Destiny's, Cherry, has alleged to be a victim of the same behavior, and a follow-up tweet and a link of the comment thread with screenshots. Here's what she said. Today I was made aware of an intimate audio recording taken of me without my consent that was also shared without my consent. I'm upset right now, and I'm going to give myself time to process. This is serious. The person who received the recording from Destiny was not aware I did not consent to the recording. They recognized me by my voice and messaged me today out of concern. I don't feel comfortable sharing more right now. Now, understand that his community that he has cultivated is so ruthless and so cruel that they call it a lawsuit. Is this a possible future Destiny lawsuit? You know, like a lawsuit, but a lawsuit, because it's content. Everything is content. She then followed up and said, oh, this, as I posted as well. Destiny has banned the people who have spoken out against them from his Discord server. Alleged Discord messages where Destiny admits to recording his phone in his pocket during the sex act. It is not clear if this was a consensual recording. Hold on. I don't know where that is. Pixie has now announced on Twitter and X that other women have been coming forward about receiving pornographic content from Destiny with concerns that it may have been sent non-consensually. Destiny has announced a break from streaming. This link is broken. If someone has a better link, please let me know. Destiny has almost made other comments regarding this on his Discord. r/Destiny moderator has made a statement on the state of the sub. Sherry has announced that she is making a police report and pressing charges against Destiny. And wait, did I click on this already? Oh, this is the one. This is the last post that she had. Destiny has blocked me and banned me and people supporting me from his community. I have not done anything besides asking for an explanation, as I was assured this was something he didn't do to me. When I wasn't given one privately, I spoke publicly. I am not involved in any lawsuit or coordinating with anyone seeking justice due to the leaks in November, though they have had my empathy and support in their efforts. It is only yesterday I became aware that Destiny had recorded me while we had sex without my consent, and with no regard for me, also shared that recording with others. 2 women now have let me know they have received sexual recordings taken of me in September 2023 without my consent. I thank them so much for their concern for me. No amount of public humiliation will ever make me regret being made aware of what was done to me. I will be filing a police report and pressing charges. This is a separate person, a separate incident. Not Pixie, but a different person that was also a self-proclaimed Destiny orbiter. Okay? No, recorded her and Destiny having sex. Destiny recorded them having sex without her consent or knowledge. The sex act was with consent, as far as I understand. Pixie includes these screenshots in her Substack post. The last link is insane because he's offering to basically pay her off by paying her bills to make her feel better about leaking her sex tape. This is what Pixie said. I'll be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. On November 29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes for the future were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I am at least the 3rd person he has done this to. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other women he has hurt, as it is not my place or story to tell. I will, however, share my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. If you recall, if you want to understand the way that Destiny operates, usually, a great example of this is with Cutie Cinderella. Okay? Destiny will randomly shit on Ludwig, okay? And then we'll bring up Cutie Cinderella and the AI porn debacle, and we'll say some of the most vicious things that I don't even want to repeat right now about Cutie, randomly, completely unprompted. And his fan base will yell at him for like a little bit. Some people will criticize him for it, okay, in his fan base. He'll ban some of those naysayers, most likely unbanning them later down the line. But for the time being, there's a little bit of friction in his own community, okay? And then his community will then further tell everyone else that is watching from the outside how much difference in opinion actually thrives in his community, in an effort to make it seem like there's a lot of discourse on this stuff and that his community is not a hive-minded cult. And then later down the line, they'll turn around and just make it seem like it was all jokes, that it wasn't a big deal at all, completely diluting the actual harm that was done. That's just one example. This is far more severe. Okay? That's why everything is considered to be an arc. All of the manifestos are considered to be nukes. It's all content. Bridges are being burned for the sake of content. Meanwhile, in that process, there are a lot of people that get harmed along the way. But it doesn't matter because anyone and everyone will be treated like a lolcow by destiny. First, they'll show you so much support and will bring you into the community and give you clout and, make you feel awesome. Then, in a moment's notice, destiny can turn on you. And when that happens, they will literally, not dissimilar to how Scientology operates, will come after you and leak all of your private details, will come after you and will say some of the most insane, unhinged shit about you. And most of these people are obviously not massive, sizable content creators. I, on the other hand, am a massive and sizable content creator, and Destiny still hasn't stopped doing this, collaborating with anyone and everyone that will say, fuck Hasan, I want to kill Hasan, like Sam Hyde, for example, actively bringing their community into his in an effort to continue the endless sequence of fuck Hasan posts. Okay? Nothing is too far. Okay? And this story is just one of many others of wronged people in the process. People that were fans of Destiny initially. People that were friends of Destiny in the aftermath. People that became orbiters, self-described orbiters in the process, becoming content creators and developing a fandom, developing their own audience and their own communities in the process from Destiny's communities. Everything turns into a meme, though, shortly thereafter. Sometimes directly in the process of the awful shit unfolding. She said, I've known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the best sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on which ways we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some call this a fault of mine. They claim I'm naive and should be more careful. Those people are right. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. Being severely terrified of leading someone on or sexual assault, I thought I could trust Destiny, who I had multiple long conversations with regarding consent and boundaries. So you can imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes, you read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II sent pornographic content of me to a random 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten whom he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. Rest assured, despite never having met her, he at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. What is this link? Let's click on it. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is a Discord message from him. There shouldn't be. No, I'm so sorry. There's literally zero excuse. I've had phone convos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. This is after the fact that, the stuff was released and I guess she talked to Destiny directly. Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it is just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. The betrayal, coupled with hundreds of messages I've received filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of almost all happiness. The only thing that has kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice and have him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I have been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and have decided this is the best course of action. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Code 15 U.S.C. civil action relating to disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts in Florida. I'll be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. I've been told that a court case like this could potentially cost over tens of thousands of dollars. I am terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hasan. Couldn't be a Destiny story without it somehow getting back to me, of course. As if for fun. And Hasan actually has the resources to defend himself. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in the process. What is
It's
this?
really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out and about Nazi, because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me.
Oh my God, shut the f up. You're such a baby, dude. I didn't actually know back then if Sam Hyde was like a full-on Nazi or not. I didn't know 100%. There was still like a little bit of doubt in my mind. I wasn't sure.
Wait, hold on. If I recall, wow, look at that. The first thing that comes up, I have to fight Hasan Piker, Sam Hyde clarifies. No, I'm pretty sure you knew. I'm pretty sure you did know. He plays a clip where he says the exact thing you said.
But then when I started watching some of his like his serious podcast stuff, I was like, oh shit, this guy is like a super Nazi. This is in 2022. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards maybe him being a Nazi, but I didn't think I didn't know at this point. I didn't really 100% think he was.
You had this shit ready? No, it's in this. No, this is ironically something that he posted saying that he's going to sue me for the memes, I guess.
It's funny because you can tell actually that I don't know that he's a Nazi because I don't really I don't challenge him on like any Nazi tier stuff. I don't know if I even ask about it. Did I ask about the journalist?
I would kill Hasan is literally one of the fucking bro. Wait. It's a chapter title.
Stuff. This was before the boxing match too.
Yeah. You got anyone you want to?
This was in August 27th.
Destiny, this was before he recorded the Candyman persona, said, Hasan Piker, I'm going to kill you, and talk about Creator Clash at the start of the interview.
And I chatted with him. Oh. I chatted with him before this. Oh, so this was even before the Hasan shit.
Yeah, except you just scrolled over the pedophile Nazi literally talking to you and saying that he wanted to fucking kill me. And let's see how he plays it, because I'm sure he plays it, right? Like he's got to play it, right? I don't know why he's talking about bad empanada. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Where is it? Is this it?
Hasan?
I have to fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
Why do you hate Hasan so much? Jesus. So Hasan boxing match. You've got another match. Is there like a dream collaboration you have? Is there like somebody, like, obviously aside from your favorite character, iDubbbz, is there somebody that you like really want to do something with if you have the opportunity to?
Yeah, I have to fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis. You have no idea. Okay. I created Hasan 2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff, because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind.
Oh, back in August, he's put in effort and he sources things.
Fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis. You have no idea. Okay. I created Hasan 2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff, because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind. And that goal has come to fruition largely because of Destiny, because of the help that he's given me, and also on top of Destiny, helping me personally, Destiny himself. By the way, this is not something that I don't admit and did routinely admit until Destiny became so fucking embarrassing that it was embarrassing to openly relitigate this. Why is he using a clip of this after, I believe this was after we had stopped being friends, where I was in the process of admitting still, like, yeah, no, I did collaborate. I went on Chapo Trap House and defended Destiny in like 2018 or 2019 or something. It's so strange that they've created this like alternative reality so much over there on the Destiny community that they literally operate off of proof that undermines the original argument that they make, that like, I say Destiny never, I never collaborated with Destiny or anything like that. No, it was just like, it's weird that he thinks that I owe him permanently. You know what I mean?
already doing exactly what I wanted to do. So when people like David Pakman decide to come on Twitch, or people like Kyle Kalinske decide to come on Twitch, this is an incredible thing. I love this. The alt-right have an absolute hold, a stranglehold on...
2 years on Twitch, but yeah.
You created him, I have to kill him.
Well, if you're trying to fundraise for that, I would absolutely help you. Anyway, he's been training. Did you see his Twitter videos? He's taken...
I've seen his...
Oh, because he thinks that kill him here, I'm fundraising to assassinate Hasan Piker. For when he's talking about...
Wait, but I didn't even say that. I didn't even realize he was saying that he was going to fundraise to kill me. No, I was... If I've ever talked about like fundraising to kill me, it's probably one of the recent incidents, whether Destiny had said, I hope he kills himself one day, or... Oh, it's because the article where you said I paved the way. Oh, that's the, oh my God, it's the fucking, was it Complex article or whatever? I don't even remember what I exactly said. Now, what's really interesting is, okay, what's really interesting about this process here is that I don't know if we could find it, because I know that they deleted that Reddit thread down the line, but maybe with the Wayback Machine or something, I could possibly find it. That clip of him talking to Sam Hyde was brigaded. It was posted, as always, Destiny's clips against me get posted on LSF, and was brigaded, and it went to r/all. Okay? It went all the way to the top of Reddit. It went to the front page of Reddit, where, you know, it seemed like people, Nazis specifically, were celebrating Destiny, talking about Sam Hyde killing me, you know? A very strange time. And I remember at the time, even the comments were like, what are we doing? Do we hate Hasan that much that we're, you know, celebrating a fucking Nazi pedophile? Interesting stuff. Anyway, why did we take this sidestep? Okay, why did we take this side journey? Because apparently Destiny voluntarily brought this up. And it was featured in Pixie's Substack post, talking about how Destiny wants to potentially sue me. You may not remember what you said, but Epsteiny, Diddy, Sex Pestiny, Diddy G remembers what you said. He remembers it every day of his life. Yeah, but they also don't remember the actual things that I say, but instead remember like whatever was clipped out of context and massaged as the new truth in the sex cult that he operates. Anyway, I cannot imagine what he might try to do with, to me in this process. Sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. Yes, he does. I wonder if he purposely is trying to put fear into my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multimillionaire who can fight back, as if it's an indirect flaunt, warning over his capability of outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. At the request of my friends, I have been encouraged to link my Give, Send, Go regarding this case here in hopes that we can raise enough for me to legally succeed. It's a givesendgo.com/sue destiny. Themasius found the link, but because of the auto mod, he can't post it. Can we give Themasius permission to post the link? Mods, are you in here? He doesn't approve to people like Pixie, who doesn't have the resource to fight back and hates it, that he can't do it because he can't do it to Hasan. I mean, I don't know how he would try and sue me over this. Like, that would be so fucking stupid. Not only is it stupid because I found it, but I can't post it. Automod. Okay, try it again. Oh, he is trying. Can you just send it to Fizz, to Macy's? Oh yeah, this is another instance where Destiny talked about killing me.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
You should tell him that. Aw. After it didn't get to RL. I was wrong. It got to 4.2K upvotes on LSF. It got archived and the post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. Damn. Maybe we can look back at the Wayback Machine now that we have the link. from the time frame that it was posted to see who the user was that posted it. This is how they do all the time, by the way. They will post numerous posts of the LSF subreddit, and then if it actually doesn't favor Destiny, they'll delete it. One of the posts at the same time frame did go to r/all. That's why I'm saying it, but I can't. I don't think it was this one. Not only that, but also, if you guys recall, during the supposed adpocalypse, where Destiny and Dan Saltman collaborated with ADL and numerous other pro-Israel organizations to try to get me banned, and including Richie Torres, sent him like a bunch of clips from a website called HasanAbi.com leading up to the election, because they just simply wanted to get an own on me and get me banned off of Twitch. A smear campaign that Ethan Klein also jumped on board with very willingly and voluntarily, including but not limited to happily using some of the clips titled HasanAbi, my former podcast co-host, by the way. Okay. When they were doing this mass brigading campaign, as they were sending botted emails out to every single advertiser on Twitch with the hopes that they could pressure Twitch to ban me before the election, not because they supposedly care about anti-Semitism. These guys say anti-Semitic shit all the time, but because they wanted to punish me, because they think that I'm the one who is responsible for Destiny getting banned, and not this kind of behavior, okay? Due to, I suspect, a lot of the gaslighting that Destiny is engaged in over and over again in his own community, where he's cultivated this fan base that just simply does not know what the fuck is going on in the world, whether it be the world events that Destiny tackles from an incredibly biased perspective, like, you know, being pro-Israel, or, you know, things that pertain to my life that he clips out of context and will routinely lie about. So, what the fuck are these comments? Does LSF hate Hasan so bad they're defending a dude that Destiny himself called a Nazi? Wait a minute. Destiny talks about Sam Hyde being a Nazi.
You're watching Destiny, okay?
Wait.
Okay? This isn't Hasan or Vosh or whatever. So when I say Nazi, okay, I don't use that word lightly. Fuck.
Why is every video about any number of different things actually involve me somehow? Interesting. Notice how this man still had the audacity to claim. Notice how this man still had the audacity to claim that I was actually constantly talking about him when we revealed that well, not even we, someone randomly revealed that Destiny's Discord had brought my name up like 90,000 times, as opposed to my Discord had the name Destiny mentioned, I believe, 5,000 times. And it was mostly the video game. So that's interesting. Destiny talks about Sam Hyde and says he's a Nazi. Is this before or after he collaborated with Sam Hyde?
One of the worst fuck up stories of like artistic history, because like
it was created by Pensive Goat, who posted 17 minutes ago on the YouTube drama post. The Sam Hyde clip was made by Pensive Goat. Let's take a look. I wonder if he's still a Destiny fan after all this, or maybe he's no longer a Destiny fan. I don't know. I'm not, you know. Let's see. How do I find the username? Is the same guy who made the fake post about Mike being anti-Semitic? Oh, wow. Why does Destiny have so many people who do like free PR and smear campaigns for all of his enemies, and free PR for him? I will never know. I truly don't understand it. The second clip you linked of Dan Saltman saying that everyone sent videos around was from a few weeks ago when the lack of consent was questioned but not confirmed. It wasn't from after Pixie made her statement. They're still doing PR. That same guy that posted that years ago the Sam Hyde clip years ago, is still at it, still doing PR for Destiny. That's crazy. 20 minutes ago, he's still in the trenches, in the drama trenches. This man has nonstop done PR for Destiny for 4 fucking years at least. That's insane, man. And there are a lot of people like this, just so you understand. It sounds psychotic. It sounds psychotic where you're like, how can you lose your own personhood to this degree where you are a loyal soldier of a man online? There are hundreds of people that do this shit for him. Hundreds. Okay? Hundreds. They got a post of me being quiet for 30 seconds as evidence of me being anti-Semitic. Yeah, they do stuff like that all the time. No, he's just being a nerd and clarifying. It looks like a few posts down, he's posting about Melina confirming that they were posted non-consensually. What is this? 150 plus? When the question gets asked how and why people take the time to pour through hours of footage to find this to find shit to clip, there's an answer for it.
It's coming. I'm working on it. That's kind of what I have like a whole Discord for like the clippers and stuff. I just need a night that I have where I'm not doing anything or working on anything where I could just like sit down and write all this out. But I'm working on that. It's in the pipeline.
Taliban Clips Discord has become the omni-liberal brain room. While the election results of the night were coming in, I had a choice, as all of us had. And I chose memeing. I posted on Twitter the solution was obvious. Obviously joking, trolling, expressing frustration, but it somehow resonated with a lot of you, so I just kept going with it. The omni-liberal media campaign had taken off, and I was getting tons of positive feedback. This reminded me that we have a dormant Discord August set up back in June, where we try to activate an army of Clippers. The Taliban Clips Discord was active in the first months or so, but the hype died down. The new team of Clippers are still posting their daily content. We just stopped using Discord for that. We follow each other on Twitter, and I get to amplify all of them with the Gnomes Twitter account, which has been a great help at combating the narrative around Steven. Now, I was wondering, I have all these people who are interested in the omni-liberal media message. Maybe I should gather these like-minded people in one spot, and that's how the idea arose around the repurpose of the Taliban Clips Discord. There are already tons of resources there, which we would otherwise lose. I was involved in the January 6th documentary research group and started adding the Clippers to them, along with the Dan's War with Twitch people. That one was the brigading campaign against me and Twitch in general, which was exposed by Bloomberg's very own reporting, Cecilia Anastasio, which they then deleted everything because of that. So if you go to the Destiny subreddit now, mentions of me are almost completely gone. When at a time for years, for the past like 6 years, they would nonstop post about me on there, more so than they posted about Destiny genuinely. And they had to delete all of that because they realized that their subreddit that Destiny weaponizes like this on a regular basis and their Discord server was so actively and so openly brigading that they were actually going to get into trouble by Discord and Reddit. They deleted all of it. All of it is on the Wayback Machine if you want to go, compile it, or if you want to search all of the insanity there. But they just straight up deleted everything when they realized that journalists were snooping around about their brigading operations, which they so openly would talk about, like so openly. Anyway, I can't believe that there are still Destiny fans in here. He kind of made you, though. Why you so ungrateful he brought you in? No. Why not just talk it out, bro? He was your friend at one point. Dude, I don't know if you understand. We're having a conversation about this dude serially making sex tapes of the people he sometimes consensually and sometimes non-consensually records and is unconsensually sending to other people that he wants to fuck. And you're like, why don't you become friends with that guy again? I don't know, because he's fucking gross. Yeah, what am I going to talk to him about? Fucking, should I tell him not to do like awful, indecent, freak-like shit? Is that what you want me to have a conversation with him about? Just hug it out, bro. Is that the new talking point that Destiny fans have now? Like, they've just dropped everything else, so now they're just saying, come on, just talk it out. if you're in here and still a fan, you should and still have a certain opinion of me, because there's a lot of people who hate watch me. I'm sure they're hate watching me right now, because Destiny also uses DGG as an offline hate raid structure where they literally have my stream up and they're routinely talking shit. And then they also love making sock accounts and coming in here and also chirping and then clipping the videos out of context and posting it on subreddits. And they've been doing this for 5 to 6 years at this point. It's fucking insane. That's the part I don't really talk about all that much. This is the part that I think is infinitely more important. The clip for when Destiny talks about Sam Hyde being a Nazi and an alt-writers from January 14th, 2022. Destiny made that collab video with Sam Hyde on June 19th, 2022. And now Destiny is claiming he didn't know Sam Hyde was a Nazi back then when he collabed with him. Clear evidence that he's lying now. Yeah, just like there was clear evidence that he, one, openly stated that NFTs were a fucking grift and you were stupid for buying an NFT, and then a week later got an NFT sponsorship and farmed his fucking fan base. And that's what's so crazy about it, because like there's so much hypocrisy in this community that supposedly loves hypocrisy baiting, and yet they just can't comprehend that they're being gaslit over and over and over again. It wasn't a week, it was 2 or 3 days. Oh my God, that's amazing.
How did he get exposed as a Nazi? I don't remember how he got exposed as a Nazi, okay? Now, you're watching Destiny, okay?
For the record, the only reason why I'm bringing this shit up is because I was weirdly mentioned in Pixie's fucking call-out post, because apparently Destiny still to this day goes around talking about potentially suing me for saying correct things. Just so you understand, if you want to weave back into the fucking main conversation here, you know, I'm covering this letter, this Substack that Pixie wrote about being victimized by Destiny, and even in that, I randomly get brought up. And yes, the irony, of course, is that the link on that Substack where Destiny talks about potentially suing me, Destiny actively now lies. Destiny actively lies to his audience about the dumbest shit too, and people straight up believe it. A great example of this is Destiny 1 collaborating with Sam Hyde with the full knowledge that he was a fucking neo-Nazi when Sam Hyde talked about how he wanted to kill me, okay? And then turning around and saying, oh, I didn't know he was a neo-Nazi. Why would he, you know, why would Hasan even say that I knew that he was a neo-Nazi? Well, it turns out he did. Here's a video from before he collaborated with Sam Hyde, 6 months prior.
This isn't Hasan or Vosh or whatever. So when I say Nazi, okay, I don't use that word lightly, all right? And when I first heard that, like, oh, he's an alt-right or Nazi, like usually when I hear that from people, my first thing is like, I'm sure he is. Okay, he's probably like a conservative or whatever, right? But I remember we listened on a stream to like, was it like 6 years ago? To a phone call that he had with like a journalist reporter or whatever. And he's literally on the phone. He's like, I know like the Jews are like destroying my program, or Jewish people don't want this or whatever from the Turner or whatever. It's like, what?
This is in January 14th, 2022. The Sam Hyde conversation came 6 months after that video. I guess he must have forgotten that Sam Hyde was a Nazi in that time frame. Or maybe, just maybe, he knew he was a fucking Nazi and didn't give a shit. Just like when he knew Nick Fuentes was a Nazi and didn't give a shit, because he wanted to collaborate with Nick Fuentes. Just like when he openly talked about platforming Nick Fuentes and giving Nick Fuentes' career a lifeline. Just like when he collaborated with another white nationalist, Lauren Southern. Now, of course, with Lauren Southern, I believe he also wanted to have sex with Lauren Southern. Not sure if he wanted to have sex with Nick Fuentes. Look. The guy's still doing it. The guy's still doing it. Now he's moved on to why even talk about them then? Bro, it's not working, man. It's not working. It's not working. You're not. It's not going to work, man. It's been confirmed him and Lauren had an affair. Their DMs have been leaked. Okay. Yeah. 1 week old sock account coming in from, 1 week old sock account coming in from another orbiter community to try to desperately fucking be like, hey, can you just like stop covering this, please? Actually, you guys should kiss and make up. I don't really understand any of these hate watching, clip farming, smear campaigns based on lies. I don't even have that much to do in my life. I barely have time to watch you for a bit every day. I don't get where they get all this time. I think it's because these guys, I think that these guys really fall for it. Okay. That's the best possible, most charitable way that I can, that I can approach it. Right. Where they think like this guy is a dweebish loser just like me, but he gets to like have sex with all these Discord e-girl kittens, and he gets to have this incredible life where he plays like fucking video games and shoots the shit and destroys people mentally in the marketplace of ideas by regurgitating cherry-picked data points that he read from Wikipedia right before the debate to make it seem as though he is an arbiter of the truth or whatever. And for them, they just see him like a god. And I'm sure you guys know people that are fans of his. I mean, I see it all the fucking time. People that are fans of Destiny aren't just like normal people with like their own lives or whatever. They just genuinely admire him. They think he is a fucking god because it's a goddamn cult, okay? Are they still building logs of the chat? Oh, I think they did build the logs of the chat, and they posted a website that kind of was a dud. Yeah, they did. They went through 5 years of logs in every single person of this community and like built logs of who gets banned and who's a mod and who's not a mod. And it's all wrong too, which is so funny. Like they're so weird that they think like Congress is going to be like, who has Hasan banned out of the 46,000 people that watch him every day? Yeah, they added fake screenshots of fake chatters because they couldn't get enough like actual shit that looked bad. That was Dan specifically. Anyway, let's get back to the Substack now that we took this sidestep. However, the next Joe Rogan to the left is, whoever the next Joe Rogan to the left is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. Oh my God, is that what Destiny wants to be? Oh, my brother. That's probably why he was so fucking pissed when all of these goddamn mainstream media outlets were calling me up to be like, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. You're the Joe Rogan of the left. Yeah, let me tell you another incredibly sophisticated harassment campaign they conducted. They went after fucking CNN. They literally called up like random executives at CNN. They're so psychotic to be like, how dare you have this anti-Semite on? Like, they're such insane people. They found like, they were sending like tweets and shit. They're so crazy. Yeah, instead of being the Joe Rogan to the left, my man turned into the Andrew Tate of the left, but all the bad sides and none of the popularity. 27,000 letters sent to USC, by the way, to try to get me to stop. Like, to try to stop me from talking. 20,000 emails trying to get me banned off CNN. 27,000 letters sent to USC to try to get me to no longer speak at USC. And then they just don't understand when it doesn't work. I remember reading the comments where they were like, I'm beginning to lose my mind. Why is he still getting so much positive media coverage? Why doesn't anybody see him as like the truly evil person he is? And not in any part of that, they never even think, maybe we're wrong. Maybe most people understand how Gamergate style smear campaigns work, especially if they're in fucking media, and they understand when like something is disingenuous. They just don't get it. No self-awareness at all. They're just operating like a fucking bot farm saying, oh, I'm losing faith in our movement, guys. It just doesn't make sense. He did have sex with Lauren Southern. He was willing to throw everything in his marriage, his atheism, his polyamory, his streaming career to marry her and start a centrist media company that covers both left and right-wing perspectives. That's why the marriage fell apart. Wait, what? I don't know if that's true. That's crazy. Do they get paid? No, they don't get paid. They do this for admiration. Okay? Anyway. And before you say, why are you making this about yourself? This is about the victims. It's still a part of the operations. You understand? It's still a part of the way that his community operates. I'm painting a broader picture for a lot of people who have no fucking clue who Destiny is because I don't actually talk about him all that much. I'm explaining to you how his community functions and how sophisticated their smear campaigns are in general, and how to a random onlooker, some of the stuff that they post is so far removed from the actual fucking community itself that they come across as like totally random people talking shit about a random asshole. Okay? I'm the random asshole in this regard. And that's what I'm explaining to you. If they can do this to someone like myself, who has a larger audience than Destiny, who has more of a social platform than Destiny does, then of course they can do this tenfold and bully smaller victims into submission every single time. So if you're wondering how stuff like this happens seemingly more than once, and yet for some weird reason, it never ends up making any sort of waves or end up harming Destiny's community at all, okay, or Destiny's prominence at all, it's because they have a very sophisticated smear campaign machine and a very sophisticated PR machine for Destiny. Destiny works against it on a regular basis by constantly saying unhinged shit, like how I don't know, what did he say when he was talking to Lonerbox a couple months ago, that he was a necrophiliac pedophile or something? Like, he ruins it all the time, but his community is desperately trying to hold it together. So the entire reason why he's been able to get to this position so far is because he has a incredibly dedicated fan base of individuals with a lot of time on their hands who will do this shit for fucking free. So like I said, if he could do this for myself, or if he can actually defend himself after debating ethical CP or whatever with other fucking neo-Nazis and still have a platform of prominence, of course he can fucking bully people like Pixie into submission aggressively. That is the broader picture here. That is what I'm trying to explain. It cannot be someone who puts women in positions where they will be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny has been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Marianne Williamson and Martin O'Malley, who have no idea of what he's done. As time passes and he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful figures such as Zelensky, I can't help be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed despite facing no repercussions for his actions. If the Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future, it cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream. For allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. And also give him an opportunity to do this to other people too, by the way. I've been told that the payout might not be worth the harassment and attention I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but I've been told there is no realistic way the court will grant me anonymity. This means my only option is public. I've been told by a variety of people to not go public. I've been told by some people that Stephen really does feel sorry, but I am not inclined to believe them, especially taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces justice. Let me be clear. Destiny has violated federal law and his transgressions against me. He has violated my consent and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse I have received. I am terrified. And the evidence log shows Destiny apologizing for his actions, Destiny downplaying the pain I felt and my concerns. It's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try and send it to my family or workplace wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. I think the number of people who know or even keep up with it enough to go after you is probably almost zero. I think people hate others involved. Me, Lauren, Nick, lol. Wait, so it is Nick Fuentes? He actually did suck Nick Fuentes' dick? Like, what's going on here? I'm so fucking confused. Way more, and it overshadows everything a lot more. As for any achievements or anything like that, the majority of the work and stuff you've done has been completely independent from me anyway. So the people who would say anything like that are the people who would have said shit like that anyway and aren't worth the time. I genuinely don't understand it. Is it actually fucking Nick Fuentes or not? Or is he joking? And then Destiny offering to pay some bills. This feels super lame, and I don't want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money on anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying about getting through this. Bro, he sent him having sex with this person to another person, to another random person he'd never met that he wanted to fuck a 19-year-old Discord girl. And he's just like, come on, let me just pay your fucking bills. It's like insane. Like, and he also presents it. Oh my God, Destiny is literally therapy speak abuser, dude. Holy fuck. Like, this is the archetype of the fake male feminist. Now, obviously, Destiny isn't really a fucking male feminist at all. He has rape review, as we've talked about before. His community literally looks at finding ways to victim blame the people that are victim of sexual assault all the time. And he has done that all the time and on numerous occasions, as a matter of fact. But like the very fact that he's still in this circumstance, like trying to be super nice to an obviously wronged party is insane. It is so incredibly manipulative. Holy fuck. What? Pixie? Is this actually Pixie the person? Hi, I really want to thank you for going over this. Hate watching Hasan. Hate watching is so funny for some reason. Hi, I really want to thank you for going over this. I really hope I can bring him to justice for all the things he's done. Having the support of larger communities has really helped me, and I'm really grateful. Anyway. Oh. Okay. So this is Pixie's side. Where was it? Wait, did I close the wrong tab? Is this it? No, this is the Sam Hyde one. It's just like things as simple as that, or things as simple as like things as simple as you know, saying NFTs are for suckers and then immediately doing a fucking NFT ad is so crazy, you know? And his fan base doesn't even remotely, not even for a moment, recognize that as like pure hypocrisy. So the question I have is like, if I did something like that, you would be up my fucking asshole, okay? Not only would my audience be up my asshole, and I'm sure there'd still be some diehard fans, okay? But the reality of the matter is, Destiny's community certainly would not let that go. As a matter of fact, some of the biggest hypocrisies that they've exposed quite literally are just shit that's clipped out of context. So they hypocrisy fish for things that aren't even inherently hypocritical, like me buying a fucking house where he literally placed that. He literally, when I bought a house, before I even entered the house for myself and my fucking family, Destiny covered it and blasted it on the fucking timeline. And then Breitbart picked it up. And then fucking Fox News picked it up. He did that shit, okay? He fucking did that shit. I got doxxed by Nazis. Some of those Nazis are in Sam Hyde's fucking fan base, and he collaborated with them. Like, think about that. None of that is, say allegedly. What do you mean? What? Nothing I said is fucking alleged, okay? Everything I said is 100% correct. He literally outflanked. He went and found a random fucking realtor website gossip post and covered it. He also leaked your family history. His fans showed all your mom and dad shit on timeline. That's another thing. He's like doxed my fucking family. Yeah. And lied about it too. There's like AI built websites out there of my dad being a fucking billionaire or some shit. And I didn't even know any of that. Okay? Yeah, they're fucking crazy. And yes, I did read the other allegation tweet from Cherry. And also that she is pursuing like criminal action as well. Let this serve as a de-radicalizing moment for you if you're fucking hate watching right now on the Destiny's Discord or whatever. Okay? That if you find yourself in any echo chamber, in any community that is that hyper invested for 5+ years in making someone look fucking bad, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of shit that you're not actually seeing. If you can recognize this as not like a random one-off, but a bunch of people who have obviously been fucking harmed by a person who is more invested in saving face than actually, you know, atoning for the wrong that he has done, this should be your wake-up call. In the mega thread, there are messages from D in Discord basically saying Pixie has no case and trying to undermine her case, already making jokes in between banning people. I know, we banned a couple of those people in the chat too, talking about how, well, there's no legal, this is not illegal technically. 6 hours later, Dexerto has still not tweeted about the story. They did post a clip of iShow Speed having a group of people sing happy birthday for him. Interesting priorities for a news site. Yeah, Dexerto stealth published this article on their website, but it can't be found on the front page, and there's no tweet on their social media. Yeah, Dexerto. They're always there to fucking talk shit about me, but for some weird reason, when there's like actual stuff happening to a person that they're aligned with, you know? Weirdly enough, they just don't mention that. Destiny is friends with one of the editors, so it makes sense. It's so sick seeing how he's trying to bury this and how the boys club is helping him. Like, how is there no Dexerto tweet about this? Yeah, why is Dexerto not talking about this? This is like right in their pocket, right in their fucking wheelhouse. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't have time to post it today. Yeah, and also Pixie, after writing that Substack post, got a bunch of other messages too. Since posting this, I've received countless messages of women informing me they've received pornographic content from Destiny, content they now believe wasn't made or sent with consent. If you've been sent this content or might be a victim, DM me. We're stronger together. Yeah, Dexerto always posts the top post of LSF, but for some reason, the Destiny top post for LSF, especially when it looks, you know, not so great for Destiny, they're just not going to post it. Epstein, dude. So, tangential to the drama, President Sunday's hit piece also included a portion of a phone call he had with Nicholas Diorio. I don't know what the fuck that is, and I don't really care about that stuff at all. What? We also had a clip of Hasan discussing Destiny and revenge porn recently on the subreddit. Yeah, this is from a couple days ago where I was like, I don't understand why no one is talking about how, you know, no one is talking about how like how these videos came out or how these videos were distributed to begin with. Oh, there was also not so erudite, right? Or erudite, however you say it. He didn't apologize to any of the victims at any point in his statements. Yeah. Epstein has his own Ghislaine Maxwell as well, the orbiter not so erudite, who's running cover at the maximum power level the last few days. She's the one trying to talk victims into not taking legal actions in the posts I've seen. Not so erudite. The Ghislaine Maxwell of Epstein. DMs revealed that Epstein had to pay off one of his victims through his co-host, Not So Erudite. Not yet, Coleman canceled, so other than that, I mentioned, is anything you were hoping to be brought up? I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes, unless you've decide you don't want to talk to him. That's okay too. Basically, I have my plans, course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up, repent. Oh, the person in the blue is Pixie. He has to make up, repent for the action, and wants to work with me to find a way to do that. Or if he doesn't feel that way, I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes. And that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out for hope. And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's the other thing where the fan base, including his Ghislaine, will regularly also say that like everyone is mentally ill and that like they want to harm themselves or whatever. And then sometimes they'll actually egg people on too. It's like real Kiwi Farm shit. Ghislaine had a financial incentive to sweep for him because they have a pod together. That makes sense. Yeah, Not So Erudite is another massive hater of mine, by the way, just so you know. I mean, virtually every single person at some point, when you're a Destiny Orbiter, you gotta fucking do that. When you're a Destiny Orbiter, you gotta pay the piper. You gotta say Hasan fucking sucks. You know? She's a fake psychological expert. Wait, what? What's Kiwi Farm? I'm old. Kiwi Farms is an old 4chan style forum where a lot of rabid right-wing anti-trans freaks will get together and like mass harass and try to ruin the lives of trans people and try to also get them to commit suicide. And they have like they have a leaderboard, I think, or they have a bunch of people that they have actually successfully caused through mass harassment, stalking, doxing, swatting, getting them fired from their jobs. It's like a hate cult. They have a kill count. Yeah. Destiny tried to buy the website actually when another former orbiter of Destiny who wanted to kill me, or I mean not a former orbiter that wanted to kill me, sorry, another former orbiter of Destiny that was being targeted by them wanted to shut it down, and what do you call it? Destiny, I think in the process was talking about potentially buying it or something. It's like really fucking the awful shit. Anyway, did he say anything about the Elon salute or the ADL response? Yes, I've covered the Elon salute and the ADL response. Are you crazy? Can I share this with Steven? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up. There's no excuse at all and doesn't know what he can do to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and should never do this again. Or better, what can I share with him? You can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. Gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about is what you needed: help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was, and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is this what you feel you need? Yeah, the only problem is number 3, because even with the removal of the video and getting the guy hacked charged, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough for that. For the rest of his life, he thinks the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable. Okay, so that is what you want to pursue. It wasn't clear to me before that this was what you wanted specifically. My understanding was it was more of a sense of rehabilitation and justice. Oh my God. They in the Destiny Discord right now fantasizing how you'll be outed as a sex pest or a viewer will do some sort of terror attack. That's what I mean, man. It's fucking insane. That is an insane thing to think. If you have that level of hatred in your fucking heart because your favorite content creator is doing shit that I didn't even have anything to do with, okay? He did this to him fucking self. And even in that situation, you're like, nah, dog. You are also fucking, you're also bad. But my favorite content creator, he's not bad, but you're actually bad in the same way that I'm defending my own personal content creator being bad. Like, that's psychotic. That's what I don't understand. And it reminds me of a story I heard from a long ass fucking time ago that like this kind of stuff happened in Destiny's life before. I'm not going to dig it up right now. And I can't fucking find I don't know the exact details, but I remember like there was back in Destiny's fucking StarCraft days, apparently there was a similar situation that took place where I think he like called his ex-girlfriend ugly or something and then like talked about his nudes or something, and then she actually leaked his dick pic, and then his fucking cult-like fan base 12 years ago leaked their own dick pics in solidarity to make Destiny feel less bad. Like, it's psychotic. And the thing is, like, and this was like much, much smaller community back then. My point is, listen, my point is this, okay? He tried shitting on Forsen, and Forsen brought up how he would share his ex nudes to his Discord. That's how I first heard of him. Yeah, he's done shit like this all the time. The problem is, most people, here's the issue, okay? Most people in Destiny's fan base doesn't understand that Destiny is his own worst enemy, okay? Like, I believe that every single person has the capacity to rehabilitate. But the problem is, if you're constantly fucking getting, if you're constantly getting highlighted and constantly getting defended for all of your worst instincts and following all your worst instincts and getting rewarded for it, you're just not going to fucking do that. If you're getting all of your worst shit reinforced over and over again, and it simply turns into mere content for your fan base, they weren't leaking in solidarity. What if they were leaking it because it made them look big? 5D? Is this it? Whoa, did you guys hear about the new Destiny dramas? What is this? He shared new pics and talked about here privately, asking if she was bangable. Guys have done this before. I've done this before. They were bros. Had the bro talk privately 12 years ago. What? Blue Tees pigs haven't leaked anywhere. No boobs were seen in the incident. Just dicks. At least someone could have the decency to leak the boobs. Yeah, this is... Effort post. StarCraft 2 player Steve Bonnell, aka Destiny, shares naked pictures of a fangirl. He calls her Butterface in Shrek. She responds by posting pictures of his dick. angering his fans. Destiny again responds, this time threatening to contact her school and get her financial aid cut. Understandably feeling humiliated, she was somehow able to gain access to his Twitter account, where she then leaked dick pictures he had been sending her. In her own words, from this thread, 14 plus, but she deleted her account. I'll come out and say this is blue tea. I really have nothing to lose. Long story short, Steven leaked nude pictures of me to his Skype friends. He then joked about how fucking hideous my face is compared to my beautiful body. They joked about how I look like Shrek. I do have a big nose, I guess. Someone who apparently was in the chat room emailed me from a Gmail account consisting of a bunch of random numbers. It had the chat log. When I confronted him about it, how does he respond? By threatening to contact her work and school so we can get her scholarships and financial aid removed. My man's been a menace for 12 plus fucking years, dude. 12 years. He insulted her behind closed doors in a private chat log. Nobody would ever see. She insulted him to the entire internet. Yeah, that's fair. And of course, no SRS thread would be complete without the obligatory calling a woman a cunt, even when the guy's completely in the wrong. In this case, because he has to pull out his match. We'd be pissed if he didn't play, since he's doing so well. Even if he lost because of this cunt, then we'll know at least he tried his best. And to top it all off, his poor girlfriend is brought out to protect him, partially because of the case of mistaken identity. How does she feel about the fact that her boyfriend is showing dick pictures of himself to his female StarCraft fans? Even she doesn't know. TLDR, guy shares new pictures of a female fan and calls her Shrek and Butterface. She responds by posting his dick pictures on Twitter. He threatens to call her school and work and get her scholarship removed and financial aid cut. His fans rush to his defense. Not sure what the drama is really. Nude pics, so fuck. Not like his dick was tiny. Chat log of him being a lad with his buddies and explaining he turned down a 15-year-old. Anyway. Once again, I will add to this story the same adage over and over again. Judge me by my enemies. Okay? Every single time. Why did he start attacking / targeting you so heavily? This is all insane. Because when he argued that he wanted to say the N-word in private, and it obviously frustrated his black podcast co-host and my friend Trihex at the time, and it was his friend as well. Like, they were friends before this incident. Okay? I was like, you can't do that. Even if you were to say it, I literally said, even if you were to say you would say this in public, or you would say the N-word in private, you saying that you're going to say it in private is basically saying you like saying it. That was our initial separation, which is community with a million different effort posts has actually completely changed the dynamic of, and still to this day lie about actively and say, no, it was because Destiny owned Hasan in the marketplace of ideas so hard he couldn't deal with it or something. And no, that was they say I gaslit Trihex, a black man, into feeling some type of way about his podcast co-host saying that he says the N-word in private. That's where the what a Weasley little liar clip comes from. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Excuse me. Holy fucking shit. This, ironically, was me responding to a clip of Destiny lying to his audience, saying that I actually agree with his position on the N-word. That his brilliant counter-argument in his mind was, what if I were to say the N-word when I'm in a spaceship with no one around me? Would it still actually be a inherently racist act? That was his fantastic counter. Goes to show you that it literally does not fucking matter how insane an argument is if you say it with enough confidence, people that also want to say the N-word will think that that is brilliant. Brilliant logic. Brilliant fucking logic. Anyway, so yeah. The N-word arc started because his dumbass volunteered that info too, because Denim's threatened to leak their spicy DMs, and he straight up goes, yeah, I say the N-word all the time. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that was the fantastic that was the fantastic hypothetical, the fantastic mind. He wrote a manifesto on it too, and then his fan base basically treated it as like a brilliant way to take down all of his enemies. There was another thing I wanted to say. Posting about D is now banned in a subreddit. They are going quiet for 2 weeks. Only politics and memes. Huh. Interesting. The intellectual debate giant. What is this? Brianna Wu has come into the fray. Couldn't be a full story about Destiny Orbiters without Brianna Wu mentioned, and also Not So Erudite, who obviously is now known as Epstein's own Ghislaine Maxwell, had a statement. My statement with the info so far. My opinion will update as information is made available. I have little info on new claims, and my opinion will continue to update as information does. I've only ever looked at the leaks that reached out to Pixie because I was concerned for her well-being. After I spoke with Pixie in person, she made clear her desire for me to bridge the gap between her and Steven, and her desire for as little attention as the leaks as anything identifying as possible. Both my involvement and my silence were at Pixie's request. My greatest concern this whole time was her well-being. Here are the logs. Now, any stops in the logs are to prevent other creators' names from being leaked. I've never been interested in shutting down conversation about this topic, only mentions that narrow the question of who could have leaked, again at Pixie's request. In the FQ message, I explicitly tell her to leave a comment up just to remove that part about mutual friends, because this further increased the likelihood of people knowing it was Pixie or going through the trouble to verify the mutual friend in question. If I just wanted to remove the comment, I would have done so. I would not have reached out to FQ. Who's FQ? Fairy Queen? Who's Fairy Queen? Farquad? Okay, guys, stop. I don't know. Okay. Upon learning of the leaks and Pixie's potential involvement, I investigated privately, contacting Aaron. I then spoke to Pixie and Steven in person separately. I never defended, supported, or minimized Steven's sharing of Pixie's intimate images. Most of my conversations with Steven about this topic were in person and confrontational. I fought with him and advocated for reconnecting with Pixie. My mediation for Pixie ended when she opted to reach out to Steven directly because I felt unable to navigate her monetary requests. Note, there are few DMs of our disagreements, but found this to substantiate the timing of my voicing disagreement and pushing him. I viewed him as genuinely remorseful in acting to fix the harms he had done, which is why I remained in business partnership with him. I'm very disappointed and angry with him that he opted not to reconnect with Pixie. I learned of the allegations against Cherry yesterday. I support her and Pixie's decisions and the lawsuit/charges. I've paused Bridges releases, canceled guests, and will reevaluate business relations as I learn more. I asked Steven for information, but he's uncomfortable sharing due to legal involvement. Everything here is released with all parties' consent. My DMs with Pixie were not given to Sunday or others with Pixie's consent. She just paused it. This is Brianna Wu speaking about how I gave all of my DMs with Destiny to my friend Mr. Girl Returns, someone investigating Destiny for sexual impropriety and abuse. Brianna is seen as calling me a sex criminal for making Destiny's treatment and words, no pornography, available to the investigation. And next to it is their statement on Destiny, who has been alleged to have been recording sexual acts without consent and distributing them without consent. I should probably be smart enough to keep my mouth shut about the Destiny and Pixie lawsuit, but here goes. That's the girl who defamed you? Who's the girl who defamed me? I don't have no idea what you're talking about. I care about both of them. Mr. Girl is literally known for making YouTube videos defending pedophilia. I don't know who fucking Mr. Girl is, bro. Is this is Mr. Girl? Okay, I don't care about this person, whoever this person is. I care about the actual post here. I should be smart. I care about Brianna Wu. I don't give a fuck about any of these other people. I should probably be smart enough to keep my mouth shut about the Destiny and Pixie lawsuit, but here goes. I care about both of them. Pixie is a good friend and someone I've worked with on several projects. She's seriously talented, fun to work with, and complements my skills in a way that makes collaborations really rewarding. You do not want to know who Mr. Girl is, trust. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Okay? Before this all came up, I had planned to hire her for an upcoming project, and I'm sticking with that decision. For the record, following through on this hire isn't me taking sides. I've made that clear to both her and people close to Steven. They both deserve their day in court, and I'm not here to weigh in on what's ultimately between them. I have offered no opinion on this action privately and made it clear I cannot. Wait, what? This isn't like a... Yo, Brianna Wu is permanently on her both sides shit, and inevitably will always side with Israel, okay? There is a party that is wronged, and then there's a party that's doing the harm, and Brianna Wu always starts off on the centrist position and then inevitably slides into the party that is doing the harm every single time. It's so crazy. I just want to be honest about where I'm coming from. Adulting can be... Oh my God. I'm done. I'm dead. She wrote adulting when talking about, like, both sides are probably a little bit at fault in this, sex crime, sex pest situation. I'm adulting. Adulting can be awkward like this. I do hope people let the legal process play out instead of turning this into content or drama. First of all, that's literally all Destiny does. But yeah, lo and behold, when he's in the fucking legal crosshairs for once, and there's like accountability that is righteous and due, okay? All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, let's let the courts decide. He called this a legal arc, lol. I know. It's a serious situation for both of them, and they both deserve better than the avalanche of shitty clickbait sure to come. Jesus Christ. Epstein leaking without consent is not in question. We have both Pixies and his own words to substantiate that. It isn't drama or a wait-and-see situation. Exactly. I don't understand. Also, this is not an arc. No matter how hard, Destiny and his community will try to contentify this. But yeah. Referring to stuff like this as arcs or nukes minimizes the harm done to the actual victims in this circumstance, regardless of what the victims' opinions of me were when they were a part of the Destiny sex cult. Okay? They are still victims nonetheless. It's heinous. You never finished a Brianna Wu video? No, I don't care. It's fine. Minimizing the harm to victims is probably good, bro. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I didn't mean minimizing the actual, minimizing the harm that is being done to the victims is actually me saying minimizing the harm done to the victims. Like limiting the harm. That's what I meant. You're not that dense. Right? Like, you understand that I'm talking about people trivializing the actual situation by turning it into quote unquote content. content. Apparently, the reason Destiny and Nick fell apart is solely because Nick's community ratioed and harassed Mr. Girl, who was a deorbiter at the time, and not because Nick is a literal Nazi. What the fuck? That's insane. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Decultists are in panic mode trying to derail you for an hour. No, I think Destiny's own community even right now is for the first time ever, I would say, taking a very different tone on this than I have seen. Maybe some are in cope mode, and I'm certain that some are, wishing harm upon me and my family or whatever the fuck, and still seemingly finding a way to make this about anyone else but Destiny, which is what's so crazy about it. Like, sure, Destiny himself doing this narcissistic bullshit, okay, is one thing, right? Him being inconsistent or hypocritical, or him defending his positions, no matter how nonsensical they may be, is one thing. But what I don't understand is how all of these like cult-like followers will also, with the same tone and same severity, do the exact same thing. Like, it doesn't, like, you're doing this for a whole ass other adult. You know what I mean? What is this? What do you think would be the appropriate way of even approaching her about that? Which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro-celebrity, and you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know. I looked into it for obvious reasons just to be sure, but I don't really care much about the legal side of it or whatever. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum, and I have no problem helping out or sending her money for anything as a form of repatriation. I just didn't want it to come off like, hey, bitch, lol, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money, have fun. Interest. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I found the LSF mod takeover post, and you're entirely 100% correct about that guy. I never knew that. Wait, where's the post? Can you link it? There's a post that like shows the full takeover. It just got deleted. Wait, they deleted the post? Tarot card, aka Stale 2000, took over the sub after some criticism and refused to step down after a unanimous vote to remove him for abusive power tripping 4 months ago. Later, added power mods to camp it and kick the core team. We urge you to use r/livestreamfails with an S from this point on forwards. There is a lot more about this guy, ranging from the cringe to downright abusive. He's not to be trusted. This was originally a document written to the admins who did nothing about this and has partially been redacted for privacy reasons. The sub has been replicated one-to-one looks-wise and functionality-wise. You can pick your old flares. Feel free to post. We're also relaxing old news rules, so feel free to post classic clips. Stale 2000 attempted to false DMCA the Google Doc, but it can be found here till we find a better place for it. Yeah, this happened 4 months ago. No, it's right here. Zoom into the screenshot. What the fuck is this? TLDR, user tarot card, aka Stale 2000. A DGGer took over the sub after some criticism and refused to step down after a unanimous vote to remove him from abusive power tripping. Later added power mods to camp it and kick the core team. On September 4th, 2024, the r/livestreamfail team decided to remove tarot card, aka Stale 2000, as he's commonly known as, from the top mod position of the subreddit due to constant behavior that eroded the trust in him with unilateral decisions opposed to the years-long protocols of consensus within the team. Also, if you recall, LSF mods have a private correspondence. LSF mods have a private correspondence, okay? Because at a time after Rekful, unfortunately passed away, they were like, "Oh, we're going to fix LSF. We're going to no longer make it a space for, negative opinions to thrive." Right? And they had a Discord server where they had private Discord server shit for like they had a private Discord server for like all the top content creators that they had created, right? I never even fucking used it. These guys constantly were like, hey, please, you know, hey, can you please, you know, remain on LSF, whatever. It's fine. We'll do a good job and we'll make sure that you're not like constantly fucking harassed and brigaded. Okay? I sent them one message. I said, hey, can I please get taken off of LSF like permanently? I just don't understand why I still get harassed for 2 years now. This is in fucking 2024. Like, this has been some lolcow thing for the Destiny Brigaders at this point. It's formulaic. It's not about accountability or truth. It's just dunking on me for my view count getting lower. Don't even understand why that's even remotely relevant to the Twitch course. It's been like this for years now. I was like, can you guys please just like take me off? I don't understand why the fuck I'm still on the subreddit. You know, I've tried to like openly brigade the subreddit so I would get banned off of it. And then you guys did ban me off of it, off of the subreddit. But then you put me back on the subreddit because you noticed that you weren't getting as much fucking clicks. Okay? They literally leaked it immediately. They did. Like, they sent me millions and millions of messages. I never respond to them at all. And the one time where I'm like, just please take me off the fucking LSF subreddit. I don't understand what is accountability? You know what I mean? In this process where it's just like they're using the subreddit as their fucking cumsock to basically consistently fucking brigade and harass me. Okay? And it's ruining my fucking life. And guess what happened? They leaked that message and then they leaked that message to Destiny. And then they made fun of it. Okay? Now, what's so crazy about it is that this is after like 4 fucking years of non-stop, like Hasan did this, Hasan did that, when I hadn't done none of the things that they were claiming that I was doing. So then there was another moment on LSF history where they literally, by the way, they were like, you know what? We've actually decided no more cross-posting, like no more Destiny versus Hasan clips, because it was polluting the entire timeline. It wasn't my fucking community posting it. It was always Destiny's community posting clips of Destiny responding to Hasan, Destiny responding to Hasan, Destiny responding to Hasan. Okay? So they stopped that. So you know what the Destiny community did? They brigaded the Asmongold subreddit. That's literally what they did. So now they're posting clips out of fucking context on the Asmongold subreddit, and now Asmongold is fucking reacting to it, and then that's getting upvoted on the LSF. And then they would use XQC's subreddit too. They was just like, okay, we can't get Destiny to shit on Hasan. Why don't we just fucking use the XQC and Asmongold subreddits as our main vehicle? So then they basically stopped that. Okay? They stopped that as well. But then they started going after people in my orbit. Okay? They started going after people like Frogan. They started going after people like Caroline. They have never stopped. They even did this to fucking Daff back in the day. It's so psychotic. Daff still has like stalkers from the one time where when she defended me during the Cracker Saga. Okay? They're fucking insane, dude. They're insane. And guess whose subreddit they're using now? Ethan fucking Klein. Completely taken over by Destiny's biggest dick riders and sycophants. Like, that's it. It's all done over subreddit. It's psychotic. It's like cancerous. Yeah, Tarot Card recently removed that rule and also allowed politics threads again. They held a community vote so they could post Epstein threads about you again. Yeah. Funny thing is, all of this effort only made XQC and Asmon's audience more right-wing. They hate you at the expense of their own party. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, that's the other hilarious part of the story is that, like, doing that over and over again develops an audience of right-wingers, just like Destiny developed an audience full of right-wingers until he fucking talked about how he was glad that Corey Contemporary got assassinated. Okay? You calling him out was posted and getting traction and they deleted it? What? Oh, on LSF? I'm sure it got deleted. They have that shit fucking wired down, dude. They still... The vote for politics post failed and they reposted it till yes for the politics post to win. Oh, nice. Someone posted your take on the mod and they just deleted it now. Stale's a pathetic loser. Yeah, it's crazy. Accusations of cover-up of D's crime. Spam. LSF meta post. LSF must not be the main focus of a clip. There was a Melina clip here that got deleted almost immediately around a month ago. It was not deleted to protect victims or followed by Reddit guidelines. They just believed Destiny's word over hers. I mean, if they aren't fans of Destiny anymore, it's fine for them to stay as long as they stop trying to suppress posts for no good reason. There isn't just a Destiny bias in the subs moderation team. There's definitely some mods bias to OTK as well. Wouldn't surprise me in their hidden agendas too. Yeah. Thread got locked and deleted. The fact that they were deleting posts and comments which had linked to the victim stating Destiny didn't have consent and supporting evidence of Destiny's actions and still made the choice to sweep for Destiny is beyond abhorrent. When you silence victims, you are also enabling an abuser. Anyway. Yes, unironically, there are 100 Epstein zealots at all times, not even including a website dedicated to hate watching and not adding to the viewer count. Yeah. Destiny's audience became right-wing when he was normalizing Nick Fuentes, Lauren Southern, and trying to get in bed with Ben Shapiro and other mainstream right-wingers. He even went to war with his community for calling Nick a Nazi. I remember that. I genuinely don't know another community that is this savagely obsessed with another. It's the most mind-boggling shit ever. It's also incredibly one-sided. Every now and then, I'll just like say enough when they end up doing something that is so insane. Okay. Every now and then, like Destiny will choose to fucking defend Israel vociferously. And I'm like, okay, that's enough. That's a bridge too far for me. I'm going to talk about it. And then his entire community, after fucking 5 years of nonstop posting about me, will then turn around and be like, see, he's obsessed. It's all projection. That's literally, it's crazy. It's crazy. There's like, oh yeah, he talks about Destiny too much. You know? Are the Destiny community right-wing or liberals? Great question. It just depends on which time frame you're asking this question. Okay? It just depends. It's entirely dependent on what he's feeling like defending at the time. Okay? And the reality is he's a mercenary. And you know what it is? It's like a bunch of 40 to 35-year-old 4chan IT guys that were incredibly right-wing and neo-Nazi back in like the 2016 era decided that they could still do the same troll ops, right? But if they presented themselves as liberals and aligned with the Democratic Party, they could more easily virtue signal. They could more easily and more convincingly virtue signal. There have always been communities like this online, many of which I will not name. Okay? But it feels like virtually all of the fucking harassment communities got together and made this their like bread and butter, made this their number one drama center where they can just like go after random fucking people and try to bully them and make content out of like how they can get to manipulate this person's lives. But ultimately, there is not a real there's no real politics there. It's not about politics. It's about chaos. It's about shitting on people, and it's about, you know, doing harm to them and getting people like kicking people when they're down or putting them down a peg, right? That's what it's about. Like, united we are strong. and we can actually take out some of these fucking assholes. And it makes sense. Like, if you're kind of sad and you want a sense of community and you want to feel a sense of power in all of the otherwise powerlessness that you experience on a daily basis, whether it's at your fucking workplace or whether it's about like trying to get politicians to do your bidding for once, right? When everything else reminds you of your powerlessness, this is the one space you have where you actually have a fraction of power, where you can look at a fucking asshole on your screen and find out what their phone number is and like order fucking pizza delivery to their house or something just to fuck with them, right? Or call the cops on them and SWAT them. And this is how a lot of these communities operate, where they just like, they feel powerful by you know, trying to fuck with people that they watch on screen. Twitch as a medium definitely is perfect for that sort of thing. It's just that I don't think there's ever been a content creator so successful at navigating this sphere and simultaneously masquerading as like a political actor. Most of them are usually like, you know, lol cows themselves, like Ice Poseidon, or, you know, people that end up falling victim to their own community, inevitably harassing them to a degree where they're just like done. They can't do anything about it. Destiny, on the other hand, has constantly found new victims to turn into lol cows. And even if someone that he wants to turn into a lol cow doesn't turn into a lol cow, he can at least make it seem like they have done, they've been impactful. Okay. And therefore, his community has never come after him. But maybe one day they'll wake up to the reality that it's actually him who is the fucking lol cow. And I think that's what scares Destiny more than anything else, is that one day his community will wake up to the reality that he's maybe not the best guy. And a lot of the rest of the world actually looks at people like him and people in his audience as fucking losers, and that his audience will turn on him and also treat him like the way he has treated others. Anyway, nah, dog, they were hyping him up when he rapped an AI version of yourself. They're fucking lost in the sauce. I mean, some are, for sure. That's the other thing. Yeah, it's so pathetic that, yes, Destiny had a fan make an AI rap battle video between me, okay, an AI version of me, that Destiny himself actually rap battled. That's a real thing that they did, and they thought it was fucking awesome. No, I never reacted to that shit. That's too much cringe, man. I'll fucking die. And then these guys have the audacity to say, I'm obsessed. It's craziness. If I were to show you that, you would die. I'm not even kidding. If I were to show you the AI rap battle, you would fucking perish. It's like secondhand, third-hand embarrassment. Nuclear levels. What is this? As long as he keeps giving them a platform where they can beg the entire universe for love and attention, he'll do anything he wants to them and they'll defend him. That's why they're doing Project Stargate, to improve AI rap battles. Here's the obsessed bar.
Bro, is that seriously all you have to say? All these years of no contact?
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Even in jest, I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm sorry. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, I will not do that to you. I will not do that to you. Okay. But I'm glad you saw a peep of it. To this day, I have not watched it. I've only seen like bits and pieces. Like that's the 3-second clip is the most I can see. Is the most I can entertain. How psychotic is that? That's like, dude, this is the problem with the internet, okay? In general. This is the problem with the internet in general. In the real world, back in the day before the internet, if someone were to do things like that, okay? Obviously technology hadn't improved to this degree. They would be called a stalker, okay? Like that is basically the internet version of, you know, doing newspaper clippings and thinking that Jodie Foster is actually communicating to you to go and fucking shoot Ronald Reagan, okay? Like that's like the OG version of what is happening here. But now, because this shit is online and people can become content creators, that level of psychopathic fucking obsession can be turned into content, okay? And there's like enough communities. There's enough people out there who will watch it. Come on, stalker, you're a public figure and that's just cringe, not some private stuff. Dog, please, dude. There is a level of pathological obsession. If you want to address my takes as a public figure, that's one thing. Don't try to fucking justify this by being like, you're a public figure. Okay, dude. I guess because I'm a public figure, that's all of that is normal. Yeah. It's cringe rap battle. Dog, I'm not involved in it. You understand? It's an AI version. Like if someone did that about Ben Shapiro, I would never rap over it. You understand? I wouldn't rap over a fucking AI version of Ben Shapiro. You want to know why? I hate Ben Shapiro, but I'm not a fucking loser. And I hope you understand that you're not. I hope you understand that that's loser shit and you shouldn't entertain stuff like that. Also, people stalk public figures all the time. What the fuck are you saying? It's cringe rap battle, not stalking, private stuff. Yeah, opposed to the private figure Jodie Foster in your example. Yeah, like Jodie Foster is not communicating messages to that random person. I hope you understand. Okay. Oh, here. This website shows all of the deleted threads. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, here. Let's see what the deleted threads were on the subreddit. Asmon doesn't say the gamer word a lot off stream. Asmon doesn't say the gamer word a lot off stream. Train question. Okay, these are Hasan comments before Destiny does. Neuralink Starlink got implemented years ago. Free the zombies. I don't know what this is. LSF mods accused of helping cover up Destiny's sex crimes. Cherry announces she's filing a criminal complaint against Destiny. Streamer Cherry now actively pressing charges against Destiny for sharing sexual recordings without consent. Destiny getting another lawsuit thrown his way by former Orbiter Cherry. Cherry claims Destiny secretly recorded sexual encounters. I mean, some of these are like doubled. XQC compares Destiny's revenge porn to Extra Emily comparing her sexual partners. Why did this get deleted?
Everybody's up in arms about this, but what about the list that of Extra Emily of previous sexual partners and the performance that she showed other people on stream, and people were like, this is kind of weird. Nobody made a big deal.
Okay, hold on. What's worse? A former partner of yours talking about What's worse, a former partner of yours talking about your stroke game, okay, XQC, or that very same former partner of yours leaking a consensual or maybe non-consensual sex tape you guys filmed together because they wanted to fuck someone else and they were showing their pussy game to the other person, and then that person somehow allowed this content to be distributed. Which one would be worse in this situation? I feel like one is severely worse than the other. As far as like reaches, this is the most insane thing to compare. Especially because one is gossip and mean and shitty. Make no mistake. The other is fucking illegal. What the fuck?
Nobody made a big deal about that. That is the exact same thing. It was like, dude, but that's like images. That's like, no, I don't give a shit. That's the most intimate. It's the culmination of the interpersonal relationship in a romance is intimacy. If you share that, right, in any way, you're wrong, especially without consent. Okay? It is the absolute pinnacle of two person together is doing the deed, whether it's...
That's crazy. So you can never say you had sex ever? No, it's just like, it's insane that there is any comparison here. It's not. I wonder why the LSF mods deleted this post, though. Maybe because it was a fucking insane thing to say, and it made XQC look bad, so they deleted it. I don't know. Yeah. Usually, this is what happens when, like, people post stuff like this, and it reaches a boiling point. There are people who can get shitted on the sub, okay? Asmongold, for, you know, my disagreements with Asmongold on the political side, my disagreements with Asmongold are plenty. But Asmongold is a valid target for LSF standards. Everybody shits on Asmongold. I myself am a valid target for LSF standards by the, you know, eyes of the mod team. XQC and Destiny, on the other hand, who are, of course, very much aligned with one another, those are not valid targets. So yeah, when Asmongold shits on me, that gets upvoted. That's allowed. When I shit on Asmongold, that gets upvoted. That's allowed. Why would he bring that up anyways? He's just deflecting and protecting D. Because he likes Destiny. He relies, I mean, he confides in Destiny. So I suspect that that's the reason why he said that initially. And then probably realized that it's indefensible and felt bad. And I don't know, maybe he reached out, or maybe the mods just deleted it anyway. Literally every single clip, every single thread that's been deleted is like Destiny threads. Holy shit. What? Hasan's dog Fish heard that? Oh, you got banned? This reminded me that I got banned on LSF for doing PR for you like 4 years ago. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Locked post. New comments can't be posted. Yeah, that was another really funny moment. Remember when the fucking Destiny Bonarelli fan base, the Epsteiny fans, literally lost their minds and like targeted the Fish memorial for my dog that had passed away, and then they called it K911. I never even said anything about it. I was just like, yeah, that's psychotic shit. I don't know why they did that, and I moved on. They made it seem like I was crying about it nonstop. I didn't do anything. People found out what they had done on r/place, and it went to the top of r/all. So they quickly went in to do PR to literally change the conversation to me like crying, and how it was actually logical that they had taken down the fucking post of Fish on r/place. And you know what's really crazy? In that time frame, you know what they did? They fucking raided my Discord and also my DMs and kept sending pictures of fucking dead dogs in my Discord. Just for the crime of me participating in r/plays and then them deciding to fucking take down Fish's memorial, okay? And then people looking at that and going, what the fuck is this? This is really fucked up. Why did they do that? And that going all the way to fucking r/all at the top of r/all made Destiny look bad because people were like, oh, these guys are deranged. They did that because they hate Hasan. How fucking nuts is that? Yeah, this was the post. I didn't post this. This honestly is a crime against nature. 128,000 upvotes. And in that process, people found out that it was actually Destiny who did it. Okay, and his community did it, and they were like, wow, this guy fucking sucks. And they couldn't deal with like the Reddit. They couldn't deal with Reddit for even a second, thinking that this was like kind of fucked up. Literally had to rewrite history about it. They still talk about the r/place thing. I saw one of them posting about it like a month ago. Yeah, every single thing that has happened, every single thing that has fucking happened that like they make a big goddamn deal about, they just decide they have to like reframe the narrative, and they desperately work tirelessly to just be like, yeah, that's not how it happened actually. It's actually Hasan that came after Destiny initially, and that's why they took his fish memorial down, and he was really sad and he cried a lot about it, and it's K911 or whatever the fuck. Like, no, I don't care, man. You guys made yourself look like a bunch of fucking weird delusional losers in front of the one platform that you're supposed to have a lot of dominance over, and it made you lose your fucking minds. It's crazy. XQC on Destiny's community.
Yo, I feel bad for the fucking like the DGG viewers and the fucking like what is it called, the Dalit bands or whatever the fuck. That all the orbiters are so fucking ill. Like maybe it's what you guys like, low key. Like everybody that Destiny associates with are all like all the orbiters are all fucking ill as bricks. Like fucking ill. Like fucking like Exodia of mental illness. Oh yeah? You got that? Watch this. Boom! Pull out the whole deck of cards. I got all of those. Oh yeah? Watch what I got. Like, holy shit. What's up with these people, man? Like, I don't get it.
I know he's kind of cooking here. No, dude. He's just, I mean, time and place. I don't disagree that like a lot of Destiny's orbiters have some serious problems, but he's saying that while one of Destiny's former orbiters are now one of Destiny's major victims, okay? They're victims here. I don't know who the fuck he's talking about. Do you know what Exodia is? No, I don't. But yeah, he is he's a major Destiny dick rider. You didn't see the clip that got me banned? Explain how this is too much politics.
Does your dog have the same mental problems as Sleepy Joe? Son, how will coronavirus affect? Come on, go to bed.
Aw. Fish. I have to defend him. He was talking about one disparaging her. Okay. I'm glad that he was I'm glad that he isn't that much of a fucking Destiny dick rider, that he realizes that this is like unacceptable. He won't care a week. Listen, he'll call him a fucking weirdo or whatever, but he's a week from now you'll see, or a month from now you'll see. I'm not holding my fucking breath, okay? No shot Trump is burning the West to the ground, and you're going on about Streamer Dama. Fuck me, man. Please ban. I mean, I'm not going to. But should go after the cringe cryptos. This is an interesting fucking take from a guy who has only been in here very active in 2019. Interesting. A guy who's only been active in here in 2019, only comes back here, should go after the cringe cryptos once, and only comes back here after I'm talking about Destiny to say, no shot Trump is burning the West to the ground and you're going on about streamer drama. Fuck me, man. Please ban. I wonder what caused Harucifer to get in here to say that. Does he care about Donald Trump burning the West Bank? I suspect that's what you're saying, right? What is this? Is this the person? Oh, wait a minute. This guy posted Destiny's subreddit 4 hours ago. What? You don't say. You don't say that someone who was really active in my community. I'm a Brazilian Lauren, longtime fan of Destiny, yours. Want to talk about Brazil. Comes back in here today, of all days, the one fucking time where I'm talking about Destiny. The one time I'm talking about Destiny. For the past 15 months, every single fucking day I've talked about Israel and Palestine. And you came in here right now, following since 2018. You came in here right now. 15 months, every day I'm talking about Israel. Crickets, nothing. The one time I'm not talking about Israel and I'm talking about Destiny, you come in here to be like, wow. I'm a DGGer, but never dabbled into you two guys' drama, Omegalo, but you're unhinged about him just as much as he's unhinged about you. Kill me. The one time I talk about Destiny, lol, W. Every time. What did I tell you guys earlier? What did I tell you earlier? Remember when I told you this man has never stopped coming after me for fucking 5 years now? Destiny fans love coming in and being like, you always talk about him. You're just as unhinged about him. The only time I talk about Destiny is if he's fucking doing like Israel apologia or if he is literally being legally sued by a former orbiter. Anyway, Harucifer, whatever the fuck your name is, maybe down the line when he fucks you over too in some meaningful way and you do a call out post, you'll hope that I will actually offer you the dignity and the time instead of being like, well, his orbiters are all crazy and move on. Don't act like you fucking came in here randomly. You saw in the Discord that I was talking about Destiny and you came in here to be like, oh, this guy only talks about Destiny. Come on, man. So pathetic. Everybody. No, I'm not going to ban you, you little shit. You fucking loser. Get out of here. You're nothing. Anyway. Are we Russia now? Yes. I know the Republican holdover the House is supposedly the slimmest majority, but should I feel hopeful about that? No. We are 100% in a very unique space, okay? We are definitely in the not so great zone in terms of fascism. Yeah, Hasan banned me. Ban me like you banned my alt. Anyway. It's funny because like no one is duped by this shit, especially in this community, especially right after I talked about how endlessly Destiny's fans operate this way, you know? It's sad that some alert goes when D comes up and his loser filters come in here to defend him. I know. Anyway, we moved on. I don't know why the DGGers want to, constantly bring it back to Destiny's like possible sex crimes. It's very odd. Trump not confident this Hamas ceasefire will hold, he said. But I got to go pee. But we'll talk about President Trump issuing pardons for the January 6th defendants now.
News from President Trump on his
gotta
very
pee.
first day back in office. Round two, his inaugural speech promised the start of what he called a golden age in America. The president signed a record number of executive actions to do with everything from energy to immigration to Americans' gender identity.
Trump also issued blanket pardons or commutations for those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. That means even the people convicted of organizing a plot to overthrow the U.S. government are set to go free. Scott McFarland starts our team coverage from Capitol Hill. Scott, good morning. Some of this seemed to take even the president's allies by surprise.
Yeah, Nate, that's because the pardoned include those who committed violent acts on January 6th, including those who gassed, clubbed, and maimed police officers and those who stole and destroyed property here at the Capitol.
Release those prisoners!
Supporters of January 6 inmates celebrated outside a D.C. jail.
So this is January 6th.
After President Trump signed broad pardons and commutations for the defendants who attacked the Capitol and sought to overturn the 2020 election, and ordered federal penitentiaries to release hundreds of defendants still in prison by Tuesday, contrary to what Trump's own vice president thought was possible.
If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned.
Trump championed his decision at a rally before signing the order, referring to January 6th rioters as hostages, even while standing beside the families of Israeli hostages.
We'll be signing pardons for a lot of people,
When pressed in the Oval Office about why he'd pardoned the 600-plus defendants charged with assaulting police, Trump made baseless claims the FBI was involved in instigating the attack.
There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved.
Far-right group leaders Enrique Tarrio of the Proud Boys and Stuart Rhodes of the Oath Keepers, who were convicted of seditious conspiracy and plotting the attack, are among those receiving clemency.
Donald Trump has determined that those individuals should not face any accountability solely because they committed those acts on his behalf.
Michael Fanone, a former D.C. police officer, was attacked at the Capitol.
I can assure you that these individuals will go on to commit acts of violence, maybe even commit acts of violence against me or members of my family. The American people own this decision.
Pam Hemphill, an Idaho grandmother, pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor for her participation on January 6th.
But I already had decided I will not take a pardon from Trump. That would give the wrong message. I'm not going to rewrite their story for them. That day we were guilty. I pleaded guilty because I was guilty. And so are they.
Damn.
What
the fuck? The criminal justice system works? What's happening? What the hell is that? Since these people have been pardoned, can they own guns or not? Great question, as a matter of fact. Yes. The answer is yes. I believe that it depends on the severity of their crimes, but I'm fairly certain that they also get their record expunged too. So I think they will be able to own guns, yes. But also, this is America, goddammit. Since when? Since when has that stopped a person? Come on now. That's only a serious legal, that's only a thing that has serious legal repercussions if you're the president's son and you happen to lie on your gun forms when you were purchasing a revolver where you said, oh, I wasn't under the influence of drugs. And then stupid enough to write about it in a book where you were like, I was on so much crack when I bought this gun illegally and lied on my legal forms about not being on crack. I love doing crack cocaine. Here are multiple photos of me on my laptop of me doing crack cocaine while also holding the gun I illegally purchased. I am just going to leave my laptop in the hands of a blind computer repair person and never pick it up. All of that sounds insane, but that's exactly what happened with Hunter Biden. Wow.
Largest criminal prosecution in U.S. history is abruptly over with the stroke of a magic marker. Not only will the jails be emptied of January 6 defendants, but all pending prosecutions have been ordered to be.
Wait, he actually left it with him? I thought it was hack material. No, I did too, because I was like, what? A blind laptop repair person who is also a QAnon guy? That sounds insane. This must be hacked material. Okay? That's what I thought too. No, lo and behold, turns out that's actually what happened. He literally so fucking stupid that he left his laptop with a blind laptop repair person and never picked it up. And it also happened to be that the blind laptop repair person was a fucking right-wing psycho. Yes, he left the laptop and fucked off to California. He flew back to Los Angeles. There's actually news on the January 6th buying guns. QAnon shaman says he's buying motherfucking guns after Trump pardon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This guy's awesome. It's funny how much this rant sounds exactly like how dumb Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death was. Oh, you mean to tell me that the 86-year-old Supreme Court justice that under the Barack Obama administration could have been replaced because she had had cancer 4 times and then had cancer 6 additional times since then, mysteriously died under weird circumstances a week after she actually officiated a wedding during COVID? How could this have happened? How? Who could have foreseen this? Are you kidding me? Dude, this is why I always tell you, it's not like the Republicans are brilliant tacticians, okay? They're not. They're fuck-ups. They're losers. They're dumbasses. But they're dumbasses who at least have the integrity to want to win, okay? To want to win to do bad things, but they still want to win nonetheless. The Democrats, on the other hand, are the biggest fucking losers on the planet. So, of course, they just keep losing to the dumbest, racist morons over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over and over and over again. It's not the Republicans that are really good at winning, okay? It's that the Republicans are really good at losing. They love losing. They fucking love it. It's their favorite goddamn thing. And here we are. Here we are. Now you got the QAnon shaman buying guns. And God, you know what? Fuck it. Oh, did I say? I meant Democrats. Yes, the Democrats love losing. They are big fans of losing, specifically to the Republicans. The Democrats love losing to Republicans. Okay? If the Democratic Party had a fraction of the intensity and competence that they display with regular frequency when it comes to destroying any sort of like anti-capitalist sentiment amongst their own ranks, if they could take a fraction of that energy and apply it to defeating Republicans, we would be regime pilled. Okay? This would be FDR year over year. If they, well, ironically enough, FDR was the last time they actually did do that, but that's besides the point. Okay? Never again. Oh, God forbid. Oh. Do you believe America's reached peak stupidity yet? I mean, we are past the point of peak stupidity, I think.
Closed, effective immediately.
I mean, I just looked at an article titled QAnon Shaman says he's buying motherfucking guns after Trump pardon. And you asked me the question, are we at peak stupidity? What do you think? I mean, American politics is an endless well of depravity. So this is not the peak, I don't think. I'll be honest. It's probably not the peak. It's probably going to get worse. Yeah, this was Cushbaum's one of his best takes in a sea of incredible takes. On January 20th, 2017, he said, "This is the stupidest day in American history, a record that will be broken by every subsequent day in American history." Okay? He said, "No longer accurate, bitch." He said, "Just wait. Today wasn't that dumb. That's a mirror." Until we have, look, I think we are going to consistently devolve, okay? We are going to rip the remainder of the carcass of public education in this country into shreds. All right? And ultimately, we'll get to a point where the only people who can actually win enough popular support have to be car crash victims. Okay? I'm talking like John Fetterman is going to come across like a Rhodes Scholar. Like, if you want to be able to win elections, you have to straight up be walking in the walls and shit so people can be like, well, that guy, he's just like me. Okay? Like, that is the level that we have to get to. And then one of those car crash victims accidentally launches all the nukes. Okay? But because machine politics and because capitalism is a very well-oiled machine that is constantly eating away at itself, but also constantly seemingly creating like stays of execution basically over and over and over again, at that point it's just completely automated. Okay? Policymaking is completely automated, except they'll have like a situation where they accidentally forgot to lock away the nukes or you know, put the child lock on the nukes or something. Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, the Raytheon Lockheed Martin sponsored White House room that is covered in rugs. Okay, all the walls are covered in rugs because you don't want your president to fucking walk into too many walls and die, right? Or sharp objects. But they accidentally forgot to put the child lock back on. Okay, and then whoever the car crash victim president is, it doesn't matter which fucking party he's a part of, ends up accidentally hitting the nuke, and then we're all dead. These nukes were sponsored by DraftKings. These nukes were sponsored by DraftKings OnlyFans, the conglomerate, the conglomerate Vice Factory for all your entertainment needs. That's what would happen as the nuke fucking, as the mushroom cloud comes up. While the nukes are exploding, Polymarket would have a ticker on it too. It's like likelihood that the nukes will kill 75% of the planet. People will still be fucking betting their Trump coins and other meme coins on the Polymarket betting app. Is DraftKings OnlyFans merger on your bingo card for 2025? Nah, probably around like 2028. We're not there yet. By the way, pro-Israel group are infighting according to Jewish Insider. Pro-Israel groups are going very hard to stop the appointment of a Pentagon official who holds the view that the Middle East does not really matter to U.S. interests. These groups are a powerful force keeping the U.S. mired in the region. You can't have one guy that has that take? Like, I'm surprised. They're like, no, not even one guy allowed with that take. Like, everyone else has the opposite take. Just let there be one fucking guy that's like, yeah, I don't really care about the Middle East. Hey, no disrespect, but this isn't for me. I don't really like it. I want to kill Chinese people, okay? The one guy was like, I just want to keep the eyes on the prize, you know? It's actually the Chinese that I want to destroy. What is this? I've been reflecting on this over the past day or so, and I've come to a realization. Many of my friends on the center right who are upset with me for making what I believe to be very obvious observations aren't necessarily angry at me. They're angry at the implications of what I'm saying. The idea that neo-Nazism has entered the mainstream, potentially influencing the White House, is so alarming and existentially terrifying that it's easier to lash out at the message than confront the reality. Wow. This guy, who I guess is a liberal, and so much so a liberal that he literally has a thing called Project Liberal, finally finally recognizes that, yes, people hate messengers more than the actual devastating reality that the message presents. Welcome to having one leftist position for once, one truthful position. The cognitive dissonance is overwhelming. What's striking to me is the selective outrage. Many of these same people are quick to call everyone communist, often with little... Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, that's a point that I made as well. These motherfuckers think Nancy Pelosi's a communist, but Elon Musk and Sig Heil on the national stage, and they're like, I don't know, is he really a Nazi? It's like, come on, dude. You probably know this already, but this guy hates you. I mean, dude, he has a thing called Project Liberal. I assume he hates me. Yes. Yet, when it comes to countless instances of glaringly obvious signs of fascism in their own movement, they either look away or attack those pointing it out. I'm glad he's recognizing it. We hate him back. I don't hate anybody. I have no enemies, okay? I don't hate anybody. Project Liberal is dedicated to attacking you personally, by the way. Wait, what? No, you're fucking exact. What is Project Liberal? What the fuck? No. What is Project Liberal? Project Liberal community. We advocate for a free and open society. Join today. Twitter in a nutshell. No, they're invested in the... Search Hasan on his account. No. No, I hate to break it to you. They suck. Dude, it's called Project Liberal. Of course it fucking sucks. Okay? I'm not saying that I'm a fan, but I would be shocked if they were like also that invested in attacking me. Trust me, dude, they're basically Reddit neolibs, which is a huge overlap. An insane account that talks shit about you and other pro-Palestinian accounts. Anyway. They're an AstroTurf neolib conservative group. Nice. All right, I'm done. I'm done for the day. 8 hours and 36 minutes. We did a lot today. I'm coming back tomorrow in a big way. You already fucking know. Okay. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. And then I will see you in Japan, baby. Japanuary is starting. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm very excited. I hope that all of the additional noise and shit don't ruin my trip, but we'll see. But Japanuary is upon us, baby. But I'll be live tomorrow, as always. Peace, everybody. From the second day of the Burger Reich.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.